Chapter 76 The Envious Photomo. Although Duchess Ellery Hightower did not appear much in the book, Lind had a deep impression of the Duchess when he read the book. The Duchess has been living with a venomous mother-in-law like the Queen of Thorns for decades, and her character has not been affected in any way. I have to say that her mentality and character are really tough beyond imagination. The Hightower family's strength in the Reach is definitely at the top. Their bloodline is not only the oldest in the Reach, but also one of the oldest in the entire Westeros. Their family has been here since the ancestors. The land has flourished, and the top lords and nobles of the Reach have more or less the blood of the Hightowers. When the Queen of Thorns asked the Duke of Mace to marry the Hightowers, it was definitely one of the most correct decisions she had ever made. It was precisely because of the marriage with the Hightowers that some of the lords of the Reach who were ready to move had to suppress ambitions, like the Florentine family. Lind, you are the bear hunter Lind. Hearing the Duchess's name to Lind, Loras immediately looked at Lind with surprise and said, Loras, you should call Sir Lind. The Duchess reached out and patted Loras on the head, and said, I'm sorry, Sir Lind. Loras apologized quickly. It doesn't matter, Lind said nonchalantly. At this time, Fertimo came out of the inner ring city. He saw that so many people had gathered in the garden pavilion where Lind was, and he couldn't help but be stunned. After seeing clearly the Duchess standing next to Lind, he immediately went up. See you in front of you. Lord Fortimer, aren't you taking Sir Lind to see the Duke? Why are you leaving Sir Lind here alone? The Duchess asked. Fertimo immediately explained the situation, and then said to Lind, the Duke thinks that since it is inconvenient to meet you, forget it. He has already told you where to place you. I will take you there now. In addition, it is necessary to temporarily recall you. You are on an escort mission, and I will tell you the details on the way. After hearing what Fortimo said, Lind didn't feel any dissatisfaction. For him, it was okay not to see the Duke of Metz, at least he didn't have to deal with the jealous dignitaries around the Duke of Metz. However, the Duchess on the side frowned, as if she was very dissatisfied with her husband's treatment of Lind. However, she did not directly refute the Duke's decision here, but asked Fotimo, what did the Duke do to Linda? Where is the residence arranged? By Serda, the garrison camp in the outer city. Fortimo replied. The Duchess frowned again, then thought about it and said, I remember that the Golden Rose Garden outside the city seems to have always been vacant. Sir Lind should stay there first. But Fotimo was a little confused. If anyone asks, just say it was my decision. The Duchess sounded a little tougher, and then said to the head maid beside her, send someone to accompany Sir Lind to the Golden Rose Garden, and ask the people there not to neglect it. Sir Lind. After saying that, he smiled at Lind and said, Sir Lind, I hope you can enjoy your stay in Golden Rose Garden. I have other things to do, so I'll excuse you. After saying that, he took a child by one hand, left the pavilion, and led a group of people towards the direction they came from. Watching the Duchess leave, Fortimo said with envy, you are so lucky to be able to live in the Golden Rose Garden. Is Golden Rose Garden special? Lind asked. Fertimo gave a brief introduction and said, that is a manor specially built by the Tyrell family to escape the summer heat. At this time, a woman dressed as a maid hurried over and saluted the two of them, indicating that she had been ordered by the Duchess to lead Lind to the Golden Rose Garden. Fertimo asked the maid to wait, and then found a guard in the guard room of the outer city wall. He called John who was waiting there, and then the group left from the East City Gate. A few people came to the city gate guard horse ride to the Golden Rose Garden. Perhaps because it was almost evening, there were not many people on the way to Golden Rose Garden. Only some farmers and peasant women could be seen in the farmland and orchards on both sides. It was already evening when the group of people arrived at the Golden Rose Garden, and this time happened to be when the Golden Rose Garden showed its beautiful scenery. The evening sunlight was seen shining on the golden roses inside and outside the manor, and the reflected light made every rose there all as radiant as if they were made of gold. The Golden Rose Garden was built at the foot of a hill on the outskirts of Gayoting. This hill has several mountain springs. Under the guidance of water canals, these mountain springs come together to form a stream, which then flows into the artificial man-made area excavated at the foot of the mountain. Within the lake, the core manor of Golden Rose Garden is located next to the artificial lake. Different from the grandeur and splendor displayed by the marble castle in High Court, the all-wooden Golden Rose Garden looks a bit simple, with no excessive decoration, no gorgeous carvings, and only natural gardens and facilities. In a simple room, no matter whether you are a noble lord or a lowly beggar, you will not feel much discomfort living here. The Duchess arranged for Lynn to live in the Golden Rose Garden. It was not the torch building where guests lived, but the Mirror Lake Hall, which was specially designed for important vassals to live in. This shows that in the Duchess's mind, Lynn was already considered an important member of the family. After the maid left, Lynn asked the servants of the Golden Rose Garden to arrange fresh meat for Glory. Then he untied the weapons and armor hanging on his body and placed them on the armor racks and weapon racks in the room. Your 2 knight swords. Fortimo quickly noticed something was wrong with Linda's sword, and then gestured to Lind and asked if he could pick it up and take a look. Lind nodded and reminded, these 2 swords are somewhat special, so be careful when handling them. Although Fortimo didn't know what was so special about it, he still took Linda's reminder to heart. When he grabbed the hilt of one of the swords, he immediately felt a biting chill pass through his palm, and his whole arm. Instantly it felt like I was frozen and almost unconscious. This incident also made him couldn't help but let go of his hand, and the moment he let go, the chill disappeared, but there was still a biting chill in his arm. Fortimo immediately rolled up his sleeves and looked at the hairs on his arms showing signs of frost. He asked in shock, what's going on? My lord, this is a sword with magical power. On the way here, John was also frozen by the sword of the lost knight out of curiosity. Now that he saw that Fortimo also suffered a bit, he felt happy. A lot. A sword with magical power. Fortimo was stunned, not thinking clearly for a while. After seeing Fortimo's reaction after holding the sword, Lind also realized that the dragon rune magic in the sword of the lost knight had completely different effects on different people. For example, Nymeria touched the sword. At that time, they only felt a little chill. And they could even pick it up and wave it. However, after Fortimer and John touched the sword, their entire arms were frozen by the cold air created by the dragon rune. If they had not escaped in time, maybe the whole arm was actually frozen into ice. At this time, Fortimo's arm returned to normal. He looked at the sword of the lost knight with lingering fear. The curiosity in his heart not only did not weaken, but intensified a lot. He wanted to know what the blade of the sword in the scabbard was like. What does it look like? Lind could see Fortimo's thoughts, and without saying anything else, he took out one of the lost knight swords and placed it in front of Fortimo. Is this Valyrian steel? Fortimo could tell at a glance what the sword was made of from the special patterns on the sword's body, which made him feel very incredible. As a swordsman with a family heritage, he knows very well what the Valyrian steel sword means to any warrior and knight. Not to mention ordinary warriors and knights, even noble lords, they all hope to get a Valyrian sword in their lives. Leah steel sword. For example, successive generations of dukes of the Tyrell family have searched all over the world for the unowned Valyrian steel sword, but so far there has been no news. However, Lind in front of him had a knight's sword made of Valyrian steel, which made Fortimo not know what to say for a moment. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and pointed at another great sword of the homeless knight, and asked, isn't that one also made of Valyrian steel? Yes, sir. Lind nodded. After receiving the confirmation, Fortimo's mind was completely empty, and he had the illusion that he might be dreaming. Have you found the Valyrian treasure? This is the only answer that Fortimo can think of. Now, no. Lind shook his head and said, these 2 knight swords and this armor were given by friends. Fortimo felt that Lind's answer sounded extremely false. In the 7 kingdoms, even a rich lord like Duke Tywin, Guardian of the West, would not give away the Valyrian steel sword casually. What do you think of Linda? Dedu seemed to be answering his question casually. However, unlike his rational judgment, Fortimo's intuition told him that what Lind said might be true, and that these might indeed be gifts from friends. Photomo couldn't help but said with envy, "Would you like to introduce your friends to me?" 2. Lind shook his head and said, "You probably won't like my friend." "No, it should be said. That you will definitely not like my friend. You are two completely different people." Seeing what Lind said, Photomo didn't press any further. He focused his attention on the knight's sword again and asked what the hilt was made of. After hearing that it was a dragon bone, he fell silent again. Although the shock this time was not as good as before, it still gave him the illusion that Lind had hit him with a big bag of golden dragons. After taking a deep breath to calm down his somewhat confused emotions, Photomo motioned to Lind to put away the sword and put it back on the shelf. Feeling that this was not enough, he asked John to find a piece of cloth, cover the sword, and cover his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind is executed thoroughly. After calming down, Photomo reminded him seriously, "Try not to let people know that you have two Valyrian steel swords, otherwise there will be trouble." "It's okay, I'm not afraid of trouble now," Lind said with a smile. Photomo couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Linda's confidence. He stopped persuading him and returned to the topic. He did not let John leave, but said in front of John, "Previously, Your Majesty the Duke was planning to let you go to the meeting hall with honor, but you were stopped by some people. Although the reasons given by the people who stopped him glory is very dangerous, and there is nothing wrong with letting the Duke take risks, but they are actually jealous of you and jealous that you will be able to become a wealthy knight in the near future." Lind smiled and laughed at himself. "I didn't expect my popularity to be so bad. I have already made a lot of enemies in Highgarden before I came to Highgarden." "Enemy? You think too highly of yourself now. Your achievements in Tengshi town have inflated your self-confidence a lot. You are not an enemy in their eyes, just an object of slight disgust." Photomo said slightly. He said sarcastically, "They are just suppressing you. By the way, they will not spend their time to plot against you. You are not qualified to sit next to them and play games with them. What you said is really hurtful." Although Lind said this, his expression did not show any abnormality, and he obviously did not take Photomo's ridicule seriously. Photomo rolled his eyes at Lind and continued, "The reason why I have recruited you from Tengshi town to Highgarden this time is mainly for Lord Velus's trip to Dornay in a few days. You will serve as Lord Velus, guards to protect him along the way." "Is it a martial arts tournament in Shanin City?" Lind confirmed. Photomo was stunned and asked, "How do you know?" Lind replied, "A friend guessed it when I came here. You have so many friends." Photomo looked at Lind thoughtfully, and then continued, "Originally, this is none of your business. I am the one responsible for the safety of Sir Willas, and there are others in the Reach. The Lord's Knights will also accompany you. These knights are all well-known strong men in various tournaments in the Reach. However, your reputation as the #1 swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms is unpleasant, and you are in trouble. Things are going so smoothly in Shurjun. Some people are worried that you will complete the task of suppressing bandits quickly and receive event rewards, so they recommend you as the captain of the guard to temporarily stall your task of suppressing bandits." Quote. Hearing Photomo's words, Lind couldn't help but smile, because those who were jealous of him didn't know that what he wanted to do most was to extend the time of the bandit suppression mission. Only if the time was extended long enough, could he get enough from it. Only by doing this can we build a more solid foundation. Although what those people did was to disgust him, it turned out to be a favor, so Lind would not be angry. Photomo reminded again, "There is one more thing I want to remind you. On the way to Dornay, you may encounter provocation from the knights accompanying you. No matter how angry you are, don't be harsh when you do it, because the knights who follow them all come from the subordinates of various lords, and some may be the heirs of certain nobles and lords, unlike the previous sworn knights of the Tyrell family." Lind couldn't help but frown when he heard this, with a troubled expression on his face. At this time, Photomo suddenly hinted, "Lord Willas went to Divine Grace City this time, mainly for peace talks with Dornay. Many people in the Reach are opposed to this matter. And many people in Dornay are also opposed to it. So there will definitely be some attacks. And assassinations on the road, and it's normal to have casualties. I understand, sir. Lind smiled. I didn't say anything, what do you understand? Fotimo rolled his eyes at Lind again and said, Chapter 77 Queen of Thorns. While Lind and Fotimo were talking about things in the room at the Golden Rose Court, Lind was also being talked about in the Highgarden Gardens. Those noble ladies had left under the order of the Queen of Thorns, and only the Tyrell family and a few close personal maids remained in the garden. After lighting candles and a bonfire in the garden, the servants withdrew into the distance, while the castle guards stood guard nearby to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. What happened to the bear hunter Lind? Queen of Thorns Oriana Redwyn looked at Duke Metz, who had just arrived after the meeting, and asked expressionlessly, You asked him to suspend his mission and put him. He recruited him from Tengshi town, but he didn't see him. He only sent Fotimo to tell him, and he also arranged for him to be in the military camp. What do you want to do? Has anything happened recently that made you so inflated that you forgot about it? Quote, the Queen of Thorns is very thin, only slightly larger than 2 children among the people in the garden. Her voice is not very loud, but her words are extremely clear, and everyone can hear them clearly, and when she speaks, she will produce a sound. This invisible power overwhelmed everyone present, except for the granddaughter Marjorie Tyrell, who was not affected. The power brought by the Queen of Thorns all year round made the Duke of Metz extremely nervous, and he didn't know how to answer for a while. Mother. Duchess Ellery was about to explain to her husband. Shut up, Ellery, shut up. The Queen of Thorns scolded the Duchess mercilessly, and said in a deep voice, I am teaching my son, this inflatable fish who likes to inflate when he is a little angry, no tell me, just stand aside and don't say anything. Then she looked at Duke Mason said in a deep voice, answer me now, Mace Tyrell, what were you thinking at that time? The Duke of Metz lowered his head and whispered softly, Mother, that's just an ordinary knight who has just been canonized by the king. The Queen of Thorns stood up from her chair, walked to the Duke of Metz, glared at him, and scolded, Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear the cheers outside the wall? Didn't anyone tell you today what happened in the outer city this afternoon? You still dare to say that it was an ordinary night? Has your brain been eaten by the White Walkers? Quote, the Duke of Metz lowered his head even lower, and the people around him also lowered their heads, not daring to take another look. The Queen of Thorns sat back on the chair and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, tell me, why did you recruit Lind Terra back to Highgarden? The Duke of Metz whispered, Velas is going to Dornay. I was worried that he would be in danger, so I called Knight Lind over to protect Velas. You also know that he was recruited by you to protect your son and your heir, the Queen of Thorns said in a slightly slower tone. Shouldn't you try your best to win over such a person? Why should you ignore him? Aren't you worried? He was resentful because of your neglect, so he didn't try his best to protect Velas. Quote, he would never dare. A trace of panic appeared on the Duke of Metz's face, and he said harshly, he is just a knight. If he did this. The Queen of Thorns couldn't help cursing again. Why do you still think that Lind Terra is just a knight? Is what I just told you nonsense? It was the idiots around you who pried your head open, and then keep stuffing some feces into your brain. You have read all the information about him, and you know how high his prestige is in Tengshi town. In your eyes, such a person is just a person, knight. The Duke of Metz still insisted. After all, he is not the Earl of Tengshi town. Before she could finish speaking, the Queen of Thorns grabbed a roll of letterhead on the table and threw it at Duke Metz, saying, This is a piece of information you randomly discarded from Tengshi town. Give it to me now. Read it carefully. The Duke of Metz was stunned, picked up the letter, and read it quickly, and the expression on his face became serious. The Queen of Thorns almost gritted her teeth and said, before returning to Highgarden, Count Nymeria Fudley of Tengshi town proposed to him. Although he refused, as long as he expressed his willingness to marry Count Nymeria again, then he can naturally become the Earl of Tengshi town. Do you think such a person is still an ordinary knight? The Duke of Metz was silent for a moment and did not answer the Queen of Thorns' question. Instead, he asked another question, why did he refuse? I also want to know why. The Queen of Thorns also showed a rare look of doubt on her face. The wife of a member of the Tyrell family suddenly said, maybe Count Nymeria is too ugly. So, the Queen of Thorns glared at the noble lady angrily and said, is there anyone uglier than the one in your family in the world? There are people in your family who are vying to marry someone with the status of Count Nymeria. So what if it's ugly? The lady immediately lowered her head and did not dare to speak back. The Queen of Thorns looked at Duke Metz again and said, do you think I am angry that you despise Sir Lin Tara just because of his influence in Tengshi town? Isn't it? Duke Metz asked in confusion. The Queen of Thorns asked in a deep voice, let me ask you, how long has Sir Lin Tara joined our Tyrell family? The Duke of Metz was stunned and replied, how many months? Well, a few months, less than half a year. The Queen of Thorns nodded and continued to ask, then what was his identity before joining our Tyrell family? Hunter. The Duke of Metz quickly gave the answer, it is sung in the Song of the Bear. Hunter. The Queen of Thorns asked, then tell me, since the emergence of the Seven Kingdoms, how many people with Hunter status have been able to achieve the achievements of Lin Tara in just a few months? As the Queen of Thorns asked the question, everyone present fell silent. Everyone was thinking about the legendary figures recorded in the books they had read. After thinking hard, they all realized that Lin seemed to it as unique. I have lived for a long time and have met many legendary figures, but I have never met anyone like Lin Talon. The Queen of Thorns said solemnly, even if a person like this cannot become a friend, we should not become an enemy, not to mention he is a knight of our Tyrell family. Isn't this worthy of your initiative to win over? Remember, arrogance has never been the character of our Tyrell family. If you look down often, you can see yourself. Quote. The Duke of Metz didn't know whether he heard it or not. After a moment of silence, he said, I will go see him tomorrow. No need, I've asked Velas to go tomorrow. The Queen of Thorns shook her head and said, I want to go too. Marjorie Tyrell stood on the stone chair and said, I want to see the big cat. I'm going too. Loris also said, okay, you may as well go. Queen of Thorns nodded. Seeing that the matter was over, the Duke of Metz found an excuse to leave, and the Duchess went with him. After the couple left the garden, they did not go back to their room immediately. Instead, they took a walk to the sacred trees in the High Garden. This sacred forest is located on the west slope of the inner ring area of the High Garden. The dense and tall weirwood blocks most of the front of the High Church at the back. There are 3 heart trees in the forest that were planted by Greenhand Garth himself. The other surrounding trees are more lush and taller, with fiery red leaves like a ball of flame. Even people outside the city wall can see the crowns of these 3 heart trees through the city wall. Aleri, how did you feel about meeting that Lin Tara just now? Duke Metz suddenly asked his wife beside him. The Duchess carefully recalled how she met Lin, and said, he is a very calm young man. I heard that he is only 15 or 16 years old, but he doesn't look like him. He feels like he is 20 or 30 years old. Quote, he does look very mature. Duke Mace nodded and said, you know what? He didn't give me the impression of maturity, but of lack of awe. When I saw him at the camp outside King's Landing, I can't feel any emotion of awe in my body. The way he looks at me is not much different from the way he looks at a servant. I am the Duke of Highgarden, his lord, shouldn't he be in awe of me? Quote, that's why you don't like him, is that right? Said the Duchess. It has something to do with this, the Duke of Metz admitted the Duchess's guess, and added, but it is not the most important relationship. What really makes me disgusted with him is that he feels very much like Randall. That Tully guy. Lord Randall Tarley. The Duchess was stunned, then recalled the scene when she saw Lind, shook her head and said, it doesn't look like him. He doesn't look like him at all. The Duke of Metz added, I'm not talking about his appearance, but the temperament he has. Temperament. The Duchess thought about it again, nodded, and said, there is indeed some resemblance. The Duke of Metz said helplessly, one Randall Tarley is enough for me. I don't want to find another Randall Tarley to torture myself. Seeing the Duke of Metz like this, the Duchess couldn't help but smile, reached out to hold her husband's hand and said, although Lord Tully's character is a bit rigid, his advice to you has never been wrong. You should. I'm lucky to have such a conscientious vassal. The Duke of Metz curled his lips, obviously not agreeing with the Duchess's words. At this time, the two people had arrived in front of the 3 heart trees. They stood in front of the trees and prayed to the heart trees according to ancient rituals. Although the Tyrell family believes in the 7 gods, they do not reject the old gods. They still use some ancient rituals and etiquette related to the old gods. After praying to the heart tree, the Duke of Metz said somewhat abruptly, do you think he is a good match for Jenna? Jenna. The Duchess couldn't help but was stunned and said, didn't Mother already find a marriage partner for Jenna? I remember it was Sir John Fossaway of New Beryl City. The Duke of Metz explained, my mother just had this idea and has not yet formally contacted New Beryl City. No. The Duchess shook her head and said, the marriage to New Beryl City is related to the stability of the Reach, and it is also related to whether you can suppress the red apple. Fossaway family. There cannot be any mistakes. And although it has not happened yet, contact New Beryl City, but my mother has deliberately spread this matter among the ladies. I am waiting for New Beryl City to hear the rumor and send Sir John Fossaway to propose marriage. You want to do it now. Marrying Gina to someone else will make the Green Apple family think it is a humiliation to them, and then they will unite with the Red Apple family, which is not a good thing for you. Quote, well, you are right, it cannot be changed. The Duke of Metz nodded in agreement with the Duchess's analysis and asked, is there any other marriageable woman in the family? The Duchess interrupted him and said, wait a minute, why do you want to marry Sir Lynn so much? Don't you dislike him? The Duke of Metz muttered, didn't you see my mother's attitude just now? She admires that Lynn Talon very much. I'm worried that she will lose her mind and put Marjorie. Are you crazy? How old is Marjorie? The Duchess looked at her husband with a strange look on her face, and said slightly hurtfully, and even if you are confused, your mother will not be confused. Lynn, don't worry about the jazz, leave it to Velas. The Duke of Metz curled his lips and said nothing more. Looking at her husband, who had some mediocre talents, the Duchess sighed softly, then randomly picked a topic and asked, have you thought about where Sir Lynn will choose after he completes the mission of suppressing bandits north of Bitter Bridge? Manor and village is his reward. The Duke of Metz shook his head disapprovingly and said, why are you thinking so much now? Hasn't he not finished it yet? And he may not finish it yet. The Duchess asked back, you have read so much intelligence from Tengshi Town. Do you think Sir Lynn may fail? Although he is unwilling to admit it, the Duke of Metz knows very well that it is only a matter of time before Lynn finally completes the mission. Even if the guys around him who are jealous of Lynn secretly do evil, they will only delay the completion of the mission and cannot prevent the final outcome, result. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, the Duke of Metz said, how about finding a manor and village nearby? Having someone like him around can make people feel more at ease. The Duchess sighed and no longer had any hope in her husband's ability to judge. She directly pointed out, have you forgotten what happened in the outer city in the afternoon? Mother just said that it was his first time in high court. With such a great influence, if he can continue to live here for a long time, there was no need to say any more. Even the Duke of Metz could understand what was going to happen next. His expression became serious. After thinking seriously for a moment, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something, smiled and said, do you still remember that our family has an enclave on the other side of the Crimson Mountains? Opposite the Crimson Mountains. The Duchess thought for a moment and said, you mean the land opposite Weil City? Yes. The Duke of Metz thought he had a good idea and said, I can use that piece of land as a reward. That piece of land is much larger than a manor and village. My lord, you are really smart. The Duchess seemed not to think that Lind would agree to such a reward, so she said something ironic. However, the Duke of Metz didn't seem to hear that it was an irony, and he began to think about the feasibility of this matter. Chapter 78 The Secret of Highgarden. After nightfall, Ferdinand left the Golden Rose Garden, and Lind asked John to meet his friends in Highgarden instead of staying here to wait for his orders. After John left, he told the guards of the Golden Rose Garden not to disturb him, then closed the door, lay on the bed, and adjusted to a comfortable sleeping position. As before, he directly gave orders to Glory in the courtyard through spiritual connection. And then entered a state of visual sharing and attached to Glory. After receiving the order, Glory slipped into the shadows silently, avoided the guards of the Golden Rose Garden, left the Golden Rose Garden, and galloped towards the High Court. Perhaps because he was exhausted from lying on the boat for several days, after breaking away from his restraints and running outside alone, Glory became particularly active and wanted to run to a nearby farm several times to tease the farmers there. After being stopped by Lind, Glory ran to roll in a nearby flower field. Although the rose thorns could not cause any harm to it, they would hang on its hair, weakening its hiding ability. Fortunately, there was no one in the wild at night, otherwise someone will definitely see it, and then perhaps there will be a legend in Highgarden about roses getting tangled up and turning into monsters. Lind did not stop Glory from venting his excess energy, but just guided him appropriately to prevent Glory from being affected by his wild and ferocious nature and attacking people in the surrounding farms. After venting for a period of time, Glory became honest. Under Linda's order, he used trees and rocks to rub off the flowers and branches hanging on his body. Then he followed Linda's instructions and sneaked in secretly. At the foot of the Highgarden wall. The outermost walls of the High Court are all made of marble. The surface is flat and smooth, and there are not many places for strength to be borrowed. And unlike the inner city walls, there are no vines hanging on the walls here. In addition, a slightly protruding round tower is built at regular intervals on the high wall. This round tower is covered with bow and arrow holes. In addition to being used to attack the enemy when they attack the city, it can also be used as a normal place. Make a lookout hole to check the situation on the city wall. Glory came to the city wall without stopping. The sharp claws hidden in the toes stretched out, then grabbed the marble city wall, pierced into the stone, and then helped Glory as if on the flat ground, at an almost right angle, moving quickly on the city wall. Soon the city wall was climbed over, and Glory followed him directly into the shadow of the tree maze, sneaking towards the inner ring city. Although there are a large number of patrol soldiers patrolling back and forth, to Glory, these patrol soldiers are like nothing. With its completely black fur, it blends into the shadows perfectly. Even if the patrol soldiers pass by, as long as it lies still, it will unable to discover it. With his super concealment ability, Glory can move freely around the various surrounding areas of High Court. Lind has seen the situation inside High Court through vision sharing, and also has an understanding of High Court's various defense facilities and castle guards. He even had several plans for breaking into the castle in his mind. Glory has not entered the interior of some important buildings because its size is too large. Even though it has extraordinary concealment capabilities, this ability cannot completely disappear its body, so it is easily discovered in small places. However, even without entering the building, Glory could still find the residences of various Highgarden dignitaries including the Tyrell family through special vision similar to thermal imaging. Although Lind may not necessarily become enemies with the Tyrell family, it is his habit to be prepared so as not to be in a hurry when something really happens. After seeing almost the entire Tyrell family, Lind was ready to let Glory back, but Glory seemed to be attracted by something at this time, looking towards the Godswood Forest Inn. The castle from time to time, but it was blocked by Lind didn't give the order, so it didn't pass. Lind thought about some rumors about the Godswood in Highgarden, and felt that what attracted Glory should be some of the supernatural powers hidden in the Godswood. Driven by curiosity, Lind also motioned to Glory to take a look at the Godswood. After receiving the order, Glory couldn't wait to rush towards the Godswood, and soon arrived outside the Godswood. Without Linda's orders, Glory had already penetrated into the sacred forest and came to the 3 heart trees that were said to be planted by Green Hand Gars. Through the eyes of Glory, Lind saw something different. He saw the 3 heart trees disappearing and transformed into a giant with antlers and blue skin. He saw this giant lying on the ground, as if sleeping. As it breathed, blue breezes blew out of his mouth, flew into the air, spread in all directions, and then scattered on the surrounding land. Seeing this scene, Lind also realized that what he saw should be the reason why Highgarden has been able to have good weather and have a bumper harvest no matter what he plants. The 3 heart trees planted by Green Hand Garth seem to have turned into him. The Avatar is constantly nourishing this land. As for the clone of Garth the Green Hand in front of him, Lind feels very similar to the spark of the forest son of the forest. The only difference is that the spark is an entity, and its power is more solidified and powerful, while the Garth the Green Hand in front of him is just a ball of virtual reality. The energy doesn't feel so real. At this time, the spirit of glory conveyed a strong desire to devour. This desire to devour was even dozens of times stronger than when he saw the resentful soul energy with the dragon's soul. It was as if the clone of green-handed Garth in front of him was a piece of delicious food full of temptation. After sensing Glory's devouring desire, Lind immediately issued strong instructions to stop Glory from devouring the Green Hand Gal's clone. However, Glory's devouring desire was too strong and aroused its instinct, causing it to break away from Lind several times, controlling, wanting to disobey Linda's orders. Fortunately, Lind issued extremely tough instructions over and over again, and at the same time possessed Glory with his own spirit to soothe his emotions, and Glory was able to get rid of his desire to devour. However, in order to prevent Glory from being affected again, Lind immediately asked Glory to leave High Court and return to Golden Rose Garden. Although Lind knew very well that if Glory swallowed the clone of Green Hand Garth, Glory should be able to evolve by leaps and bounds again, but the damage to the entire Highgarden would be irreversible, and the land around Highgarden would definitely no longer be as smooth as it is now. Good harvest every year. In this way, the Tyrell family will inevitably suffer a great loss in strength. At that time, the ancient nobles and lords in the Reach who originally looked down on the Tyrell family will be ready to take action, and the Reach will inevitably fall into long-term civil strife. Although chaos is a ladder, it depends on where you are. A nobleman like Littlefinger who is in the palace does not have many available troops on hand, and his position has almost reached the top. There is no possibility of going further. So he naturally needs chaos as a ladder to improve his status. But for the current Lind, he already has a lot of room for improvement. He has not yet reached the peak. He only needs to follow the steps step by step to successfully improve his status and strength, and all of this is based on the stability of the Tyrell family. So now if the strength of the Tyrell family is greatly reduced and the Reach falls into chaos, it will only benefit big lords with ancient bloodlines such as Fossaway, and it will be difficult for him to obtain enough benefits in the chaos. Moreover, the more important point is that Lind is worried that Green Hand Gals is still alive. After he allows Glory to absorb the clone of Green Hand Gals, it will attract the attention of this mysterious existence, the ancestor of the Reach. In all the legends related to Garth the Green Hand, there is no mention of the death of this legendary figure. Instead, he will appear next to legendary figures in different eras. For example, Garth the Green Hand exists in the legends of the ancestors, and he also appears in the later legend of Brandon the Builder, separated by thousands of years. Thinking about the fact that the children of the forest also have an almost endless lifespan, this Green Hand Garth should also have the same lifespan. The possibility of being alive now is very high. The reason why he has not appeared in front of people again may be because the demonic tide in this world has weakened. Reason. Although the current Green Hand Garth may not be as powerful as in the ancient legends, compared to the current Lind, such an almost godly existence is still something he can't avoid. Glory quickly returned to the Golden Rose Garden, but it was very unhappy when Lind prevented it from enjoying the food, so when it came back, it did not go to Lind for petting or rewards as usual, but lay directly at Linda's door, blocking the door as a silent protest. Lind didn't pay too much attention to it. He knew very well that Glory's temper would come and go quickly, and it wouldn't take long for it to completely forget the reason for its anger. Sure enough, After a while, Guangrong, who was lying at the door, opened the door hard and came to Lin's side. He lay down under the bed and rested his head on Lin's arm. It wasn't until Lin touched its head with his hand that it finally stopped. Fall asleep. The next day, Lin placed Glory on the hill behind the Golden Rose Garden, and he assembled his sword without wearing armor, preparing to let John take him for a walk around the outer city of Highgarden. Yesterday, he just walked along the avenue in the outer city. There were too many people on the road and he didn't take a good look at the prosperity of Gaoting, so he decided to take a stroll in the outer city today to learn about the city's construction plan and prepare for his future city construction. Prepare for. It's just that the plan couldn't keep up with the change. Just when he and John were about to leave the Golden Rose Garden, Furtimo brought the three brothers Willis Tyrell to the Golden Rose Garden, and they happened to meet at the gate outside. Furtimo immediately introduced the two to each other, while Lind and Velas were also sizing each other up. Furtimer had often mentioned Willis Tyrell in the past and praised him highly, especially for his amazing talent in lance. If it were not for his status and age, Willis would probably be already. He is the consistent winner of the lance duel competitions in various martial arts tournaments in Chenghuan. Although Villas is only 13 years old now, his figure is no different from that of an adult. However, due to his age, his body is a little thin. He looks more like a bachelor with his head buried in books than a man who is proficient in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Knight with lance. I don't know if he was affected by the scene in the Godswood last night. The moment he saw Willis, Lind vaguely felt that the Willis in front of him was somewhat similar to the Greenhand Garth clone in the Godswood of Highgarden. This similarity is not a similarity in appearance, but a similarity in temperament. Villas was also sizing up Lind at the moment. In fact, he was also in the meeting hall. Yesterday, Furtimo went to the meeting hall to inform the Duke of Metz that Lind had arrived at the High Court and was stopped waiting at the inner ring gate. He couldn't wait to meet the first swordsman of the Seven Kingdoms, who his brother Garin said was extremely magical. Later, when Furtimo said that the reason for being stopped was because Linda's shadow Link's pet was too huge, he couldn't help but ask how huge it was. Then Furtimo made a gesture and said, while shocking everyone in the meeting hall, it also made him more curious. Villas has been very fond of small animals since he was a child. He seems to have an extraordinary affinity in this area. Small animals that usually don't like to be close to people like to follow him. Because of this, he became the best dog trainer, falconer and horse trainer in Highgarden. When he was 10 years old, he had already begun to improve the horse breeds in Highgarden. The reason why Highgarden's war horses are now being able to be so good is all because of the change in his horse breed. However, he also has some regrets, that is, he has never tamed special animals such as shadow lynx and direwolf. A year ago, a businessman captured a shadow lynx and sold it to him. He tried to tame the shadow lynx, but failed. Although the shadow lynx did not attack him, it did not show too close to him. He even refused to eat and eventually starved to death in the cage. He gave the shadow lynx to a knight who was proficient in taxidermy and made it a specimen. The specimen is still placed in his study. This incident depressed him for a long time, and it was only recently that he gradually recovered. However, now there is a person who has tamed the shadow lynx, and the shadow lynx is still so unusual, which makes him curious about Lind, and he vaguely thinks that Lind and himself are the same type of person. It's a pity that although he is the son of a duke, he does not have much say in the meeting hall. He was unable to dissuade the decisions of the officials and dignitaries, and he was not able to meet Lind immediately. Later, the Duchess asked him to see Lind the next day and asked him to apologize for his rude behavior on behalf of his father. He agreed without thinking. Now that he has met Lind, the protagonist of the Bear Hunter's Song, the rumored first swordsman of the Seven Kingdoms, Velas is not disappointed because of Linda's relatively ordinary appearance. On the contrary, he is very satisfied with Lind and feels that Lind fits the image in his mind very well, and also fits the various descriptions of his brother Garland. When Lind and Velas were sizing each other up, Marjorie on the side became a little impatient. She walked up to Lind, tugged on Linda's clothes with her hands, and said, "Sir. Lind, your big cat woolen cloth. Glory is playing in the mountains now," Lind said with a smile. "If Miss Marjorie wants to see it, I'll call it back." Okay. Look at the big cat, I want to see the big cat." Marjorie jumped excitedly. Loris also wanted to jump around like his sister, but he looked at Willis worriedly, and finally resisted the urge and stood aside honestly. "Sir Lind, where are you going?" Vilas also took over the topic at this time and asked. Lind said truthfully, "I want to go to the city to have a look. Yesterday I walked too fast and I haven't had a good look at the outer city of Highgarden. Let him be your guide to take you around the outer city." Furtimo pointed at John and said, with disdain, "Take you to visit the brothel." When he was the guard captain in the outer city, he spent a lot of time sleeping in the bed of a prostitute, much more time than sleeping in bed at home. "Lord Fortimer, I have grown up." John regretted his actions when he was young and frivolous, and said with a wry smile. Vilas suggested, "The outer city is very chaotic in the early morning. If we go back now, we might disappoint Sir Lind. Let's wait until noon to go together. It just so happens that I haven't walked around the outer city for a long time." Lind did not refuse and nodded. "I will follow your orders, Lord Vilas." Chapter 79 Varys Tyrell. Chapter 79 Willis Tyrell. Vilas stared at Glory squatting on the ground, looking at it repeatedly for a long time, completely forgetting what the real purpose of coming here was. Marjorie and Loris were also squatting on either side, reaching out to touch Glory from time to time, but they were avoided by Glory every time, and then retracted their hands when Glory bared its teeth and threatened. As for Glory, his eyes were full of dissatisfaction as he glared at Lind. He was playing well on the mountain, but he was called back and surrounded to watch, making him think that Lind was deliberately punishing him. Linder was stroking its head on the side, soothing its emotions and preventing it from inadvertently hurting the three Tyrells. At this time, Vilas couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really shocking. I didn't expect the shadow lynx to grow so big." The largest shadow lynx recorded in the book was the shadow lynx defeated by Green Hand Gar's king, but even the shape of the shadow lynx described in the book is not as good as Glory. Perhaps this has something to do with Glory being an albino shadow lynx. Lind then made up a reason. Vilas shook his head and said very seriously, "Albino shadow lynxes have appeared in the valley and the Crimson Mountains in the past, but they have never grown so big. And Mr. Lind, you have made a mistake. Glory, it's not an albino shadow lynx. The real albino shadow lynx is all white, not black and white stripes like Glory, and the common shadow lynx also has black and white stripes, but it's not as clear as the distinction between black and white like Glory." As he spoke, like a bachelor specializing in biological research, he pointed to Glory's tail and ears and said, "Glory is more like a hybrid of the shadow lynx and another unknown species. Its ears are larger than the normal shadow lynx. The bobcat is much larger and is usually kept close to the scalp. The shadow bobcat's ears can only be fixed on the head and cannot fall back, nor can it lie down. The tail of Glory is also completely different from the shadow bobcat in the south. Much longer, the southern shadow bobcat only sticks to the back of the butt." Lind looked at Vilas with some surprise. He had been with Glory for so long and had not discovered so many details. Unexpectedly, Vilas just looked at Glory for a while and found so many doubts. This made him suspicious of Glory. Vilas the man had a whole new perspective. After listening to Vilas's analysis, he asked with some confusion, "Are the shadow lynx still in the north and south?" "Of course, it is divided into north and south. All animals of the same type in the world will change themselves according to different environments. The environment in the south and the north are so different, which will naturally affect the animals living in these two places." Vilas is very serious. Explained. A bachelor once wrote a record of the shadow lynx. He went to the permafrost land north of the Great Wall and saw the shadow lynx there. He mentioned in his notes that the shadows there in order to withstand the cold and facilitate Running and turning quickly on the ice, lynx not only have thicker fur and more grippy claws, but also have longer tails, which are almost as long as their bodies. Lind listened to Villista's narration, looked at the tail behind Glory, and said, "It seems that Glory is not a northern species. Its tail is much shorter than the length of its body. I also think it is not a northern species." Vilas nodded, then pointed at Glory's eyes and continued, "Have you noticed that Glory's pupils are completely different from those of the shadow lynx?" Pupils. Lind raised Glory's head and opened its eyelids to look at its pupils. This action seemed to make Glory uncomfortable. It shook its head vigorously, broke away from Linda's hand, and then rubbed it with its paws. Rubbing his eyes, he growled dissatisfiedly at Lind. Lind touched Glory's head as an apology, and at the same time said to Vilas, "It's no different, doesn't it have vertical pupils like a cat?" "Master Lind, you are mistaken. Cats only have vertical pupils when hunting prey, usually almond pupils, and sometimes round pupils." Vilas shook his head, corrected Linda's understanding, and said, "In addition, although people use cats to describe the shadow lynx's agile hunting movements, the shadow lynx is not a cat. Its bloodline is closer to that of a lion. Therefore, the shadow lynx's pupils are dot-shaped and will shrink when hunting. It's almost invisible, leaving only the whites of its eyes, so many people who are attacked by shadow lynx describe the shadow lynx's eyes as pale as the skin of a dead person, which is why there are rumors that the shadow lynx is the messenger of the stranger." Then he looked at Glory's eyes and said, "Glory's pupils look more like snake pupils or dragon pupils." Vilas made a casual guess, and Lind, as an audience member, couldn't help but be stunned. Because he felt that Vilas might have got the answer right. The change in Glory's pupils might really be because it swallowed up the energy of the resentful soul. The mutation, produced by the dragon soul. At this time, Willis suddenly wanted to try to reach out and touch Glory. Glory's reaction was more intense than to the other two Tyrells. He jumped up from the ground, turned his head, leaned down, and completely exposed his fangs, growling menacingly at Vilas. Fertimo and the accompanying guards immediately stood in front of Vilas and took out all the weapons in their hands to be ready for Glory's attack at any time. The two little Tyrells were obviously frightened by Glory's fierce reaction. They were stunned for a while and then burst into tears. On the contrary, Vilas seemed very calm. While coaxing his younger siblings, he signaled to Fertimo and the guards that he was fine. At the same time, he apologized to Lind. "I'm sorry, this is my fault. I didn't obey Linda's instructions. Thank you for your warning, but luckily nothing serious happened. It doesn't matter. No one close to this little guy will be allowed to touch him except me." Lind stroked Glory's tense neck and said, "Nymeria fed this guy for several months. Once, when I tried to touch it, it almost bit off Nymeria's hand. Fortunately, Nymeria was prepared and wore steel armor on her hands." "Nymeria, is she the Countess of Tengshi Town?" Vilas asked with a curious expression. Lind smiled and said, "Yes, but she doesn't like to be called Countess, nor does she like to be called Countess. She often says that an earl is an earl. Is the identity of earls still divided into male and female like animals? Count Nymeria is really special." Willis smiled after hearing this and asked, "It is rumored that only those who defeat the Count in a duel can be qualified to marry her, right?" Lind said solemnly, "Lord Vilas, you are wrong. You are qualified to pursue her. Only those who can defeat her in a duel are qualified to pursue her." "Is Lord Nymeria very strong?" Willis asked again. "Very strong," Lind said truthfully. "No one in the entire Southern Territory should be able to defeat her in a head-on duel. No, just to withstand one of her attacks. Prince Oberon of Dorne should be able to defeat her. In the Western Territory, the Magic Mountain may be able to withstand a few rounds of her attacks, but it will still die under her giant axe." "Is it so strong?" Vilas looked surprised after hearing this. HMPH. Fertimo was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Lind's judgment and said, "Why do you think Dorne's Red Viper can defeat her?" "Because they have competed." Lind felt that there was no need to hide the relationship between Nymeria and Dorne. After all, everyone who knew about this relationship knew. that it would be beneficial to Nymeria if it was revealed openly. So he said truthfully, "When I led the troops to Tengshi town, I happened to meet Prince Oberon. He was very concerned about Nymeria's safety and wanted to take Nymeria to Dorne, but Nymeria refused. He always believed that he was from the southern border and the lord of Tengshi town. He had the responsibility to protect the land. Even if he died, he would die in Tengshi town." Quote. After hearing Linda's narration, everyone present had a clear impression of the Earl of Tengshi town in their minds, and they were also in awe of his words and deeds. Willis thought for a moment and then consulted Lind. "Lord Lind, you should also have heard from Lord Fortimo that I will go to Dorne Divine Grace City to participate in the martial arts tournament there in a few days. This is my first time to participate in the martial arts tournament, so my father is worried, so he summoned you here from the bandit suppression work, mainly to protect my safety on the road. In addition to participating in the martial arts tournament, I also want to do something to improve the relationship between the two places, Lord Nymeria and Dorne. I don't suggest you do this, Lord Willis." Before Willis finished speaking, Lind understood his thoughts and dissuaded him very directly. "Nymeria doesn't have much affection for Dorne. If you trying to take her to Dorne and use her blood to help you improve relations between the two places will only end up being self-defeating." Quote. "I understand." Velis quickly understood what Lind meant, and said with a self-deprecating smile, "Master Moore has always said that I was too young and didn't understand the ways of the world. I didn't think so before, but now it seems that that's right." Fortimo comforted him and said, "Lord Velis, you have behaved very well." Willis smiled, obviously not taking Fortimo's words to heart, and then asked curiously, "You have met Prince Oberon, what do you think of him?" "He is a very charming person," Lind said truthfully, "if I had not joined the Tyrell family and he invited me at that time, I think I would have followed him to Dorne without hesitation." When Willis heard Lind's words, not only did he not show any displeasure, but he said, "Happily, fortunately, Garland met you Lord Lind first, otherwise our Tyrell family would have lost a legendary figure." Quote. The guards present had no objection to Velis's statement. In their opinion, having such a giant beast as a pet was indeed worthy of being a legendary figure. However, if Velis was talking about another Lind, if the title of the best swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms is spread, then they may be a little dissatisfied. At this time, Fortimo suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Since you met the Red Viper, you should have also competed, right? What was the result?" Lind did not answer this question, but just looked at Fortimo with a smile. Fortimo didn't ask further, and he seemed to see the answer from Linda's expression. Velis looked at the dumb way of communication between the two with interest. Big Cat is leaving," Marjorie shouted, pointing at Glory who was about to leave. Quietly, Lind looked at Glory and waved to it, indicating that it could leave. Glory felt relieved and quickly jumped to the roof. After a few leaps, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Lind led Velis and others into the house, and the guards waited outside the house under Velis's order. After entering the house, Velis immediately saw the lost knight suit placed on the armor stand. He liked spear duels very much, and naturally also liked knight armor. Linda's knight armor was obviously similar to the current knight of the Seven Kingdoms. The knight's armor was completely different, and the difference lay not only in the style, but also in the structure of the armor. In the eyes of people who don't understand, there is no difference between the full body armor of the homeless knight and the full body armor of ordinary knights. However, only people like Velis who understand the structure of the knight's armor know that there is a huge difference between the two. The simplest difference is that the joint locks of knight's armor are much more flexible than those of current knight's armor. The more flexible joints mean that knights equipped with this kind of knight's armor can make more movements. "Sir Lind, can you pick it up and take a look?" Velis asked Lind very politely. Of course. Lind nodded. He was not worried about the full body armor of the homeless knight being imitated. In fact, when he took out the drawings, he had considered the issue of being imitated. However, he knew very well that even if it was imitated, few people would be able to put on such a full body armor. Even if it could be put on, it would be very difficult to fight normally. Just as Lind had guessed, when Velas picked up the simplest armor, he had already rejected the possibility of imitation in his mind. The main reason why he changed his mind so quickly was because the armor was too heavy. The joint lock is flexible and can make more movements, which inevitably means that the joint lock needs to withstand more friction, impact and twisting, so the strength of the joint lock must be increased. Unless Valyrian steel is used, the only way to enhance the strength of joint locks is to increase the thickness of the locks. This makes one lock on the Homeless Knight's full armor equivalent to 2 locks on normal armor. Big or small. And more importantly, as the number of locks increases, the steel armor pieces connected to the locks will naturally also thicken. If one armor piece thickens, the other armor pieces must also thicken accordingly, otherwise there will be brittle spots. Crack easily. In this way, the thickness of the entire Homeless Knight's full body armor is twice that of other full body armor, and the weight is more than twice as high. It would be difficult for ordinary people to move around wearing such heavy armor, let alone fight. Lord Lind, can you still fight wearing this armor? Velas put the armor in his hand back on the shelf and asked extremely curiously. Lind didn't speak, just smiled. Velas immediately sensed the bewildered exchange between Fortimo and Lind just now, and instantly understood what Lind meant. Then, he said, I really want to see you, Lord Lind, fighting in this armor. Lind said in a deep voice. Master Velas, you have to pray that we can encounter enough enemies on the way to Divine Grace City. Chapter 80 Towering Tower. In the following days, Velas basically stayed with Lind, even for meetings to discuss various matters regarding going to the City of Divine Grace. He would summon Lind to discuss specific matters with the young dignitaries of the Reach. Although Lind was asked by Velas to discuss matters, Lind knew that if he really put forward his opinions, he would not be accepted by these young dignitaries in the Reach. This time going to Dorne, almost all the nobles and lords who were friendly with the Tyrell family sent their heirs or second sons. In addition to wanting to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the heirs of the Tyrell family, it is also to train these young, powerful people. Every time Lind attended such a meeting, he was fully armed, even wearing a helmet, and then stood aside like a sculpture, saying nothing. Only when Velas really asked him for his opinion, only then did he respond casually. Highgarden paid more attention to Velas's trip to Dorne than the trip to King's Landing led by Garland half a year ago. This time, there were 2,000 ordinary soldiers and 300 mercenaries, knights, plus the sworn knights sent by various lords and nobles to protect their heirs and second sons. The total number of knights is as high as more than 500. If you include the attendants and servants of these knights, the number will be at least doubled. This is only the number of combatants. The number of accompanying servants and other support personnel also reached more than 1,000. Such a large number of people looked more like they were going to Dorne to fight than to participate in a tourney. Velas once raised objections to the Duke of Metz about the large number of people. He thought that he only needed to bring knights, and there was no need for so many soldiers to accompany him. However, the Duke refused on the grounds of safety. Even the Queen of Thorns, who had always looked down on the Duke, agreed with the Duke's decision. Linda's position was also arranged the next day. As expected by most people who knew the situation, he was to serve as the escort captain for Velas. The Lear family also specially arranged 20 knights to listen to him. These 20 knights are not ordinary sworn knights, but personal knights trained by the Tyrell family since childhood. Their loyalty is self-evident. And they were only 20 people in name. In fact, including the 20 knights, attendants and accompanying warriors, the number of people who actually obeyed Linda's orders was more than 100. Originally, Lind thought that if he wanted to truly command these 20 knights and their attendants, he would need to spend some effort, such as showing off his strength, but it turned out that it was not necessary at all. The 20 knights were completely obedient. He is better than the people he left in Tengshi town. After the White Crow from the Cardinal Chancellor of the Academy sent the weather report, That there would not be much wind or rain in the summer sea for 2 months. The team from the City of Divine Grace also left Highgarden and headed towards the Old Town along the Rose Avenue. Go in the direction. The choice of route to Divine Grace City has been the most discussed issue in the past 2 days. Velas himself meant to take Prince's Pass, then pass through Sandstone City and Hellgate Castle, and then go north to Euronwood City and Thor City. Next, go south to the City of Divine Grace, so that the team can pass through the territory of most of the Lords of Dorne. He can also have some exchanges with these Lords of Dorne during this journey too. Prepare for the peace agreement in advance. But Willis's decision was opposed by the vast majority of people, because it was too dangerous to take this road. The relationship between the Lords of Dorne and the river bend on this road was very bad, and many even had feuds. If one of them suddenly becomes impulsive, the team will be in danger of being besieged, and it will be difficult to even escape. So after everyone discussed it, they finally chose another safer route, which was to take Rose Avenue, go south to Old Town, then take a boat from Old Town, pass through the Summer Sea, arrive at Sunspear City, and then leave from Greenblood River, go upstream to reach the City of Divine Grace. The team walked on the road for 19 days before arriving at the Old Town. The journey was smooth and did not encounter any danger. After all, this was an army of thousands of people. No matter how stupid the bandits were, they knew how to avoid this team. The only thing that made Linda felt that the trouble was that this journey was a bit too boring. However, the knights who participated in this trip to Dorne did not think so. They seemed to regard this trip as a rare knight exchange meeting. Every day when they set up camp, they would gather together for a small martial arts tournament. The heirs and second sons of the lords and nobles in the team would also be there to cheer for their knights. The whole team felt more like it was an outing, not like a normal march. Lind reminded Velas on the road that he should restrain the behavior of the knights and keep the army in its proper marching state. However, Velas felt that it was still safe now and asked everyone to relax. It didn't matter. He would wait until Dorne to make any further decisions. It's not too late to change. In this regard, Lind said nothing more. In his opinion has been expressed. In the end, whether one listens or not depends on the person who listens. There is no need for him to continue to waste his words. Therefore, during the subsequent trip, Lind never made any suggestions. He only said a few words when arranging the guard tasks of his knights. He usually stood next to Velas, like a sculpture. If it weren't for him, from time to time, he would reach out and touch the glory on his side. Maybe everyone who saw him would think that the man wearing 4 swords in front of him was a dummy. When the team was gathering, the appearance of Glory caused quite a stir. Its reputation among the knights was even much greater than that of Lind. Many knights got to know Lind through Glory. As for Linda's so-called 7 kingdoms, the reputation of the first swordsman has never been taken seriously by these knights. They all think that Lind's reputation is earned through bragging. However, even if they looked down on Lind, they were not stupid enough to challenge Velas's guard captain, especially after seeing Lind training Glory to tear a wooden dummy wearing plate armor into pieces. Will provoke Lind. Velas also discovered that Lind was incompatible with the knights and nobles in the team. He also tried to improve this situation, but neither party was very cooperative, so he left it alone. After arriving in Old Town, Velas decided to stay here for 2 days. Firstly, he wanted to prepare enough ships to carry the army. Secondly, he needed to meet with the Hightower family in Old Town, various nobles in Old Town, and then go to the academy to meet them. The Magi therein went to the Temple of the Stars to pray. As the mother family of Willis, the Hightower family also attaches great importance to Willis's trip, so when there is still 1 day's journey from the Old Town, they have already sent the heir of the Hightower family, Willis's uncle Baylor. Hightower went to greet them and prepared a camp for thousands of troops outside the Old Town early. After the team arrived, Villas and the noble knights in the team also packed their bags and went to the towering tower of the Hightower family in the evening to attend the prepared dinner. Although Lind's status was not enough for him to attend such a purely aristocratic dinner, As the captain of Villas's bodyguard, he was also invited, but his 20 accompanying knights were arranged outside the castle, waiting. As one of the oldest buildings in Westeros, the Towering Tower is undoubtedly the most eye-catching landmark in Old Town. Far away from the Old Town, you can see the ever-extinguishing flame at the top of the Towering Tower burning in the clouds and mist. Even Lind, who is used to seeing tall buildings, can't help but be shocked by this sight. Although Lind does not know the specific height of the Towering Tower, he can roughly estimate it to be at least 200 to 300 meters. A building of this height may not be an unusual building in modern times with advanced technology, but it is so unusual in the world of ice and fire. It's as special as a miracle. The Great Wall of Impasse may be about the same height as the Towering Tower, but the thickness and width of the wall of the Great Wall of Impasse are far greater than that of the Towering Tower. Coupled with the extremely cold environment in the north, the entire wall is frozen, making it stronger. This prevented the Great Wall from collapsing. But the Towering Tower is different. It is built up of stones, and there is no reinforced concrete structure to support it. The foundation at the bottom is directly built on the reef island near the coast of Jungjin Island. No matter how you look at it, the foundation is not enough to support the weight of the entire tower. Normally, the tower should have sunk to the bottom of the sea due to its own weight. In addition, the Towering Tower is located on a warm and humid seaside. The corrosiveness of the sea breeze itself is extremely destructive to any building. However, this building has stood here for thousands of years without any corrosion on the surface, as if the entire building feels like it has been frozen in time. The only reason that can explain the Towering Tower's existence to this day is magic. I think the Hightower family knows this very well, so most members of the Hightower family in the past generations have been extremely obsessed with magic research. What makes people feel ridiculous is that the school city next to the Towering Tower is the most anti-magic organization in the entire Westeros continent. This organization regards magic and other mysteries as taboo doctrines, and only a few people can learn them. However, as the money behind the school city, the Lord's Hightower family is keen on magic, and there are even rumors that the tower's collection of occult books is 10 times that of the Academy. The moment Lind followed Velas to the tower, he knew that all the rumors about the tower were true. In his eyes, the tower was not just a huge building, there are patterns composed of a large number of mysterious powers. These patterns are like dragon runes, giving this building some magical power. Moreover, Lind also saw some resentful soul energy containing dragon souls on this building, but it was different from the resentful soul energy that Lind saw in other places. The resentful soul energy here was bound by the patterns on the surface of the Towering Tower. It lived, squeezed into the tower body, and became part of the Towering Tower. It is rumored that the Zonjan Island where the Towering Tower is located was once a dragon's lair, with several dragons entrenched here. Later, the ancestors of the Hightower family came here, slaughtered these dragons, occupied the Zonjan Island, and finally built this Towering Tower. Regarding this legend, people in the Seven Kingdoms believe that this is the Hightower family trying to put money on their ancestors' faces, but Lind can be sure that this rumor about the Hightower family is true, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the shackles bound on the Towering Tower. Where did these dragon souls come from? Lind could see the unusual aspects of the Towering Tower, and Glory could naturally see it too. Although it coveted the resentful soul energy attached to the Towering Tower, it was unable to absorb and devour it, because the binding power of the Towering Tower itself was far away. It is stronger than its natural devouring power, which makes it a little anxious. When entering the banquet hall of Blackstone Fortress, Lind left Glory outside the hall. After all, bringing such a giant beast to the banquet was an extremely rude act. Even the old town nobles who attended the banquet were very dissatisfied with Glory, the giant beast. Curious. However, Lind did not stay at the banquet for too long, because he sensed that Glory outside the hall was extremely agitated by the power of the Towering Tower, and some nobles even desperately came to Glory's side, teasing Glory, and then if it continues, the Glory of releasing all the ferocious emotions will probably tear everyone around him into pieces. I'll buy it for 1,000 gold dragons. When Lind came out of the hall in time to appease Glory, an old town noble suddenly said. Lind turned to look at the noble, then took out a silver deer from his pocket, put it in his hand, and said, I will buy you for a silver deer. The noble was stunned at first, and soon realized that Lind was mocking him for being only worth a silver deer. His face became extremely ugly, and the other old town nobles who were watching the excitement burst into laughter. Facing the ridicule around him, the nobleman had a look of resentment on his face. He was about to say some threatening words to Lind, but Lind said first, you'd better not speak again. If I will feel very scared when I hear any threatening words. If I am scared, I can't help but want to completely eliminate the threat. How do you think I will solve the threat? Quote. When he said these words, Lind not only looked at the noble, but also glanced at the other old town nobles around him. The murderous aura from the peace messenger and the homeless knight also emanated from his body. The laughter around him stopped instantly, and it was so quiet that even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone looked at Lind in horror. In their eyes, there seemed to be a layer of cold black mist around the armor of the homeless knight that Lind wore. A pair of bloody eyes full of strange aura were revealed from the gaps in the helmet, as if there was a terrifying monster hidden under the helmet that wanted to swallow them at any time. After giving these nobles a lesson, Lind restrained the murderous aura in his body, and before these nobles could recover from the shock, he left the open space in front of the hall with Glory and went to the small garden on the side. Not long after Lind left, these nobles recovered from the shock. Many of them had weak feet and had to rely on things around them to stand. At the same time, everyone also smelled a strong smell of urine. Obviously more than one person was scared to death just now. At this moment, they had no time to resent Lind and left one after another, going back to change their clothes so as not to be smelled and become more embarrassed. And this scene was also seen by many people. They did not directly feel the strong, murderous aura that the two characters had accumulated in Linda's life, so they did not know what was going on with those nobles. The only thing they knew was that there was a slight conflict between the nobleman and the captain of Villas's bodyguard. So, someone told Willis and Leighton Hightower, Earl of Towering Tower, about this matter at the banquet respectively. However, what is interesting is that both people had the same reaction after hearing this incident. They did not take it to heart at all, as if it had never happened. Chapter 81 Moroa Hightower. Chapter 81 Moroa Hightower. The Blackstone Fortress was originally built as a military fortress, and the facilities inside are naturally military facilities. The small garden was built later, and the garden is also very small. After looking at the garden in the High Garden, and then looking at the garden in the Towering Tower, it can no longer be described as simple. However, for some young men and women, such a secret little garden is also a rare place of happiness. It was just their bad luck. When Lind led Glory into the garden, they were all frightened and got out of the flowers. They picked up the clothes they had not had time to put on and ran out in a hurry. Soon the garden only Lind and Glory were left. Although Glory was calmed down by Lind just now, its anxiety caused by the towering tower has not weakened, and it is still affecting its mood, causing it to keep walking back and forth in the garden open space, and looking up from time to time. The dragon's soul, bound by the towering tower, opened its mouth and let out a low roar full of unwillingness. Lind did not impose too many restrictions on Glory. He also stood in the garden, raising his head and looking at the towering tower. However, he was not looking at the resentful soul energy and dragon souls, but was looking at the hidden energy on the towering tower. The patterns of mysterious power. This was the first time that Lind saw a magical creation with a complete system. Although he could not understand the meaning of the patterns on it at all, he still felt that most of these contents might be good for him. You saw it too, right? Just when Lind was trying to memorize the patterns on the towering tower, a sound of footsteps came from not far away. Lind turned his head and looked over, only to see a man wearing black jewels, a woman wearing gauze clothes and dressing more like a Dornish person, walked up to Lind and asked Lind very directly. Lind did not answer her, but saluted with an indifferent expression, "Mrs. Moroya." The woman frowned and corrected, "Wrong, I am Miss Moroya, I don't have a husband yet." The woman in front of her was Moroa Hightower, the eldest daughter of Earl Leyden and sister of Duchess Ellery, a member of Hightower known as the Mad Woman. On the way to Old Town, Velas had chatted with Lind about some of the noble families in Old Town, and the Hightower family was naturally the most important one. It's just that when Willis talked about other members of the Hightower family, he only mentioned them in one or two sentences, but when he mentioned his aunt, Moroa Hightower, it seemed that he had endless things to talk about. Although outsiders say that Moroya is a crazy woman, Velas admires his aunt very much. Because when he was a teenager, he disguised himself as a man and sneaked into the city. In just a few years, 7 links were forged and he was qualified to study the occult. However, her identity was discovered later, and she had unauthorized access to some sealed taboo knowledge, so the Academy deprived her of all her links and drove her out of the Academy. According to outside rumors, this incident was a huge blow to her. It caused her to become crazy later. However, some people say that the reason why she went crazy was because she accidentally came into contact with forbidden knowledge while studying the mystical sciences in the school city. The mysterious power contained in the forbidden knowledge eventually led to her insanity and madness. Velas mentioned that Earl Leyden had investigated the origin of the rumors about Moroya's madness and found that most of these rumors were made by some enemies of the Hightower family. There are only 2 things that are really related to madness. One is that Moroya often does some weird experiments in her exclusive alchemy room. Many servants and soldiers of the Towering Tower have seen some of them. The mutilated carcass of an unknown animal was carried out of her alchemy room and burned on the rocks outside the Blackstone Fortress. Another thing is that Moroya would often stare at the wall of the Towering Tower in a daze late at night, and then say some incomprehensible words. Although Earl Leyden tried to prevent these bad reputations from spreading in Old Town, the effect was very small in the end. In addition, Moroya didn't care, so Earl Leyden gave up. Although the bad reputation of the Mad Woman has been spreading in Old Town, Moroya doesn't care at all, because since she was expelled from the school city, she has been staying in her room and the alchemy room in the Towering Tower, rarely having contact with the outside world. Reputation is meaningless to her, not even as important as a measuring cup in her alchemy stone room. Over time, this reputation gradually spread to the 7 kingdoms. For a banquet like today to entertain the heir of High Court and his own grandson, Earl Leyden naturally wanted all his family members to be present, so Moroya also appeared at the banquet. However, when she appeared, the entire banquet hall became quiet. The reason for the silence was not only because of Moloya's previous bad reputation, but also because Moloya, who had not appeared in front of outsiders for many years, was still so young and beautiful. You must know that Moloya is only 1 year younger than Baelor Hightower, the eldest son of Earl Leyden, but she and Baelor Hightower look like a father and daughter when they stand together, and they look like a father and daughter when they stand together with Earl Leyden. She was like a grandchild, and even when she stood next to Linus Hightower, the youngest of their sisters, she looked younger than Linus. In addition to age, Moloya also has the beauty that every Hightower woman has. Even in the eyes of everyone, Moloya's beauty far exceeds that of other Hightower women, even the one known as the Towering Tower. Star's Linus Hightower is also much inferior to her. All in all, Moroya's age is like that of a young girl who has just grown up, but her beauty looks so mature and elegant. 2 contrasting temperaments appear on her body at the same time, giving her an extra alluring charm. At that moment, many people completely forgot about Moroya's bad reputation that had been circulating for many years, and felt that they should marry her home. Some people even remembered Moroya's bad reputation and thought it didn't matter. This beauty is enough to heal all the bad reputation. However, compared to others, Lynn saw a different scene in Moroya. I saw some special energy entangled in Moroya's body. Some of this energy emanated from Her body, and some came from the surrounding walls, but most of it came from the black gem necklace around her neck. Obviously, it is not just a rumor that the Hightowers are extremely proficient in various mysteries. From the special energy of Moroya, it can be determined that the Hightowers should have mastered very ancient and profound magic knowledge and can cultivate real magic on their own. Magicians, not jugglers who claim to be magicians. Moreover, the woman in front of her with a gemstone veil covering her head and a black gemstone necklace around her neck reminded Lind of another woman who also possessed powerful witchcraft, the red-robed Melisandre. Lind stayed away from such a nagging person, even if he really possessed some powerful supernormal power, so after the banquet started, he kept a low profile as much as possible. And then left the banquet hall quietly. However, what he didn't expect was that Moloa Hightower would come to the small garden and take the initiative to talk to him, and she seemed to know that she could see the patterns on the towering tower. You can see things on the towering tower, right? Seeing Lind not answering immediately, Moroya asked again. However, Lind had no intention of admitting it, and asked pretending to be confused, "Is there something on the towering tower? I don't quite understand what you said, miss." Moroya. Moroya looked at Lind expressionlessly. His eyes seemed to penetrate Linda's helmet, and he saw the face behind the helmet and the expression on his face. Suddenly, Moroya reached out to grab Linda's helmet, trying to take it off, but Lind grabbed his arm and pushed it away gently. "Miss Moroya, please don't do anything rude." Linda's calm voice came from the helmet. "Do you know what they call me?" Moroya rubbed his arms, without any look of annoyance, but came closer again and said. Lind asked, "Do you know what they call me?" Moloya was stunned and didn't understand why Lind would suddenly ask such a question. But when she was about to continue asking Lind, she suddenly felt a heat coming from behind her, and along with this heat there was a wave of heat. An extremely strong sense of danger. Moroya couldn't help but turn her head to look behind her, and then at this moment Glory stretched his head over her shoulder. Her eyes met Glory's vertical pupils, and she was immediately stunned. When Moroya entered the small garden just now, Glory's body was completely in the shadows, passively triggering its hiding ability, and was not seen by Moroya. So much so that she now has no idea where this huge monster that suddenly appeared came from. The only thing she knows clearly is that she can see hunger in the eyes of this monster. This monster seems to be very hungry and is planning to kill the monster. She used it as food to satisfy her hunger. Just when Moroya was panicking to the extreme and wanted to shout loudly, he saw an armored hand pressing on the head of the terrifying monster behind him, and then pushing it aside. Moroya saw the hunger in the monster's eyes disappear in an instant, and he moved his head away obediently. When his hand left his head, he leaned over and licked Lind's palm. And then walked away. Only then did Moroya see the full picture of the monster clearly, and realized that the monster was an unusually huge shadow lynx. Only then did she remember what she had heard the old town nobles and their servants discussing on the way to the small garden. "Who are you?" Moroya couldn't help the horror and curiosity in his heart, and asked towards the full armored knight in front of him who was obviously the master of the monster. Moroya has not been in contact with the outside world for a long time. She has always stayed in the towering tower, indifferent to the outside world, and specialized in studying the mysterious knowledge in the family collection. So in her current understanding, the Targaryen dynasty is still outside, and she doesn't know that the dynasty has changed for more than a year. Naturally, she doesn't know about Lind, a new legend whose reputation has spread throughout Westeros in the past 6 months. She originally planned to attend the banquet this time as usual, and then go back to her room to continue reading the book she had not finished before. It was just that she found that in the banquet hall, among a group of nobles in gorgeous costumes, there was a knight wearing full armor and even a helmet on his head who stood out, even though this person was standing in a corner after arriving at the banquet hall. Without talking to anyone, still attracts the attention of many people. Most of the people who paid attention to this knight focused on the knight's gorgeous armor, but she was different. She could tell at a glance that the hilts of the pair of big Swords on the knight's waist were made of dragon bones. It was made, and she could also feel some magic power faintly emanating from the pair of knight's swords. This is the second time she has seen something related to magic in places other than the Towering Tower. The last time she saw such a thing was in a forbidden secret room in the school city. So with strong curiosity, she did not return to her room, but followed Linda's whereabouts and came to the small garden. She happened to see Lind looking up at the outer wall of the Towering Tower, which also made her guess what she was seeing. This full-armored knight should be able to see something related to magic just like her. This made her extremely excited, knowing that after so many years, she had never met anyone in the same situation as herself. Even though her father, Earl Layton, had always believed that she had special abilities, like some of her ancestors, and supported her in learning magic and witchcraft, she still felt lonely and out of tune with the world. This was what she wanted to do. On the Towering Tower, the reason why I don't want to have contact with the outside world. Now she suddenly discovered that a person had the same ability as her. It was like a person who had been on a desert island for more than 10 years and suddenly discovered a similar person. The excitement in her heart could not be suppressed, making her completely forget about any etiquette. Walk directly to the other party and ask the other party. As for now, even though she was frightened, she still did not give up contact with Lind. Miss Moroya, you should go back to the banquet. That's where you should stay. Lind could feel that the woman in front of him was a big trouble, so he would inevitably cause trouble. He adopted a cold attitude to let the other party know retreat from difficulty. Moroya looked at Lind and felt obvious indifference. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have given up. Without saying anything more, she turned and left the small garden. Although Moroya left happily, Lind felt that the matter might not be over yet, and the trouble this woman brought to him might have just begun. Afterwards, the trouble that Lind was worried about did not appear until the banquet was over and the servant found Lind. Moroya did not appear again. The nobles who attended the banquet all left, and the noble knights who followed Velas also returned to the camp outside the city, while Velas did not leave, but stayed in the Towering Tower, because he will go to meet several big nobles in the old town early tomorrow morning, and then go to the school city to visit, and then go to the Starry Church for a sacramental prayer ceremony the day after tomorrow. The time is very tight, and it will be a waste to enter the city from outside the old town. A lot of time. Lind also stayed as the personal guard captain, and was arranged next to Velas's room, which was the second floor of the Towering Tower. The window of the room faced the old town, and he could see the whole of the old town clearly from there. Different from the outside of the tower, there are no patterns containing mysterious power inside the tower, nor is there any resentful soul energy. It is as if all the extraordinary powers are fixed on the wall, and glory has become much quieter because of this. Sir Lind, can I come in? When Lind took off his armor, took off his sword, and was about to rest, Velas suddenly knocked on the door and asked. Lind frowned, turned around, walked over, opened the door, and said to Velas, who had changed into casual clothes, please come in, Lord Velas. Velas walked in, closed the door, and then asked casually, Master Lind, are you still used to living here? This is at least better than the military camp. Lind replied. Velas added, you didn't seem to eat at the banquet just now. I asked. Lind sighed and said, Mr. Velas, you came here to see me, you shouldn't just ask me if I am living well and if I have something to eat. You should just explain your purpose of coming. Velas smiled awkwardly, then took a deep breath and said with a serious face, Lord Lind, what do you think of my Aunt Moroya Hightower? Chapter 82 An Unusual School City. After hearing what Velas said, Lind couldn't help but sigh. He knew there was trouble, but he didn't expect Velas to be the one who caused the trouble. Linda's answer was somewhat off topic and said, Lord Velas, I just turned 16 last month, and I'm only a few years older than you. Velas was stunned when he heard this, looking a little embarrassed, and said, age is actually not a problem. You have also seen Ms. Moroya. She looks more like my sister. Wait. Lind stopped Velas and asked, Mr. Velas, how did you know that this Ms. Moroya wants to marry me? After the banquet just now, she specifically found her grandfather and asked about you. Velas said truthfully, Grandpa told me that this was the first time she had asked a man about you in more than 10 years. As he said, after a pause, he looked at Lind again and said, another servant saw you and Ms. Moroya having a tryst in the small garden. When she left, her face was very rosy, like. Velas didn't say any more, and Lind also understood what he didn't say, and he couldn't explain it. Who told Moroya Hightower to leave in such a state that people would be disappointed after seeing it? The appearance of people daydreaming. I didn't do anything. All Lind could do was deny. I think so too. Ms. Moroya is not that kind of person, and neither are you. Velas looked at Lind with trust in his eyes, and then said with an embarrassed look on his face, but the servants of the Tower of Heaven. Lind interrupted Velas's next words and said coldly, why do we keep such talkative servants, waiting for them to spread the secrets of the master's family casually? Velas smiled awkwardly, feeling a little regretful about coming to Lind. Lind asked, Lord Velas, did you decide to come to me on your own, or was it Earl Layton's intention? Velas said truthfully, my grandfather meant this, but he didn't say it clearly. I also think that it is a good thing to be related to you, Sir Lind, so I took the initiative to come to you and ask, and it is better for me to ask. Grandfather comes in person, at least there is room for relaxation. Quote, Lind said in a deep voice, I think you should ask Ms. Moroya first. This is just a misunderstanding. Don't let the misunderstanding get out of hand. I understand. Velas thought for a while, said nothing more, apologized again, stood up and left Lind's room. The next morning, Lind accompanied Velas to visit several major nobles and sea merchants in Old Town, and followed him to the Rose Bank opened in Old Town by the Tyrell family. During this period of time, Velas did not mention the matter of Moroya Hightower again, as if the conversation last night had never happened, and Moroya Hightower did not appear in front of Lind again. Appeared. When he returned to the towering tower at noon, Lind also heard the guards discussing that throughout the morning, several vassal nobles of the Hightower family had sent people to propose to Earl Layton, requesting to marry Moroya Hightower. In more than 10 years, since she had a bad reputation as a mad woman, this was the first time that a noble asked to marry Moroya Hightower, which made people feel surprised. However, this is not a surprise to Lind. After Moroya Hightower, who has not appeared in public for more than 10 years, showed her amazing beauty yesterday, such proposals will not stop. Now it is just Old Town. Some of the nobles, and maybe some nobles from the Reach will join in soon. For the vast majority of ordinary nobles, being able to marry Moroya Hightower is simply killing multiple birds with one stone. First of all, of course, he can get a beautiful wife. Even if the wife is a little crazy, compared to the rich dowry that this wife can bring, this madness is nothing. The second is to be able to get the support of the Hightowers, and then obtain a leap in identity and status. The most important point is to be able to become an in-law with the Tyrell family, the Lord of the Reach, which is very important for any noble of the Reach. Everything is extremely important. Who do you think Earl Layton will choose as my aunt's husband? During lunch, Velas suddenly asked inexplicably. Although he did not clearly indicate who he was asking, Lind could still feel that the question was directed at him. Therefore, he completely pretended not to hear and said nothing. On the contrary, the nobles around Velas answered the question in all directions. Seeing Lind pretending to be deaf and dumb, Velas couldn't help but shrug it off, casually. Said a few perfunctory words to the other nobles, and didn't ask any more questions. In the afternoon, Velas went to the school as planned and met with several doctors from the school. The school city is located on the banks of the Mead River. It is composed of more than a dozen tall, broad stone towers and dome houses. Each tower and dome house is a library, which contains countless books. Almost all the buildings in the school city are built on stone platform foundations with a height of about 10 meters. Such a high foundation not only avoids disasters such as high tides and tsunamis, but also avoids moisture on the ground, which has a negative impact on the library. Book collections cause havoc. Because of this, all the buildings are connected by huge stone arch bridges. The bachelors' dormitories are all built on the stone arch bridges, and the entire school city has only one exit at the main entrance. If there is a danger such as war, the bachelors can close the gate of the school city, so that the flames of war can be completely blocked outside the school city. However, sometimes the bachelors would let in some people who were fleeing the war and let them stay in the open space between the foundations of the school city to wait for the war to end. Because the school city is a very special place, when Velas was having a private interview with these doctors, Lind and other people wearing weapons were not allowed to enter the school city and could only wait at the desk. Only some nobles who had studied in the school city and some consultants with bachelor's status were allowed to accompany Velas into the school city. Lind felt a little regretful that he was not able to enter the library of the school city and saw the star tracker built by scholars in this world, but he was quickly attracted by the bookshelf on the desk. The owners of these bookstalls are all assistant bachelors of the school. The books on the bookstalls are all books defined by the school as open to the public. These bookstalls also provide some specific copying commissions, specifically copying the books on the bookstalls for some people. There are no books, but there are books in the library, and most of the assistant bachelors who come here to set up stalls are just poor children. Although it does not cost money to come to the school to learn knowledge, it does require living and eating here. Therefore, the school uses this method to allow these assistant bachelors to get some income to prevent these assistant bachelors from giving up their studies because they cannot afford to eat. Lind glanced at the books on the bookstalls. Most of them were historical and biographical books. Some were the history of the 7 kingdoms, some were the family histories of ordinary lords, and some were similar to trade. Specialized books such as history, as well as other technical books such as smelting and agriculture, cannot be found here. While Lind was browsing various bookstalls, the assistant bachelors on the desk and ordinary people were also looking at Lind and the glory around him. In the morning, when Lind accompanied Velas to visit various old town nobles, glory had already caused quite a stir. Now when he arrived at the clerical desk, the commotion was still quite large. Many bachelors engaged in biological research rushed there. Come here, I want to record the physiological details of the mutated shadow lynx like glory. Although these bachelors are all nerds who are full of books, it does not mean that they are the kind of people who are desperate for research. They are also afraid of danger. When Glory starts to let out a threatening growl and makes an attack posture, each of them was very smart to stay away from Glory and hid in a safe place. This situation did not end until Velas came out of the school city. Lind also picked out a few books during this time and planned to read them on the ship to Sunspear. After all, they would be at sea for a long time after leaving Old Town. It would be very painful if there was nothing to kill the time during this period. The reason why I only picked a few sets was mainly because books were very expensive. And even just a few sets cost Lind several gold dragons. The city has been able to make paper a long time ago, but that kind of paper is very brittle and not tough enough. If the surrounding environment is too dry, it will break. If it is too humid, it will become moldy easily. Therefore, this kind of paper is mostly used for making paper. Raven letterhead. Formal books still use parchment, which is one of the reasons why book prices remain high. As for another reason why books are so expensive, all the books here are copied by assistant maesters by hand. A Book of Kings, which records the historical changes of the early kings of the 7 kingdoms, requires an assistant maester to copy for more than a month. Only then can I finish copying. Because the assistant bachelor's copying of books is not just about copying the text, there are also a large number of pictures that need to be drawn in the books. The branches and other patterns on each page of the book must also be copied exactly the same, because among these patterns, there may be some secret information hidden that is not known to the public. Expensive books also reminded Lind of papermaking and printing. He was thinking that Maybe when he had a certain level of strength, he could use these two tools to make money and attract talents. However, this idea only turned around twice in his mind before he rejected it, because it is not known whether these two sharp tools can make money or attract talents, but it is certain that they will definitely offend the school city to death. Because the reason why the Academy has a transcendent status in the continent of Westeros is entirely because the Academy has mastered the knowledge. But once printing and papermaking technology are brought out, and a large number of books appear in various cities in the Seven Kingdoms at extremely low prices, there is no doubt that the impact on the school city will be the greatest, which will directly lead to him becoming a scholar, the city's mortal enemy. As for dedicating papermaking and printing to the school city in order to gain the school city's friendship, this was even beyond Lin's consideration. Not to mention whether papermaking and printing can win the friendship of the school. Even if he can, the benefits he will ultimately get from it will probably be very small, and there will be a lot of troubles. For example, the school will be worried that he will spread papermaking and printing. Go out and wait. After giving up the idea, Lind followed Velas and left the school city. At this moment, Velas's face was not particularly good looking. It must be that his purpose of going to the school city was not achieved. However, his mood quickly improved a lot later in the evening, because the school specially sent 3 books as gifts for Velas' trip. Among these 3 books, one is the book, Miracles, written by Lomas the Longlegs. The author is an ancestor of the Tyrell family who came to study in the city, and the other is written by Maester Mattis. 9 Voyages, mainly tells about the 9 great voyages of Curly's Velaryon. The last one is part of the book, Weapons of War, written by Amidon. Except for the book, Miracle, which has special value because of its author, the other 2 books are of great value in themselves. For example, the book, 9 Voyages, is a private collection of the sea serpent Velaryon's family. It records the customs of the city-states and kingdoms along the Essos continent, and also records in detail several routes that have not been discovered yet, and each of them there is huge wealth hidden in the routes. Almost every merchant and voyager hopes to get a copy of 9 Voyages. Unfortunately, this book has always been hidden on the island of the Velaryon family. The book that the city has given to Velas now should be a copy, and it is not difficult to tell from the ink marks that it was copied recently. As for Amidon's book, Weapons of War, its value is far greater than that of 9 Voyages. Even if the book, Weapons of War, is only a part. Amidon was a Valyrian who lived during the heyday of the Valyrian Free Fortress. His specific identity is unknown. We can only judge who he should be based on the fact that most of his handed-down works describe war. A Valyrian general, Amidon's Arms of War, not only records in detail the various weapons used by the Valyrian army, but also records the various strategies and tactics of the Valyrian army. It is a complete collection of Valyrian wars. However, this book has been lost due to various changes in the past, and now it is said that only the original copy of this book is hidden in Winterfell in the north. The Weapons of War, now taken out by the Academy, should have been copied by the Bachelor advisor serving Winterfell. However, the content only involves some siege equipment and some war cases, but for Willis, this is already very precious. Therefore, some of the frustration he felt in the school city in the afternoon quickly dissipated, and his mood became much happier. During dinner, he talked and laughed with the Hightowers. Because he needed to go to the Starry Cathedral for a day and night prayer ceremony the next day, Velas returned to his room very early and went to sleep. But Lind did not sleep. Just like in Highgarden, he also directed Glory to leave the towering tower, and then walked around the old town to understand the situation in the old town. Originally, he planned to ask Glory to go to the school city to see if he could sneak into the library and try to steal 1 or 2 rare forbidden books. However, when he directed Glory to the main entrance of the school city, no matter how Linda urged Glory, Glory was unwilling to approach the school city. Through the perspective of Glory, he discovered that the reason why Glory was unwilling to approach the school city was the 2 Sphinx statues at the main entrance. The 2 Sphinx Statues emitted streams of dark green light in the dark night. This light makes the Sphinx look somewhat eerie. Lind remembered that when he came to the school city during the day, the two Sphinx statues were just ordinary statues. Glory was also able to enter the school city and went to the desk behind the door, but found nothing unusual about the Sphinx statues, and now it seems that the school city is more complicated than he expected. Although I don't understand what power is contained in the Sphinx statue, from Glory's attitude, the power contained in it should be very terrifying, otherwise Glory would not be able to become so cowed. Seeing that he was stopped, Lind did not force Glory to enter the school city. Instead, he recalled him and waited for the opportunity to enter the school city again to take a look. Chapter 83 The second day in Old Town. On the third day after arriving in Old Town, Lind and Velas arrived at the Starry Cathedral in Old Town early in the morning. The Starry Cathedral is located on the cliff at the mouth of the Mead River, across the water from the Academy City on the other side of the river and the towering tower on the Conquest Island. It forms one of the three landmark buildings that dominate the Old Town. This is the starting point of the religious area of the Old Town, extending from here to the end of the dock area. There are the Sailors' Church, the Lord's Church, the Seven Temples, the House of the Virgin, and exotic temples brought by sailors and merchants, etc. Religious buildings. The entire religious area wraps up the dock area. Anyone who returns from the sea will immediately go to the corresponding shrines, churches and temples to pray, thanking the gods for allowing them to return to land safely, and leaving the old city by water. People in the town will also pray in these religious places, praying that they will have smooth sailing. As the religious center of Westeros, even though the Starry Cathedral is no longer the residence of the Archbishop, its influence has not weakened much, and because it is far away from the center of power in King's Landing, it has not been adulterated. Among those secular rites, this place has become a holy place for the devout monks and believers in the Church of the Seven Gods. Because of this, the religious laws here are also very strict, almost the same as in the school city. Knights with swords like Lind are not allowed to enter the church and can only stay in the square outside the church. Because the monks of the temple had made arrangements in advance, there was no one else in the Stars Church except the monks who accompanied Velas in praying. Even the believers were arranged to other churches. The Stars Cathedral serves Velas alone all day long, which shows that the Stars Cathedral attaches great importance to Velas. Whether Velas himself is a devout seventh god cultist is still open to question, but he appears to be a very devout seventh god cultist. Take this visit to the Starry Temple to pray, for example. He took off all his gorgeous clothes in the towering tower and put on the robes of the lowest priests of the Church of the Seven Gods. With bare feet, he started from the entrance of the Blackstone Fortress, crossing the Arch Bridge, entering the dock area, and reaching the Starry Cathedral. Throughout this not so short journey, he always followed a very ancient monk ritual of the Church of the Seven Gods, reciting a sentence from the Seven-Star Bible every 7 steps he took. Chapter. Prayers in. Almost all the people in Old Town were believers in the Church of the Seven Gods. When they saw that Willis, the heir to the Reach and the future Duke of Highgarden, was so pious, they were all excited. They stood on both sides of the road and accompanied Victoria. Lars recited prayers in a low voice, and the scene was like welcoming a saint. It wasn't until Villas was welcomed into the church by the bishop of the Starry Cathedral, and the church door slowly closed, that they dispersed with lingering interest. This prayer meeting will not end until the first ray of sunlight shines on the seven-pointed star holy symbol on the top of the Starry Temple tomorrow morning. Before that, Velas will stay in the Starry Temple. Lind divided his night guards into 2 groups and guarded several street entrances and exits in the Stars Temple Square. Others let them rest in a room next to the Stars Temple that was specially used to take care of poor believers. After that, he asked John to go to the camp outside the city to prepare for leaving Old Town tomorrow. There was no need to stay outside the Starry Cathedral. Although Lind knew very well that Velas was safe in the Starry Cathedral, he still checked around the Starry Cathedral, then found a place to sit down near the prayer room, leaned His back against the wall, concentrated, and passed Superherring to listen to the movement on the other side of the wall to determine what is going on inside the sanctuary. Glory replaced Lind, walking around the starry temple from time to check what was going on around him. Everything went smoothly and boringly, and the whole day passed like this. As the sun entered the sunset sea in the west, the sky gradually darkened. Municipal workers in the old town lit the braziers on various roads, lighting up the entire old town. Lind, who had been sitting on the wall outside the prayer room for a day, listened to the prayers through eavesdropping. He could almost memorize the entire prayers of the 7-star Bible. What impressed him was that Velas actually Tiandu prayed silently on the other side of the wall. Even though the monks around him had left, he did not stop. If he hadn't known Velas's attitude towards the gods during his conversations with Velas these days, he might have thought that Velas was an extremely devout believer of the 7 gods, just like being enshrined as a saint by the Church of the 7 Gods. Baelor the Blessed Targaryen. In fact, Velas probably wanted to make the Church of the 7 Gods think that he was someone like Baelor Targaryen, so that they could give him additional support when he became the Duke of Highgarden in the future. You must know that in the Reach, even though the Church of the 7 Gods has no armed force, their influence among the lower class people is still extremely strong. Winning over the Church of the 7 Gods is equivalent to winning over the lower class people. These are the two things that Velas had decided to accomplish before he came to Aldtown. One was to win over the school city, gain its support, and gain influence over the upper echelons of the Reach. The other was to win over the 7. The Church of God controls the influence at the bottom. However, things didn't seem to go well for the school yesterday. However, the school later sent 3 precious books to show its goodwill to Velas, which also represented another neutral attitude of the school. As for the situation at the Stars Church today, the situation is much better. Judging from the attitude of the monks at the Stars Church, things seem to be going very smoothly, because Lind heard the bishop of the Stars Church outside the prayer room and thought that Velas could not hear the sound. In this place, he praised Velas's piety to his monks more than once, and also used hints to indicate that the Starry Temple needs the support of a powerful person before it can continue to fight against the great temple of Baelor in King's Landing. After nightfall, Lind stopped snooping around the church and returned to the front square of the church. At this time, John ran over from the camp outside the city and informed Lind of some conditions in the camp. After hearing this, Lind couldn't help but frown, and felt a faint sense of uneasiness in his heart. It turned out that the aristocratic children and knight officers in charge of military affairs thought that they would go to sea tomorrow and would be floating on the sea for almost half a month, so they thought they should relax tonight, so they all ran away. We arrived at the brothel and tavern in the old town, ready to play until dawn. All these knight officers have left the military camp. Now there are only some knight attendants and low-level officers without authority in the military camp. There is no officer in charge in the military camp. Although Old Town was the territory of the Hightowers and there were no enemies around, Lind thought it was inappropriate to have the entire army command leave the barracks. And he also had a vague sense of uneasiness, thinking that something might happen. Therefore, before entering the Starry Temple as Velas, he immediately granted himself part of the army command authority under special circumstances, signed a letter of authorization, and then ordered John to return to the military camp with 10 night guards and some ordinary soldiers. Let them take charge of the army for the time being until the knightly officers return. A night guard asked worriedly, "Lord Lind, will this cause you trouble? You have already exceeded your authority by doing this. As an officer, leaving the military camp without permission from the commander-in-chief has already violated military law." Lind responded with a cold face, "It would be fine if nothing happened. They just shut up. I won't be too nosy, but if they dare to talk, I will let them know how I enforce military law in Tengshi town." Seeing that Lind had made a decision in his mind, the night guards did not say anything more. Although in their opinion, Linda's identity was not enough to compete with the Knight officers who had great nobles and great lords standing behind them, but they still vaguely felt that if those knight officers really blamed Lind for overstepping his authority and sending someone to take over the army, those knight officers would definitely suffer in the end. Time passed little by little, and soon it was late at night. Except for the areas where the pubs and brothels were located, most other places in the old town were quiet at this moment. Everything seemed very peaceful, just like last night. However, the uneasiness in Linda's heart did not disappear, but became more and more intense. Perhaps feeling something in his heart, he walked to the cliff beside the starry temple square and looked in the direction of Whispering Bay. Because there were clouds in the sky, there was no moonlight, and the sea was pitch black. Normal people could not see anything at all. However, Linda's extraordinary vision was not among those of normal people. He could vaguely see many things moving on the sea. After discovering that he could not completely see the things moving on the sea, he immediately shared it with Glory's vision. Through Glory's thermal imaging vision, he could see clearly that there were hundreds of small long ships on the sea moving at extremely fast speeds, sailing on the waters of Whispering Bay. The direction of sailing is towards the dock area of Old Town. However, the towering tower did not seem to notice these hundreds of small long ships, so it did not sound the alarm. This was obviously wrong. Lind was almost certain that the hundreds of ships were definitely pirates, and the only force that could gather so many pirates was the Ironborn of the Iron Islands. Lind didn't think much, and immediately broke away from the vision sharing of Glory. Walked quickly to the night guards under his command, and ordered with a serious look. The pirates of the Ironborn have come towards the old town, and these pirates have not been found at the towering tower, so no alarm was issued. We can't wait here for the Ironborn to land. You two immediately go to the beacon tower of the city hall and light the alarm torch. You two immediately go to the Tower of Towers and explain the situation to Lord Layton. You and I will go outside the city immediately and ask John and the others to lead the army into Old Town and cooperate with the Old Town garrison to resist the Ironborn. As for you two, immediately notify the Old Town garrison and ask them to rush to the dock for defense as soon as possible. Although Lind issued the order, the surrounding night guards were stunned in place, looking at Lind with no intention of executing the order. It's no wonder that these night guards behaved like this, because they didn't notice the Ironborn pirates that Lind mentioned at all, and the old town was also quiet. Everyone felt a little baffled by Lind's sudden move. Do you want to disobey my order as the captain of the guards? Or have you forgotten Lord Velas's instructions when entering the Starry Temple? Lind was not angry at the reaction of these night guards, but just emphasized his own authority. After Lind's reminder, the night guards also remembered that Velas did ask them not to disobey Lind's orders, but they felt that the orders Velas said were only for protecting safety, and Lind's current actions were too much. Going too far, especially asking troops from outside the city to enter the city, is simply an invasion of Old Town. If it is not done well, it may cause a breakdown in the relationship between the Tyrell family and the Hightower family. Seeing that these people still did not carry out his orders, Lind did not continue to persuade them. Instead, he walked to the door of the Stars Temple and knocked hard on the door several times. The main door did not open, but the window of the small door next to it was opened, revealing the face of a monk, looking at Lind doubtfully. I have something important to see Lord Velas, Lind said solemnly. The monk frowned and said in a deep voice, Master Velas is praying. According to the ritual, we have to wait until tomorrow morning. Lind interrupted the monk's words and said very directly, thousands of Ironmen will land at the pier in a while and loot the old town. The Starry Temple is too close to the pier. Lord Velas will be very worried here. Danger. The monk was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the quiet old town outside. He didn't look like he would be attacked at all, and showed an expression that said, Are you a fool? This is not a decision you can make. Lind continued. Lord Lind. Just a peaceful voice came from the church, and then the bishop of the Starry Church appeared behind the small window and said to Lind, Lord Lind, please believe Lord Velas. It's safe here. Even if the Ironborn you mentioned do land and attack Old Town, nothing will happen to us here. It is impossible for the Ironborn to destroy the gate of the temple, so the Ironborn are really here. Lind, you adults are the ones who need to pay attention to your safety. I understand, Lord Bishop. Lind did not continue to persuade him. He knew very well that for these religious people, completing religious rituals was more important than their lives. Since everything that needs to be done has been done, there is no need for Lind to waste any more words. He walked to the door and stood there, waiting for the subsequent developments. Glory also seemed to sense Lind's somewhat annoyed mood and became active. He walked around the square a few times and then got into the shadows of the surrounding buildings, seemingly disappearing. The night guards were puzzled when they saw Linda's somewhat crazy behavior. They looked at each other. Several of the attentive night guards walked to where Lind was standing just now and looked at the Sea of Whispering Bay. In the past, it was a pity that their eyes could not see the specific situation of the sea at all, they only saw a dead darkness. How about we send people outside the city first to inform people outside the city? If something happens here, people outside the city can respond in time. One of the night guards may think that Lind is not that casual. The person who issued the order to overstep tried to suggest. Everyone thought that this was also a solution, so they asked the two people Lind had designated before to immediately ride out of the city. About 10 minutes later, a fire broke out in the dock area that instantly attracted everyone's attention, and bursts of shouts came from the dock area. The 8 night guards outside the Starry Temple had a look of surprise on their faces. They immediately ran to the edge of the square and looked towards the dock area. Through the light produced by an ignited ship in the dock area, they saw hundreds of ships densely gathered on the sea in the dock area. These ships were filled with Ironmen and they were rushing towards the dock area. Many of them were the few ships had already rushed to the pier, and a large number of Ironborn pirates rushed from the ships and rushed towards their prey. Chapter 84 The Ironborn Attack. Seeing the tragic situation in the dock area, the night guards also realized that what Lind said before was correct. There were indeed a large number of Ironmen attacking the old town, but it was too late to follow Lind's orders now. With a little uneasiness, the night guards gathered in front of Lind, lowering their heads slightly, like a child who had made a mistake. One of them plucked up the courage and asked, "Sir, what should we do now?" Lind looked at these night guards. Although Lind was wearing a helmet and could not see his face, these night guards could still feel Lind's sharp gaze falling on them, which made them lower their heads. Even lower, I felt ashamed inside. Just when the night guard was filled with strong emotions of shame, Lind's calm voice came from the helmet and said, "Our duty is to protect the safety of Lord Velas. Lord Velas is now in the Starry Temple. What should we do?" The night guards also understood the meaning of Lind's words, and immediately spontaneously divided into 2 groups. According to the guard plan arranged by Lind, during the day, they led some ordinary guards to the entrances of the 2 streets leading to the Starry Temple Square. He found a relatively narrow position and stayed there. Lind looked at these night guards and said nothing. He neither told these night guards that this way of guarding was wrong, nor told them that the most important thing to do now was to open the door of the Starry Temple and take Velas away. It would be much safer to walk, either to the military camp outside the city or to the towering tower, than to stay here. Lind needed to use the Ironborn's attack on Oldtown to establish his prestige among the team traveling to Dornay, especially the prestige in the hearts of these night guards trained by the Tyrell family. On the way before, although these Tyrell knights would obey Lind's orders truthfully and seemed to recognize Lind's status as captain of the guard, in fact they were just pretending to be in front of Willis. More or less, he believed that Lind was not qualified to be the captain of the guard, because in their opinion, the ability of the guard captain is secondary, and loyalty is the most important, and no one in this world can be more loyal than them, the knights who are direct descendants of the Tyrell family. Lind didn't care about this, as long as these night guards could carry out his orders without compromise. Even though the behavior of those night guards who violated his orders just now was understandable, it was still true that they violated orders. If it were normal times, he would definitely punish these night guards and let them remember the consequences of disobeying his orders, but now he does not need to do anything. The Iron Man will naturally help him punish these night guards, and finally he can do it here. Those who survived the invasion of the Bottomen should be able to firmly remember the importance of obeying their orders. Lind always stood in front of the main entrance of the Starry Temple, seemingly not caring about the situation in the old town, but in fact, Lind had already asked Glory to climb onto a nearby building, and through visual sharing, he could see clearly the situation in the old town. It was obvious that the person leading this team of Ironborn was not a simple guy. He had fully understood the situation in Old Town beforehand and had made some arrangements in advance. Although Lind didn't know why the Towering Tower's watchman didn't warn, he was certain that it had something to do with the person leading the Ironborn. After the Ironborn came ashore, it looked like they were burning, killing and looting everywhere, but in fact it could be seen that the targets they attacked were carefully arranged. For example, after the Ironborn rushed to the dock, they directly attacked the resting point of the Old Town garrison in the dock area. They easily eliminated all the defensive forces of the garrison on the dock and demanded what they wanted from the warehouses filled with various goods in the dock area. After that, 4 groups of people were separated from the Ironmen. One group ran directly to the arch bridge connecting the tower in the Old Town. They pushed down various types of wood that had been prepared nearby and set them on fire on the bridge, creating a flame barrier to stop the tower. The defense force of the Zonghai Tower family rescued the city. The other 2 groups attacked 2 important strongholds of the garrison in the city hall, where the city hall was located. This was not to wipe out all the garrison, but to delay the garrison so that they could not support the dock. The last group of people quickly rushed to the gate of Old Town. It seemed that they wanted to seize the gate and completely block the Tyrell army from outside the city before they entered the city. As for the vast majority of the other Ironmen, except for some who stayed in the dock area to carry various goods, the rest rushed to the business district and wealthy areas of the Old Town, looting without any worries. Although through various plans, the Ironborn now seem to have the upper hand, and the entire Old Town has everything they want, but in fact Old Town is not without resistance. Although the 2 main forces of the Old Town garrison were held back by the Ironborn, they also held back some of the most elite members of the Ironborn, greatly reducing the pressure on other places. In addition, there are a large number of maritime merchants in Old Town. These merchants have been doing business abroad all year round and have encountered countless dangers. They are experienced warriors themselves and are more or less surrounded by guards. In order to save their lives and protect their property, these merchants Shang also led his own guards to resist the Ironmen's plunder. In addition, the leader of the Ironborn may not have thought that the hundreds of knights who were supposed to stay in the military camp outside the city would actually be in the taverns and brothels in the commercial district. Although most of them were drunk, let alone picking up even if they don't have weapons, it's difficult to stand up, but there are still many knights who can fight. In addition, although the arch bridge on the other side of the tower was blocked, the sea under the reef was not intercepted by Ironmen. When Lind looked at the tower, he could already see small boats filled with soldiers heading towards the opposite city. However, these resistances were only sporadic resistances. There was no way to stop the plundering of the Ironmen. They only slowed down the plundering a little. The one who would really play a supporting role in the near future was Tilly, who had already entered the city at this moment. With regard to your army, it was obvious that John must have obeyed his orders. The Ironmen sent to the North Gate encountered the Tyrell army entering the city without any surprise. 2 waves of cavalry charged, and the soldiers behind them advanced. This group of Ironmen was quickly wiped out. After that, the Tyrell family's cavalry rushed to the Starry Temple first, probably to protect Willas, and the remaining people were divided into 2, one part went to the garrison headquarters in the municipal area, and the other part went to dock area. Although the burning blockade on the arch bridge on the other side of the towering tower has not yet been cleared, the soldiers of the Hightower family have been transported by Shippen entered the city to begin fighting with the Ironborn. As for the people in the business district, they also borrowed various facilities to prevent the Ironborn from looting. Except for the Ironborn in the dock area, the situation of the other Ironborn teams that invaded the old town was not good. However, Lin discovered that the people leading the Ironmen did not seem to intend to retreat just like this, but had other ideas, so he saw a force of Ironmen in the dock area, heading towards the Starry Temple. While rushing over, it seemed that they were heading for Willa's, and judging from the Ironborn's speed and the distance between the two places, they should be able to reach the Starry Temple before the Tyrell cavalry. After realizing that this battle was inevitable, Lin gave Glory the order to hide his figure and wait for an opportunity to attack. Then he exited the state of visual sharing, walked to the square, and faced the downhill road leading to the dock area. Lulu took out the sword of the homeless knight from his waist and waited for the arrival of the Ironborn. Lin's actions naturally attracted the attention of the night guards. They immediately realized that Lin must have discovered the enemy, so 8 night guards and 20 warriors all moved to this road, drew their weapons, and stood at the intersection. Soon the Ironborn team appeared at a corner at the end of the street, rushing toward the Starry Cathedral like a tide. Looking at the densely packed Ironborn team in front of them, the night guards did not have any fear. When the Ironborn rushed downhill ahead, they raised their weapons and led the other guards to meet them and fought with the Ironborn. Although the night guards and their guards were able to block some of the Ironmen, there were more Ironmen passing by. They only separated a small number of people to besiege the night guards, and most of the others were moving towards the Starry Saint. Dawn rushed over. Facing the Ironmen who poured into the square, Lind was a little distracted at the moment, because he noticed a person hidden among the group of Ironmen. This man has fair skin, handsome appearance, a pair of blue eyes like the sea, and a wicked smile always hanging on the corner of his mouth. Although he deliberately concealed his figure, it was not difficult to tell from the looks in the eyes of the other Ironborn around him that he should be the leader of these Ironborn. At this time, the Ironmen who rushed to the square had already arrived in front of Lind and raised their weapons. What surprised the Ironmen was that the target in front of them suddenly disappeared. Then they all lost control of their bodies one by one and fell to the ground spinning. Although their eyes could still see things, their brains were already gone. It became blurry, and soon I lost consciousness. I saw that Linda's figure was as agile as a cheetah, his swords danced like a whirlwind, and the power contained in the sword was as powerful as a battering ram. No one in his path could resist it, and they did not even see the attack clearly. Wherever they came from, they were all split in half by the sword of the homeless knight. For the first time, Lind displayed the swordsmanship of the homeless knight without any reservation. With the sword of the homeless knight made of Valyrian steel, these Ironmen wearing leather armor were like pieces of weeds without any resistance. Just the same, it can be harvested at will without even using the power of any dragon runes. In the blink of an eye, everyone who rushed to the square was killed on the spot by the sword of the homeless knight, and the square was instantly dyed red with blood. It's just that the Ironmen following behind didn't seem to see the broken corpses here, and they still rushed blindly into the square. Then they all seemed to have come to die on their own. As soon as they stepped onto the square, their heads or bodies were scratched in the air. The sword edge flew away, and the corpses in the square were quickly accumulating. On the street, 2 night guards failed to block the surrounding attacks and were chopped down to the ground. The other 6 knights also had difficulty resisting attacks from all directions. As for more than 20 guards, they were also fighting in the first wave. All died under the siege of the Ironborn. But with the addition of Glory, the situation of the remaining night guards became slightly better. Glory was seen to have implemented Linda's instructions, hiding in the shadows, smartly looking for the lone Ironborn. Every time he attacked, there would be someone. 2 Ironborn died in its attack. At first, the Ironborn didn't know what was happening, until they saw clearly that what was attacking them was a huge black beast, and they were all frightened to death. However, even though they were all frightened by Glory, their bodies did not make any move to escape because of the fear in their hearts. Instead, they seemed to be in some kind a violent state, trying to attack the hands in front of them. However, glory didn't just stand there and let them besieged. Before they formed a circle, it had already disappeared from their eyes and escaped into the surrounding darkness. The people around them were dragged into the street one by one. In the darkness on both sides, only screams could be heard coming from the streets. Although the leader of the Ironborn was the first group of people to rush into the square. Among his men, his intuition was very strong. He sensed the danger when Lind launched his attack, and retreated in time to avoid Linda's attack. Then he saw that all his men were lying on the ground, their bodies cut into several sections, and Lind, who had caused all this, also turned to look at him. An unprecedented fear of death instantly enveloped his heart, and a vague voice he had heard whispered in his ear. Although he could not understand what language the whisper was in, he understood that the whisper meant to make him happy. Click to escape. He didn't know whether it was his trust in the vague voice or the fear of death. He ignored his own image and crawled under the Ironborn who came up from behind. He used his hands and feet to move away from the square. He crawled away quickly, even if he was trampled by his own men. He did not dare to stop and look at the situation behind him. However, his danger did not end after escaping from the square. Just when he felt that he was temporarily safe and got up from the ground, a black figure appeared in front of him. Along with sharp claws and claws aimed at his neck. Sharp teeth. He reacted instinctively and fell to the ground again, just in time to get under the flying black shadow. However, his movements were a bit slow. When he fell, his head could not completely avoid the black shadow's attack. The eyeball was scratched by the black shadow's sharp claws. A sharp pain came from his eyes. He knew that his left eye was damaged, but he did not bother to check the injury. The danger brought by the black shadow did not disappear. He had to rush into the middle of his men again and was pushed by them. Then he rushed towards the square again. Lind did not leave the square at this moment, but waited for the Ironborn to come to the door. Almost everyone who rushed to the square died under his sword before they could figure out what was going on. After killing hundreds of people, Lind also noticed that there was something wrong with these Iron Men, because according to common sense, no matter how bloodthirsty and warlike these Iron Men were, seeing so many corpses in the square and seeing him single-handedly killing so many people would definitely create a sense of fear and led them to flee from here. But the reality is that these Iron Men completely sacrificed their lives and kept attacking Lind as if they had transformed into the most heroic warriors in the world. Something's wrong. The abnormal behavior of these Iron Men made Lind immediately realize what was going on. At the same time, he also discovered that the Iron Men leader, who had just escaped from his sword, had returned to the square at this moment, but it was the same as before. The left eye seemed to be seriously injured, and some blood flowed out from the gap in the palm covering the left eye. Seeing this, Lind swung his swords and killed the 4 Iron Men who rushed towards him. Then turned around and rushed towards the Iron Men leader. The Ironborn leader had an astonishing intuition about danger and once again felt the threat of death. At the same time, the whispering voice appeared in his ears again. As if he had been guided by something, he crossed the fence at the edge of the square without hesitation. Before Lind killed the Ironborn blocking the way and launched an attack on him. He jumped towards the new cliff ahead. Chapter 85 The Ironborn Evacuate. Osmond Tyrell, who was exhausted, swung his sword and split the neck of an Ironborn, and then instinctively continued to swing his sword towards the surroundings, but this time he swung empty and did not feel the sword strike. When he saw something, he also found that the surrounding sounds disappeared and the street became quiet again. He gasped for breath and stopped waving the sword pointlessly. His sore hands made him want to throw away the sword in his hand, but years of training made his body clenched the sword uncontrollably. At this time, he looked around and saw 50 or 60 Ironborn corpses. Only 3 of his colleagues were still standing in the pile of corpses. Everyone was injured, and one of them had a wound on his waist. A short sword was inserted into him, and although he could still stand, it looked like he wouldn't be able to stand for long. In addition, the other 4 colleagues and ordinary guards were lying on the ground, each with at least a dozen injuries on their bodies. Osmond Tyrell came from the Tyrell branch in Redwall Town. When he was very young, he was brought to Highgarden to receive knight training, and eventually became a knight with other distant relatives from the Tyrell branch. The personal knight of House Tyrell. This time he was selected to be Master Velas' bodyguard, which was an opportunity for him. Although he was not qualified to join the Duke's Guard, being able to follow Master Velas would be of great benefit to him in the future. Most of the people who became Master Velas's bodyguards with him knew each other, and several of them even became the servants of the same knight together. They became knights together, and they had a very good relationship. But now, seeing the people I knew fall to the ground and lose their lives, a burst of sadness could not help but arise in my heart. At this time, Osmond suddenly remembered the hundreds of Ironmen who had just rushed over like a tide, but now there were only 50 or 60 corpses on the ground. Thousands of other Ironmen had already rushed to the square. Lind was the only one holding the handle. In the square, according to common sense, the door of the Temple of Stars would have been opened by the Ironborn at this moment. He could no longer imagine Velas's situation. At this moment. No, Lord Velas. At this time, someone also thought of this situation, screamed, and ran towards the square of the starry temple above the street. Osmond and another knight also followed, and the knight with the sword in his waist also wanted to follow, but after taking only 2 steps, he fell heavily to the ground and did not get up again. The knight who rushed to the square first was completely stunned. He stared at everything in the square with his mouth open, and he didn't even know that the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Osmond and another knight thought that something had happened to Velas, and felt a sense of despair in their hearts. They were already determined to die, and were ready to rush to the Ironborn in the square and die together. However, when the 2 of them rushed to the square and saw the scene in the square, they were immediately as stunned as their colleagues who came to the square first. The hand holding the sword was also extremely shocked in their hearts and couldn't help but it started shaking, and the sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound. I saw that almost half of the starry temple square was covered with corpses. These corpses were piled up layer by layer, forming a small hill. Blood covered the entire square, turning this square built of black marble into pieces, dyed red. Obviously these were the Ironmen who rushed to the square, but what made the 3 Osmonds confused was who killed these people. With doubts, they glanced around the square and found that besides these corpses, only Lind was standing in front of the gate of the starry temple, with his fur restored to black and white markings, lying at his feet, licking his paws. Did Mr. Lind do it alone? An idea suddenly appeared in the 3 people's minds. Although the moment the idea came up, they felt that it was too absurd and unbelievable. But the scene in front of them told them this all the time. The absurd answer is true. They were able to kill 50 or 60 battle-hardened Ironmen when more than 30 people died in the battle. This already made them feel very satisfied. In any battle, it would definitely be considered a success. Excellent record. However, Lind killed hundreds of Ironmen with one person's power. This was not a record, it was a miracle. They all wondered whether Lind had been possessed by a warrior from the 7 gods just now, so he able to kill so many Ironborn. At this time, the window of the small door of the starry temple was slightly opened, and a monk looked out nervously through the small window. There was still the sound of fighting. Just now, but now it was so quiet that there was no sound, even though the temple had a solid protected by stone walls and gates. The monks in the sanctuary were equally worried. When the monks saw clearly the corpses piled up in the church square through the bursts of fire emitted from the braziers around the square, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation and retracted his head. Then several monks heard the sound and looked through the windows at the scene of corpses strewn in the square. They all looked surprised. Then they slowly closed the windows again, whispering in the church and speculating about what happened outside. "What's up, Lord Lind?" Several knights walked up to Lind, raised the visors of their helmets, and looked at him in awe. "How are the others doing now?" Although he already knew the result, Lind still asked. Several knights looked at each other, with sad expressions on their faces, and said in a low tone, "They have died in the battle." Lind was silent for a moment and said calmly, check around to see if there are any remaining Ironborn. The knights nodded and were about to follow Lin's instructions to check the situation. Around the Starry Temple, a burst of rapid horse hooves came from the road leading to the North City Gate Avenue. The knights immediately held their hands nervously, weapons. I saw a group of heavily armed cavalry rushing up from the road below and coming to the square. When the cavalry saw the scene of corpses strewn in the square, they pulled the reins in unison. At this moment, the 3 night guards saw clearly that the swallowtail flag of this cavalry group was the rose flag of the Tyrell family. They knew that reinforcements were coming, and their tense nerves relaxed. The cavalry were also stunned by the scene in the square, but the captain of this cavalry must have been on the battlefield many times, and he had seen this situation of corpses strewn in the field many times, so he quickly returned to normal. Then the cavalry captain quickly jumped off his horse, passed between the 3 knights, came to Lind, saluted Lind, and said, "Sir Lind, I was ordered to come to protect Lord Velas. May I ask Lord Velas now? How's it going? He is still in the temple, very safe." Lind nodded and ordered, "Now take your people and patrol around the Starry Temple to clean up the Ironborn fish that have slipped through the net." Then he asked, "How's it going over there at the docks and the old town hall?" The cavalry leader answered truthfully, "We rushed over after entering the city. We didn't know where the pier and the city hall were, but Sir John and all the knights had already led their soldiers to support them. I believe they will be there soon, able to repel this group of Ironmen." Just as the cavalry leader finished speaking, piercing horn sounds resounded throughout the old town. People familiar with the Ironborn knew that this was a signal for the Ironborn to retreat. However, what is surprising is that the fighting at the city hall has not weakened, nor has the fighting in the dock area. Even the situation in the business district has not changed, as if all the Ironmen no longer guard them. The rules of pirates have turned into berserkers who risk their lives. This situation made Lind couldn't help but think of the situation of the Ironmen who rushed to the square just now. Those Ironmen clearly saw him killing hundreds or thousands of people easily, but they still couldn't see any signs of shrinking or timidity. Still, risking his own life to attack him, this wave of offensive did not end until the last Ironborn who rushed to the square died under his sword. But now, the battles in Old Town are obviously the same as before. The Ironmen there are no longer pirates who plunder wealth, but have become warriors who will fight until death. Even if they hear the retreat, the Horn did not obey orders, and no doubt those Ironmen must have been controlled by some kind of drug. Not all the Ironborn who invaded Old Town fell into the madness of killing. A considerable number of Ironborn remained sane. They immediately stopped looting and killing after hearing the sound of the horn, quickly fled towards the dock, and soon they retreated to the dock, and quickly boarded the pirate ship waiting at the dock. Sail the ship, sail the ship. As the captains of each pirate ship issued orders, the ships, loaded with looted treasure, began to slowly leave the dock. "We, the Wenchy family, haven't come up yet, you." The Ironmen on a ship saw that the ship had left the dock before it was full of people, and immediately stepped forward to question the captain. "Go away, if you say one more word, I'll throw you down." The captain yelled at the Ironman with a fierce look on his face. When the Ironborn was about to say something, he felt the malicious gazes from around him. He immediately shut his mouth and walked to a corner to stay. Finally, with the sound of the horn, more than 100 pirate ships from the Iron Islands sailed away from the dock. With the departure of these iron people, the situation in Old Town did not improve too much. The battle was still very fierce, because what they had to face was a group of berserker warriors who are not afraid of death. However, some people soon discovered that as long as they stayed away from the crazy Ironmen, the Ironmen would not attack them, but attack each other. In this way, the fighting situation in Old Town really changed. Later, with the support of the Tyrell army, all the Ironmen were wiped out at an extremely fast speed. When the last Ironman fell, the Old Town returned to the silence of the night. At the same time, on the Sea of Whispering Bay, the ships withdrawing from Old Town gradually gathered together. There was a large sailboat among these small longships. The leaders of various families from the Iron Islands gathered on this sailboat at this moment. Although they evacuated safely, each ship was full of looted goods. All kinds of property, but they are not happy at all. A total of nearly 300 longships and more than 6,000 people were used in this surprise attack on the old town. Now only more than 100 ships have been evacuated, and almost 200 ships are stuck inside. I just counted the number of people, and only 2,130 people, that is to say, 4,000 people were trapped in the old town. Such a huge loss of personnel could not be compensated for by more than 100 ships, no matter how much they grabbed. It would definitely be difficult for them to go back. When an atmosphere of worry filled the entire room, someone suddenly said, "This is all Euron's fault. If he hadn't changed his gold temporarily, we would have captured Lannisport now." This sentence seemed to find the best scapegoat for everyone, and everyone unanimously stated that Euron, who proposed the attack on Old Town, was the culprit for the loss of so many people this time. At this time, someone also reminded, there was something wrong with the wine that Euron took out before the attack. All the people who drank that wine lost their minds and would only attack anyone madly. Those who did not evacuate when they heard the retreat. Horn everybody is a drunk. Yes, my men are like that too. Me too. Could it be that the Greyjoys are deliberately using this method to lose our people? As these accusations came out, the current temporary commander of the fleet, Old Meryn, of the Portly family, turned livid. Although he did not deal with Euron, he had a good relationship with the Greyjoy family. Now someone used the missing Euron to bring the responsibility for such heavy casualties to the Greyjoy family. Naturally, he couldn't just let this matter go on. Old Meryn pulled out the hammer and smashed it on the table in front of him, making a huge noise, and said, "That's enough. Are you all blind? Euron only took out so much wine. Except for his own men who drank it. Except for that, less than half of the others drank. Now it's up to you to tell me why everyone drank Euron's wine. If that were the case, how could you still be standing here discussing this matter?" Everyone fell silent immediately. Old Malin still had some prestige in the eyes of these Ironmen. However, some people were still unconvinced and said, "Even so, it does not mean that Euron has no problems. He and his people have disappeared since he attacked the dock. And the warehouse he was responsible for has not been touched. Attacking the old town is his idea. He only appeared for a moment when he logged in, and then disappeared." Just as they were talking, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open with force, and then a dripping Euron Greyjoy was seen walking in from the outside, but the Euron now seemed different from the Euron they knew. Something has become different. Although the original Euron's skin was very white, there was still a trace of blood, but now Euron's skin is as white as a dead person, which adds a sinister atmosphere to Euron's already evil temperament. Euron's skin is not the biggest change. The biggest change is Euron's left eye. His eyeball, which originally had sea blue pupils, has become as dark as the deep sea. If you look into it, your soul will be the illusion of detachment. Euron, your eyes. Someone couldn't resist Euron's gaze and couldn't help but lower his head. "It's very beautiful, isn't it? I think it's very beautiful too." Euron looked lazy, pushed away. The person in front of him sat down on the main chair unceremoniously, picked up the wine bottle next to him and took a sip, started to drink. "Euron, where are your people?" Someone couldn't help but ask. All dead, Euron replied calmly. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. The reason why people from various families in the Iron Islands, fear Euron and obey Euron's orders is entirely because of the more than 800 people under Euron's command. Now all of them are dead. Everyone felt that they no longer needed to fear Euron. Just when they were about to take advantage of Euron's weakness to question him, Euron suddenly said to the captains in the room, "My people are all dead, why are you still alive? You should die too." Quote, before everyone understood what was going on, some captains were stabbed through the body by the daggers of other captains around them. Soon, almost half of the captains in the room fell in a pool of blood. None of these fallen captains, the exceptions, are the ones who shouted the loudest just now. Euron stared at the stunned old Marin with his dark eyes at this time, and said, "The traitors who caused this huge loss have been found, what do you think?" Old Marin. Chapter 86 Punishment. Vilas, who had just completed the silent prayer ritual from the Starry Cathedral, rushed back to the military camp outside the city regardless of his fatigue, and convened a meeting with all the knights, junior officers, and accompanying bachelors to tally the losses. After he saw the final calculated losses, his face became extremely ugly. The ordinary soldiers and cavalry were relatively good, with only less than 300 people lost. After all, when they came to support, the Ironborn's retreat horn had already sounded. The most difficult period has passed. What really made his face look ugly was that more than 200 of the more than 500 sworn knights and mercenary knights from different noble families and lord families in the Reach actually lost their lives, and most of the more than 200 people died. So stupid, he was drunk. Or in bed with a prostitute, and he was hacked to death by the Ironborn who broke in before he could grab a weapon. Although the remaining people died in battle, they had no honor at all, because under normal circumstances, they should have stayed in the military camp and led the army to the city for rescue in time. As a result, all the knight officers and generals ran to the taverns and brothels in the city, leaving only some junior officers in the military camp. If Lind had not sent people to integrate the army in time, and John Bolway decisively carried out Linda's order, after leading the army into the city, they happened to eliminate a group of Ironmen who rushed to the city gate. They rushed to the dock area and the city hall in time. Maybe all the knight officers were dead. What really gives Willis a headache now is that among the more than 200 people who died, more than 20 were the heirs and second sons of some nobles in the Reach. Originally, these people were just sent to train with him, but they ended up dying in Old Town. He didn't know how to explain to the noble families behind these people. This was undoubtedly a disaster for High Court. All the knights who died were recorded as having died heroically. All the knight officers who were not in the military camp when the incident occurred were dismissed from their military positions and were incorporated into the cavalry together with the knight squires and accompanying knights, under the command of Sir Lyn Terra. Vilas made a decision quickly and said, while serving as the captain of the guard, Sir Lyn Terra also serves as the commander of the cavalry and the military judge. Lord Vilas. They could accept the abolition of military duties, but letting Lind become the commander of the cavalry made them feel very uncomfortable. Lind, who was standing aside, also frowned, surprised by Vilas' decision, because he didn't know that Vilas would make such a decision in advance, and if he knew, he would definitely stop it. Commanding a group of knights from different families, many of whom are family heirs, is definitely a thankless job in his opinion. Stop talking, I've already decided. Vilas, who had always behaved very gently, acted extremely tough this time, glaring directly at everyone, and everyone lowered their heads slightly. Lord Vilas, are you sure you want me to serve as the commander of the cavalry and military judge? Lind thought for a while and asked in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Lind. Vilas said to Lind with a serious expression. I am here, and I still need to apologize to Sir Lind. You have warned me about the hidden dangers of the team in advance, but I did not listen. That led to so many unnecessary losses last night, and I have an unshakable responsibility in this matter. Hearing that Vilas apologized to Lind in public and admitted his mistake in public, the knight representatives and officer representatives in the tent all looked ashamed. Lind was not affected by the surrounding atmosphere at all and asked calmly, how much power do I have in these two positions? Vilas thought for a while and said, the greatest right. Lind continued to ask, in other words, the knight commander can govern all the knights under his command, and the military judge can punish all those who violate military law in the military camp, right? Vilas felt something was wrong, but he still nodded and said, yes. Lind said extremely coldly, in this case, all the former knight officers who left the military camp without permission last night will go to the camp square to receive 10 lashes. When everyone heard what Lind said, they immediately became extremely angry. They were allowed to be tortured in front of everyone. This was a great insult to them, so they all reprimanded Lind for his rudeness. Vilas immediately appeased everyone and suggested to Lind, "I agree with punishing knights who violate military law, but knights are knights after all. Letting knights be punished in front of everyone is really damaging to the honor of knights. Can it be done in being tortured in the knight's tent? No, you must be tortured in the middle of the camp, and there are no soldiers performing guard duties in the camp, including people from the logistics team, who must be present too. Watch the execution." Lind interrupted Vilas's words extremely forcefully, and then expressed indignation at the surrounding people. The knights said, "If you feel that doing so is detrimental to your honor, then you can leave the team now. After all, I have not officially served as a military judge, but if Lord Vilas announces that I have become an official military judge, if you are still in the military camp and do not intend to accept military punishment, then your behavior will be regarded by me as violating military law. And I will personally execute you." When Lind said these words, the murderous aura on his body was also faintly released. I don't know if it was because he had just killed so many people in front of the Star's temple. Now the murderous aura on his body has become extremely stronger. The suppressive effect of the human spirit is also more obvious, and some people even vaguely smell the rusty smell that is only found in blood. I don't know whether it was because Linda's words were too shocking or the effect of the killing aura, but in short, everything in the tent became silent. Lind was not affected by the atmosphere in the tent. He turned his head and said to Vilas, on the side, "Sir Vilas, as the coach of this team, you have extremely neglected your duty and allowed the knights to be loose and free. This led to the situation last night. So many knights have been killed in a very dishonorable way. After the punishment for the derelict knights is completed, you must also accept the punishment, and it is a double punishment. 20 lashes. Lind Talon, you are crazy. How dare you?" As soon as Lind finished speaking, the tent immediately exploded, with everyone reprimanding Lind for his transgression. On the contrary, Vilas, the person involved, seemed very calm. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, then turned to look at Lind and said in a deep voice, "Lord Lind, I accept the punishment." Everyone in the tent was immediately stunned, looking at Vilas in great surprise, not knowing what to say. For the soldiers in the Vilas barracks, they saw a strange scene today. Dozens of nobles, hundreds of knights, and knights all took off their shirts and lay neatly on the makeshift cross. On the execution rack, behind them stood an executioner with a hood on his head and whose face could not be seen clearly. It is said that these executioners were specially recruited from the Hightower family to avoid using the soldiers in the military camp. Retaliation followed. Each executioner held a long whip in his hand. Under the order of Lind, the new cavalry commander and military judge, all the executioners swung their whips at the knight being tortured in front of them, and bursts of screams suddenly sounded. It was heard one after another on the military camp playground. Whipping is a technical job, and only an experienced executioner can control the whip drawn out, and can also decide whether the whip is a fake or real whip at the moment it hits the executioner. It was obvious that the soldiers recruited from the Hightowers were not skilled executioners. The whips they drew actually fell on the victims. In addition, there was no such thing as public whipping of nobles, which made them vent all their usual resentment and jealousy towards the nobles, and use every whip with all their strength. Soon the execution of the 10 whippings was completed, and when the executioners returned the whips, they were still a little unfinished. Although the victims' backs were bruised, they did not immediately send them to the tent for treatment. Instead, they stood aside and looked at the empty space with a gloomy expression. Then a scene that surprised everyone in the military camp appeared. As the commander of this team, the heir to Highgarden, Willis Tyrell, was also shirtless at this moment, walked to the execution rack, and lay down on the execution rack, and Lind, who had just served as military judge, stood behind Vilas with a whip, and then Lind's adjutant John read aloud the punishment order for Vilas. Everyone in the military camp was in an uproar. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, the knight officer left his post without permission, resulting in the army having no officer to command. the battle when the accident occurred. Therefore, it was correct for the night officer to be punished, but it was unjustifiable for Velas to be punished, because he was not the one who asked the night officer to leave his post without permission, and he was still in the starry temple when the incident happened. He should not bear any responsibility at all. He was completely implicated. Many soldiers shouted to let Willis go, saying that Lind's punishment was unfair. However, Lind ignored these shouts. After John read out the punishment order, he picked up the whip in his hand and pointed towards Viola's. Lars was slapped hard on the back. Everyone present immediately saw a bruised whip mark on Velas's back, and at the same time heard Velas let out a scream, and the entire military camp fell silent instantly. Then the whip hit Velas's back one after another. Velas's back was beaten to a bloody pulp, and his screams gradually weakened. When the last whip was applied, Velas passed out directly. At this time, Lind put away the execution whip, signaled the accompanying bachelor waiting nearby to take Velas back to the tent for treatment, and then ordered the people in the military camp to disperse. At this moment, everyone in the military camp remembered the name Bear Hunter Lind, and remembered this taciturn knight who usually wore a gorgeous suit of armor and stood beside Willis. No one dared to despise the military laws promulgated by the military camp anymore. They wrote down every law conscientiously, for fear that they would be dragged to the square and tortured if they violated it. What happened in the military camp quickly spread throughout Old Town. Even though everyone had not recovered from the Ironborn invasion last night, they were all shocked. After hearing the grand scene of executions in the military camp outside the city, the name of Bearer Lind also resounded throughout the Old Town, and everyone couldn't help but put two labels on Lind. One was crazy, the other was justice. Using two words with different praise and blame to describe the same person at the same time makes the Bear Hunter Lind more complex and mysterious in the eyes of people who have heard of his reputation, and also makes more people talk about him. In the towering tower, Leighton Hightower looked at the documents submitted by his intelligence chief, with no expression on his face, and no trace of joy or anger. It has been clearly interrogated that the Ironborn who attacked Old Town this time were commanded by Euron Greyjoy. The intelligence chief reported from the sidelines, "These people were originally planning to attack Lannisport, but Euron suddenly changed. The target of the attack was our Old Town. Why did he suddenly change his goals?" Leighton asked in a deep voice. The intelligence chief shook his head and said, "No one knows, not even the Ironborn." Leighton did not continue to ask this question. In his opinion, Euron's purpose in attacking Old Town was no longer important. It was much more important to count the losses and appease the emotions of Old Town residents and merchants. Leighton then asked, "Has the investigation revealed the reason why the observation tower did not sound an alarm?" "It has been found out." The intelligence chief replied, "All the lookouts and guards on duty were poisoned to death. The person who poisoned was the maid in charge of laundry, but we found that the maid was dead, and the person who died 3 days ago must have been someone who killed the maid and then disguised herself as her to sneak into the tower." There was a hint of solemnity on Leighton's expressionless face, and he said, "You mean to say that 2 days ago, when my grandson Velas came to attend the banquet, there was a person in the towering tower who could poison him at any time? People hide in the dark." "Yes, sir," the intelligence chief responded truthfully. Leighton said coldly, "I don't care what you do, you must clean up the towering tower within 3 days, and clean out all the guys that shouldn't exist." After saying that, he paused again and said, "If necessary, you can ask Moroya for assistance." When the intelligence chief heard this, he was stunned and said, "Miss Moroya is no longer in the tower." "What?" Leighton was stunned and asked, "What happened? When was she not here?" The intelligence chief replied, "Just now she left the tower with her maid." Leighton was completely stunned. He remembered that this was the first time that Moria had left the towering tower in more than 10 years. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and asked, "Where did she go?" "Going to Lord Willis's military camp outside the city." The intelligence chief replied, "She said she wanted to go to Dornay with Lord Willis' team to take a look Layton's face became a little ugly. He knew why his daughter went to the military camp. This made him feel extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything. After all, this was the first time that Moroya had shown any affection towards a member of the opposite sex. Such strong interest. Do we need to bring Miss Moroya back? The intelligence chief asked. No, no need. Layton shook his head and said, let Baylor send a few more knights. No, let Gars take some knights and soldiers to protect his sister. Didn't he always say he wanted to go out? Let's see, this time we can go to Dornay to see something. In addition, Velas, men also lost a lot of people when they supported us last night. We should make up for the loss of these people. Yes, I will inform Mr. Garth later. The intelligence chief nodded, then took out another piece of intelligence, placed it on Earl Layton's table, and said, this is what happened in Mr. Velas's military camp just now. News from the side. After receiving the intelligence, Layton looked at it with a strange expression on his face. Then smiled, handed it back to the intelligence chief, and ordered, use the best messenger. Crow to send it to the High Court immediately. The intelligence chief responded, yes, sir. Chapter 87 1 against 100. Although there were too many people being tortured, the injuries on their bodies were all flesh wounds. Everyone was a strong knight. This injury was nothing to them. They could just apply medicine. Even Velas, who seemed to be the most seriously injured, had no major problems. Linda's strikes were very precise. Each whip seemed to have ripped apart his skin, but in fact it only hurt a little of his skin. He applied medicine and 1 or 2 God will be fine. However, even though it was only a superficial injury, the pain Velas felt was not weak at all, and was much stronger, otherwise he would not have screamed in public, and in the end he passed out from the pain. Because of this, even though the accompanying bachelor and herbalist carefully examined Velas's injuries and determined that they were only superficial injuries, they were still worried about Velas's condition and asked Velas to stay in Old Town for 2 more days to wait for the injury. After stabilizing, continue on the road. Originally, Velas was not very happy, because if he continued to stay in the Old Town for 2 days, time would be a bit tight. However, news came from the tower, suggesting that he stay in Old Town for 2 more days to confirm whether the Ironborn pirates were still in the waters around Whispering Bay before continuing his journey. After thinking about it, Velas thought it made sense, so he postponed the trip for 2 days. At the same time, it was convenient for Lind to reorganize the existing team. Although Lind now only serves as the cavalry captain and military judge, in fact, his authority has spread to every position in this team of thousands of people, and even the 2,000 soldiers are under his jurisdiction. Although he had great authority, Lind did not haphazardly command and organize. He only added a military judge and a supervisory team to the soldiers, and other matters remained as usual. As for the cavalry team composed of hundreds of knights, knights attendants and attendant knights, he divided it into 2 parts. One was the heavy cavalry composed of knights and knight attendants, and the other was composed of the attendant knights who were proficient in riding skills and melee combat. The men formed light cavalry. If the heirs of the nobles are knights, they will be classified into these 2 teams. If not, they will be sent to Velas as a staff. After deciding on these main matters, Lind handed over all matters to John and the 3 Night Guards who survived the battle in the Starry Temple. These 3 Night Guards were all promoted by Lind. Lieutenant-level officer, assisting John in handling matters. After the layers of affairs are assigned, Lind only needs to control the general direction and not deviate, and there will be no big problems. Compared to the cumbersome military affairs, Lind felt a little headache about Moloa Hightower who stayed in the military camp. Moloa Hightower took her maid into the military camp and expressed her intention to go to Dornay with the team. After that, she stayed in the tent prepared for her and rarely appeared in the military camp, but he knew very well that this crazy woman should be here for him. However, Lind found that even though he knew that the trouble was coming for him, he was somewhat helpless about the trouble. After all, after Moroya arrived at the military camp, he had never been in contact with him or even appeared in front of him. Even if he told Moroya's true thoughts, no one would believe it and would only think that Lind was coveting Moroya of beauty. Moreover, before Lind conquered this team with force, Moroya conquered this army with her beauty. On the day she moved into the military camp, more than a dozen injured knights ran to her tent and swore to protect her for life and become her honorary knights. They even had conflicts over this. Just in Moroya there was a nightly contest outside the tent. The farce didn't end until Lind arrived. Each of the dozen knights was whipped 10 more times, but this time it was not on the back, but on the buttocks, and they were executed right outside Moroya's tent. I believe that after such a shameful thing, these dozen guys who are easily dazzled by so-called love can calm down for a while. After this incident, Lind also forced Moroya to wear a veil in the military camp, otherwise he would be driven away directly, and he would not show any mercy to the Hightower family. Moroya did not refuse. After that, she would put on a veil to cover her face before leaving the tent. Although it would still cause some noise, it was much better than before. Of course, it might also be caused by Linda's execution of more than a dozen knights. It worked a little bit. After Moroya moved into the military camp, her brother Garth Hightower moved into the military camp with Moroya, but he was not alone. He also brought more than 100 mercenary knights and more than 300 soldiers. Joined Willis's team for Dornay together. Nominally it was to protect Moroya's safety, but in fact it was to supplement Vilas' manpower, which Vilas readily accepted. Lind did not directly incorporate these people into Vilas's team, but let them form their own army to protect Vilas, Moroya, and the bachelor and other civilian personnel in the camp. Compared to Moroya, Lind likes Garth very much, because this person has the basic qualities of a military camp in Linda's mind. He obeys orders, is strictly self-disciplined, does things in a strict and uncompromising manner, speaks very straightforwardly, and does not hide anything. Tucked in. When Garth first arrived at the military camp, he directly approached Lind and challenged Linda's swordsmanship. The reason he gave was very straightforward, that is, he was dissatisfied with Linda's reputation as the so-called best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms. Although Lind didn't care about his reputation as the #1 swordsman in the 7 kingdoms, he had to agree to Garza's challenge because Garza challenged him in front of many people. If he didn't accept the challenge, then he would have passed the challenge before. The prestige established by the punishment knight may no longer exist. So he simply had a duel with Garza during his rest at night in front of everyone in the military camp. However, he was not fighting only Garza alone, but with Garza and the 100 people he brought. The mercenary knights fight together. Garza challenged Lind, and Lind agreed to challenge, but the prerequisite was that 1 against 100. This incident happened in the morning, and it was still in a military camp outside the city. Logically speaking, the outside world should not know about this incident. Because Lind promulgated martial law after his execution in the early morning, requiring no one in the military camp to leave the military camp before officially setting off on the road. People outside the military camp, such as prostitutes and vendors, were not allowed to enter the military camp again. There was no news from the military camp or outside contacts. However, by the afternoon, the news had spread throughout Old Town, immediately attracting the attention of Old Town residents and dignitaries. Although the Ironborn invasion yesterday caused great damage to the economy and business of Old Town, it did not cause much harm to the ordinary residents and dignitaries of Old Town. Because the Ironmen attacked mainly the dock area and the commercial area, and the attack on the municipal area was blocked by the garrison, the residents in that area did not suffer much damage. As for those who attacked the religious area, they did not suffer much damage. They all died in Linda's hands before they had time to cause damage. The ordinary residents and dignitaries of Old Town all live in the area near the academy, which is separated from the city where the Ironborn invaded by a Mead River. They were not harmed at all. Many people even woke up from their sleep the next day, and still I didn't know that the Ironborn landed in Old Town last night and robbed them. The ones who suffered the most from the Ironborn invasion were the maritime merchants, who stored their goods in warehouses. Almost all the warehouses were emptied by the Ironborn, followed by the Hightowers and the banks that provided loans to maritime merchants, such as the Tyrells. Rose Bank. Because many maritime merchants died in the hands of the Ironmen, their goods were robbed, and bank loans were in vain. The Hightowers need to provide compensation to the maritime merchants who rented the dock warehouse, because when they rented the warehouse, there was already a protection agreement. Although the compensation mentioned in the agreement only accounted for about 10% of the value of the goods, yet the accumulation of so many losses is still a large sum. But the compensation is secondary. What really worries the Hightowers is that as the news of the Ironmen's sacking of Old Town spreads, maritime merchants will doubt the safety of Old Town and reduce maritime trade with Old Town. It directly affects the tax revenue of the Old Town. At the same time, the income of the residents of the Old Town will also be affected, making them dissatisfied, which in turn affects the morale of the entire Old Town. Therefore, the Hightowers also urgently need to find a way to improve the morale of Old Town, and the duel between Lind and Garth is just an opportunity. During this period, Lind was definitely the most famous figure in Old Town. The effect of Linda's Bear Hunter's song made people recognize Lind, a legendary figure who was born as a hunter. Initially, they were skeptical about Linda's rumors, but when they saw Glory, their doubts were reduced by half. After all, even such a ferocious beast can subdue. Lind should be very strong. According to rumors, the 100 kills may also be true. Later, although no one saw Linda's killing of the Ironborn in the square in front of the Starry Cathedral, the people who cleaned up the corpses afterwards could prove that all the corpses were made by the same person, because the wounds were all the same, and based on the number of heads, it was determined that more than 700 people died here. The fact that one man killed more than 700 Ironmen quickly spread in Old Town. Although the people in Old Town did not believe it was true, they were still curious about who that person was. Soon someone inquired that there was only Willis Tyrell's bodyguard outside the Starry Cathedral, and that there were 12 knights in the bodyguard who were leading the Tyrell army outside the city into the Old Town to support the garrison's counterattack. The only people actually guarding the Starry Temple were Lind, the captain of the guards, 8 night guards, and more than 20 ordinary guards. Later, someone inquired and learned that the night guards and ordinary guards met the enemy on the streets below the Square of Stars and killed more than 80 Ironmen. However, they only had 3 night guards left, and the rest were all killed in the battle. It can be called heroic. So everyone realized that when more than 700 people rushed to the Star Square, the only person guarding the place was the bear hunter Lind. In other words, it was indeed possible that Lind had killed more than 700 vicious Iron Man soldiers by himself. Civil. It was originally rumored that Lind almost killed 100 people at the tourney in King's Landing, which was outrageous enough in the eyes of ordinary people. Now it is even said that he killed more than 700 fully armed Ironborn. It is naturally difficult for people who heard this rumor believe this to be true. Just when everyone thought that Lind was a liar, news came from the Tyrell military camp outside the city that Lind was preparing to challenge Garth Hightower and his 100 mercenary knights alone. Everyone's attention immediately fell on this matter, even the merchants who were looted couldn't help but pay attention to it. The people in Old Town knew Lind from various rumors, but their knowledge of Garth Hightower was solid. Everyone who knew Garth gave similar evaluations. He was a serious man, a powerful warrior, and a knight who could serve as an example. Garth once served in the Old Town Guard. In just 1 month, the dock area under his jurisdiction changed from the most chaotic area to the most orderly area. The method he used was very simple. He directly found the gangsters at the dock, then go in, kill everyone, and leave. The cut on his lip was from this period. Now that such a powerful warrior is leading 100 mercenary knights against one person, this naturally attracts everyone's attention. This incident also alarmed Earl Layton. He did not stop it. Instead, he personally came to the Tyrell family camp outside the city and asked Lind to hold the duel on the newly cleared dock square. Lind had no problem with this, it was the same for him everywhere. So, at night, the area around the dock square became crowded with people. The surrounding buildings were filled with nobles and officials from the old town. Some temporary high platforms on the streets were also filled with people who had heard the news. Even the rooftops were filled with people. The station was full of people, all waiting for a wonderful martial arts duel. However, they were both disappointed and satisfied with this duel. They were disappointed because it ended too quickly. They had been waiting here since evening for several hours, but the duel ended in less than 5 minutes. And they were satisfied because they witnessed the appearance of a legendary warrior. All the rumors about Lind, even the most outrageous one about one person killing more than 1,000 Ironborn, now no longer had any doubt in their hearts. Because they saw with their own eyes how Lind held 2 knight training swords and knocked down 101 knights to the ground without receiving a single attack on his body. Almost every time he moved, he would be followed by a direct and domineering sword swing, and every time he swung the sword, 3 or 4 knights would fall to the ground. Those knights who were extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary people were so fragile. In front of Lind, like a newly weaned child. No one would suspect that Gals and the 100 mercenary knights were faking it, not only because of Gal's own reputation, but also because they could personally feel the domineering power contained in Lind's attack. After receiving Linda's swing, some of the knights were knocked out and hit the wooden frame nearby, almost breaking the wooden frame. Some knights also fell into the crowd and knocked several people into the air. Opening it shows how powerful it is, and there is no falsehood at all. The only one among the 101 who could take Lind's sword blow without falling was Garth. However, after he received a challenge, the sword in his hand had been knocked out, and his hands were numbed by the huge power transmitted to him. He couldn't use any force at all and could only watch Lind walking over. He tapped his sword on his neck to signal his death. At this moment, not only did Lind's reputation in Old Town reach its peak, but even the Tyrell family's army worshipped him immensely, and this influence would quickly spread to other countries along with the merchants traveling to and from Old Town. The place spreads. Chapter 88 The Queen of Thorns' Decision. How dare he do this, how dare he do this? In the Duke's chamber in High Court, Duke Metz took the raven letter sent from Old Town and became furious, and shouted loudly towards Academician Morith, immediately give it to Earl Leyden in Old Town and ask him to help capture Lind Terra immediately. He then shouted to Fertimo. He used to be your knight squire, it's up to you to capture him. Catch him. Seeing the Duke of Metz completely losing his mind, everyone looked at him quietly and waited for him to calm down, because everyone who knew the Duke of Metz knew very well that they must not do what he did when he lost his mind. Decide. What are you doing? Didn't you hear my order? The Duke of Metz yelled angrily when he saw that no one responded. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that the Duke really wanted to punish Lind. Your Majesty, what did Lind commit that made you so angry? Highgarden Garrison. Commander Roger, who had a good relationship with Lind, asked. You can see for yourself. The Duke of Metz threw the letter in his hand to him. Roger picked up the letter on the ground and looked at it. His expression suddenly changed. Others also saw from Roger's expression that something was wrong. They took the letter over and looked at it. Their expressions also changed like Roger's. Somewhat ugly. How dare he do this? Fortimo was the last person in the room to get the letter. After reading the content on it, his face changed drastically and he couldn't help but murmured. It's no wonder they had such a reaction, mainly because the news in the letter was really shocking. First of all, Old Town was attacked by the Ironborn. Later, Lind not only beat all the knights in the team for dereliction of duty, even Velas was beaten by him. The heir to the majestic Duke of Highgarden and the future Lord of the Reach was actually whipped in front of everyone. This humiliation was basically equivalent to lashing the Duke of Highgarden in the face. If this was not done, punishment, then the Duke of Highgarden will be completely disgraced, and the entire nobles in the Reach will look down on the Tyrell family. Seeing this, Fertimo felt that Lind might be doomed this time, and he could not plead for Lind, otherwise, he might also be implicated. At this moment, the Duke of Metz reiterated his order and asked for it to be executed. Immediately, Fortimo had no choice but to accept it. He just thought that if he could help, he would find another opportunity to help Linda, at least to keep Linda. Destiny. You guys wait a moment. At this time, Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, walked in with the support of Duchess Ellery, and said to everyone, the Duke was just worried about Willis's injury, so he said if you make some angry remarks, please don't take them seriously. Mother. The Duke of Metz looked at his mother with wide eyes, wanting to refute. Don't speak yet. Lady Olenna stopped the Duke of Metz sternly, then took out a volume of documents and handed it to Garth Tyrell, the steward of Highgarden, and said, Garth, you can use Highgarden immediately. In the name of the Duke, write a letter of condolence to the nobles on this list, praising their sons for their heroic feats against the Ironborn in Aldtown, and mourning their untimely deaths. Yes, Lady Olenna. Garth Tyrell nodded. Mrs. Olenna gestured to everyone. You all go down now. I have something to talk to the Duke. After hearing this, everyone stood up and left, and soon only the Queen of Thorns and her son and daughter-in-law were left in the room. Ellery, go and close the door. Olenna ordered her daughter-in-law again. It's mother. Ellery responded. When Ellery left and closed the door, Lady Olenna turned to the Duke of Metz and asked calmly, what do you think about Villas being flogged? Although he knew that his thoughts were definitely different from those of his mother, he still resisted the pressure from the Queen of Thorns and said truthfully, I think Lintera went too far this time. As a knight of the Tyrell family, he should not whip his lord's son. What he did is completely rebellion and treason. Rebellion or conspiracy. Mrs. Olenna nodded calmly, and then asked, do you think I value Vilas very much? Of course you value him. The Duke of Metz added, you have always been cultivating him as your heir. Mrs. Olenna asked again, in this case, should I be more angry than you? The Duke of Metz fell silent because he could see that Lady Olenna showed no signs of being angry at all, which was obviously abnormal. Mrs. Olenna said solemnly, in fact, after I learned about this, not only did I not feel angry, I also wanted to reward Lintera. The Duke of Metz looked at the Queen of Thorns in surprise and said without hesitation, Mother, are you confused? Why can't you tell right from wrong? Lintera was arrested. In front of thousands of people. Your grandson, my son, 20 lashes. Am I confused? Even if you are confused, I cannot be confused. Lady Olenna glared at Duke Mace fiercely and said, the reason why I want to reward him is because he helped our Tyrell family. A big crisis was solved. The Duke of Metz looked completely confused. Ellery, show that information to your husband so that he can clear his mind and stop being confused about right and wrong all day long. Mrs. Olenna ordered to her daughter-in-law. Who came over? He said to the Duke of Metz rather vindictively. The Duke of Metz took a few pieces of paper from his wife and read them carefully. These papers wrote in detail what happened on the night of the Ironborn invasion. For example, the knights were undisciplined, leaving the barracks without permission, and entering Aldtown to party. Lind was worried that something would happen, so he sent John to lead 10 night guards with the money given to him by Willis. Special powers, temporarily taking over the military camp, and then the Ironborn invaded. John followed Lind's prearranged response plan and sent manpower to support the Aldtown garrison, protect Willis in the Starry Temple, and so on. The person who wrote these contents is the consultant Maester next to Vilas. He is a student of Maester Lomas and is trustworthy. Even this can't punish Vilas. Duke Metz put down the intelligence letter in his hand and said, Vilas was in the Starry Temple at the time. It was those knights who left their posts without permission. What does it have to do with Vilas? I really should pry open your brain and see what's in your brain. The Queen of Thorns rolled her eyes in anger at the Duke of Metz and said, as the commander-in-chief, Vilas, all the knights under him are good at. Doesn't it have anything to do with him leaving his post? Don't you have eyes? That Lintera warned him in advance and told him that those knights were too loose and asked him to restrain him, but he didn't take it seriously at all. So that night all the knights will leave their posts and go to have a carnival. Now tell me, is he responsible? Quote, the Duke of Metz lowered his head and did not refute. The Queen of Thorns continued, do you think Lind publicly executed Willis just to punish him for not restraining those knights? Isn't it? The Duke of Metz asked. Of course not, you idiot. The Queen of Thorns glared at the Duke of Metz, pointed at the intelligence letters, and said, what were you looking at with your eyes just now? Didn't you see that there were more than 200 people? Did the knight die in the Ironborn attack that night? Ah. Duke Mace was stunned and whispered, it's just that more than 200 knights died. The knights who died when I attacked Storm's End in the Stormlands. Shut up. The Queen of Thorns scolded, do you think the knights you are the same as these 200 knights? These 200 knights are not just mercenary knights. There are also many knights from us. Among the families of the vassals under the Tyrell family, there are also some noble heirs and favored second sons. They were sent to follow Willis to Dornay just to make these heirs and second sons grow up, have some knowledge, and establish a good relationship with the heirs of our Tyrell family. Now that these people have died without even leaving the Reach, what do you think the vassal nobles will think? Duke Metz opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, but he also realized that if this matter was not handled well, it would be a big trouble for the Tyrell family. Although the knights who died this time were just ordinary nobles or small lords, these ordinary nobles and small lords were one of the important foundations that supported the Tyrell family to gain a foothold in the Reach. If it really happened because of this incident, resentment and dissatisfaction with the Tyrell family will have a considerable impact on the Tyrell family. Even if it does not shake the foundation of the Tyrell family, it will cause cracks in the foundation. The Queen of Thorns looked at Duke Metz with an anxious look on his face, and said in a deep voice, what are you anxious about? Lind Terra has already solved the trouble for you, so what are you still anxious about? He helped me solve it. How? Why didn't I know? The Duke of Metz looked completely confused. The Queen of Thorns sighed, seeming to have completely given up on her son's mind, and replied in a calm tone, Lind's public execution of the surviving knights was to tell the nobles behind the dead knights that their deaths were due to unauthorized departure. He died a very dishonorable death in the line of duty, and by executing Willis, he was giving an explanation to those guys, letting them know that it was because of their children's absence from duty that the heir of my Tyrell family was so humiliated. The punishment is our vassals, not us. Believe it or not, in the past 2 days, those people will come to the High Court one after another to plead guilty to you. When the time comes, you must receive every visitor seriously. Quote, when the Duke of Metz heard this, he showed a look of surprise, nodded, and said, I know what to do, mother. But he was still a little confused and asked, that Lind really thought of punishing Velis, can he solve it? Did the vassal nobles do this because of their dissatisfaction? I hope he just helped our family unintentionally, instead of planning to have such a result. The Queen of Thorns sighed slightly, and then she looked at the Duke of Metz with a little doubt and asked, the information sent from Old Town has just arrived in my hands. How did you know what happened in Old Town, and how did you know that Lind had whipped Velis? Quote, it was mentioned on the letter sent by Earl Layton. Duke Metz took out the letter that aroused his anger and handed it to the Queen of Thorns. The Queen of Thorns looked at it quickly, her face became a little ugly, and she couldn't help cursing. This old thing actually played such a little trick on me. After that, she turned to look at her daughter-in-law and said, others say that your father is obsessed with witchcraft and is confused, but I think the person who said this is confused. Eulalie said with a wry smile, did my father do anything wrong again? The Queen of Thorns said angrily, wrong thing. He didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted to use the hands of our inflatable fish masters to expel Lind Terra, and then he could drag Lind to you belong to the Hightower family. As she said that, she sneered again. And said, that old guy is really willing to spend money, and he actually plans to marry your sister Moroya Hightower to Lind. If you think about it this way, you have to call Lind that boy's brother-in-law. As she said that, the Queen of Thorns couldn't help laughing. The Duchess couldn't laugh or cry. She remembered that Lind was only 15 or 16. Years old, only 1 or 2 years older than her eldest son. Although it was not uncommon in the 7 kingdoms for old husbands and young wives, or old wives and young husbands, it was still hard for her to accept this matter. If the situation that the Queen of Thorns said really happened, she really couldn't imagine what kind of expression she would have when facing Lind. Thinking about it, she couldn't laugh at all. Your sons have seen that Lind is a talented person. Your father has also seen that Lind is a talented person. Our bachelors have also seen that Lind is a talented person. The garrison commander and the head coach of Highgarden have also seen that Lind is a talented person. Although Lind is a talent, only your husband, my son, Mr. Inflatable Fish, did not realize that he is a talent at all. The Queen of Thorns said sarcastically, I should be unique for you. Are you happy with your sight? My lord, the Duke of Metz said with an embarrassed look. Mother, I was just worried about Vila's health and was a little confused. I didn't really want to punish Lintera. The Queen of Thorns found a chair in the room and sat down, then looked at the Duke of Metz and said, I heard that you plan to change the reward from the manor and village to a territory after Lind completes the task of suppressing the bandits. Quote, yes, mother. Duke Metz nodded and said, it's the land opposite Weil City on the other side of the Crimson Mountains. The Queen of Thorns asked again, who is occupying that land now? The Duke of Metz replied, the Dondarian family in Blackport and the Weir family in Weir City both occupy part of the land. The rest is said to be mountainous land, which is too barren for anyone to occupy. The Queen of Thorns easily saw through Duke Mace's little thoughts and said, when you gave him that land, did you want him to be the second Randall Tarley? He would guard it for you like a horned hill. Crimson Mountains. The Duke of Metz smiled awkwardly and said, since you think it's inappropriate, mother. Let's change it. No, it's very suitable. That place is very suitable for someone like Lintera. Queen of Thorns shook her head and said, but you need to give him a little more rights. Just a knighthood can't help. You guard that place. Chapter 89. A Man and a Woman Alone. 3 days have passed since the Ironborn invasion. News came from Three Towers Castle, Blackcrown City and Bundarenburg that the Ironborn fleet was sailing north. After receiving the news, Vilas did not rest and ordered the entire team to start boarding the ship. In order to accommodate these thousands of people, Rose Trading Company provided 30 large merchant ships, and also rented 10 merchant ships of the same specifications from other shipping companies. The Hightower family also sent 10 warships to protect them. A fleet of 50 large ships is already very large in Westeros. Even the Mandalay family in White Harbor and the Lannister family in Lannisport may not be able to put together such a large fleet. These large ships are different from the Ironmen's pirate ships. In order to speed up, those pirate ships have much smaller hulls and are shuttle-shaped. Their sails are mainly triangular sails. Many of them are small long sails modified from fishing boats. Ships, in terms of size and capacity, are completely incomparable to these large vessels. In order to deal with possible pirates, all ships are equipped with ballistae specially designed to deal with small and medium-sized ships. The arrows used by these ballistae are as thick as arms, and sometimes only one shot can hit them. Sink a small ship. When the fleet left, many people from the old town came to see them off and the dock was crowded. However, they were not here to see off Vilas, but to see off Lind. That 1 versus 100 martial arts showdown had already made Lind the most respected person in the old town. Countless people admired Linda's power and regarded him as a legendary figure in ancient legends, even the Church of the Seven Gods. Some of the monks claim that Lind is the blessed warrior among the seven. Not only did the bishop of the Starry Cathedral not come forward to refute the rumors, but he admitted in some public occasions that Lind was a warrior blesser, and said that Lind loyally guarded the maintenance of the silent prayer ritual on the night of the Ironborn invasion. Wrath did not flinch even when faced with the siege of hundreds of Ironborn pirates, so his loyal character was praised by the seven gods, who in turn gave him the blessing of a warrior. Because of this, he was able to accomplish the miracle of defeating 1 against 1,000. With a mortal body, killing more than 700 Ironborn pirates who offended the Church of the Seven Holy Ones, and protected the Holy Land of the Church from being destroyed by the barbaric Ironborn. Therefore, the Bishop of the Stars Church also gave Lind special qualifications, allowing Lind to complete the holy oil ceremony in the Stars Church, and it was presided over by the Bishop of the Stars Church. He was canonized by the king, anointed with holy oil by the Starry Bishop, and held a vigil ceremony at the Starry Temple. There were only a handful of knights in the entire Westeros continent who could have such experience of being ordained. Linda's qualifications as a knight could be said to be impeccable. Therefore, Lind also has the title of Warrior Blesser in Old Town, and this title is recognized by the Starry Cathedral. There are a large number of believers of the Church of the Seven Gods in Old Town, and they regard Lind as the next saint of the Church of the Seven Gods, and their worship of him is beyond words. Lind knew very well that the Stars Temple did this in order to take advantage of the reputation he had established through super strength. He attributed Linda's super strength to the blessings of the seven gods, and the fact that Lind was sanctified in the Stars Temple. Oil, bound to the Starry Temple, can greatly enhance the reputation of the Starry Temple. According to the idea of the Bishop of the Stars Temple, as long as Lind continues to show his super strength to the world, the reputation of the Stars Temple will become bigger, and in the end it may even become a holy place for warriors, allowing the world to subtly achieve. There is a consensus that any knight must come to the Starry Temple to receive holy oil before he can be qualified to be called a knight. Lind has no objection to this, and he can also obtain the support of the Starry Temple, which can help him achieve some goals more smoothly. For this reason, the Starry Temple is also sparing no effort to promote Linda's reputation as a warrior-blessed person. Otherwise, it may be difficult for Lind to become the object of worship in the Old Town in a short period of time. However, even if he is not a believer in the Church of the Seven Gods, Linda's real strength of 1 against 100 and his rumored strength of 1 against 1,000 are enough to make anyone fear and admire him, such as those businessmen from the Essos continent. So when Villas's fleet gradually left the port, the song of the bear hunter began to sound on the dock. The singing went from chaotic at the beginning to gradually becoming more orderly, and the sound spread farther and farther, even if it could only be heard on the ship. You can see the torch of the towering tower, but you can't see the pier of the Old Town, but you can still vaguely hear the singing in the wind. Sir, Lind Terra's reputation is a bit too high. One of Vilas' staff looked at the glory that was running alongside Vilas' flagship and couldn't help but worry. Before the staff member could finish speaking, Vilas interrupted him, looked at the staff member calmly, and said, "Do your own thing seriously and don't say bad things about other people. Your position can go further." After saying that, with the help of the servant, he returned to his cabin to rest, leaving the staff member standing awkwardly. Lind, who was on the Glory, didn't know what happened on the ship on the side of Vilas. As the captain of the guard, he should have stayed with Vilas, but Garz and his knights were all crowded together. Lind had to choose another boat. At this time, a believer in the seven gods who admired Lind very much gave Lind a large sailing ship. Lind was not polite and named the ship Glory and took this ship instead. Perhaps on purpose, Vilas placed Moroya on Linda's Glory on the grounds that there was no room available on other ships. Lind did not express any objection to this. In fact, even if Moroya planned to take another ship, he would find a way to let her take his own ship because he needed to have a serious talk with Moroya to avoid this trouble. What adverse effects did it have on yourself? Miss Moroya, what is your purpose? Lind came to Moroya's cabin and asked directly toward Moroya, who was preparing some kind of medicine. Moroya stopped what he was doing, looked at Lind, and said, "I want to follow you." Lind frowned. Although Moroya's words sounded very ambiguous, Lind could feel that Moroya didn't think so. Moroya said with emotion, "I have been alone in the towering tower for too long. I want to take a walk outside. You are just the right person. Because you and I are the same kind of people. In this world, we are all the same. We are aliens, and the only ones we can trust are you and me, who are also aliens." Lind was silent for a moment and said, I don't keep idle people around me. Mo Loya thought about it seriously and said, you probably don't have a bachelor's consultant by your side yet. I think I am qualified to be your bachelor's consultant. My knowledge will not be worse than any doctor in the city. If I hadn't been a spy back then, if the book had been banned, I would have become the first female doctor in the city by now. Welcome to join you. Lind thought for a moment, nodded, and stretched out his hand towards Moroya. Moroya also smiled and shook Lind's hand. Although she tried her best to maintain her emotions, Lind could sense that something was wrong with her and immediately let go of her hand. What's wrong with you? Lind asked doubtfully. When Lind let go, Moroya's face quickly returned to normal and he needed to press himself on the table to prevent himself from falling. After hearing Linda's inquiry, she said very directly. Lind couldn't help but be stunned when he heard what Moroya said, and asked, what do you mean? That's it. Moroya gave a clear explanation. When Lind heard this, he couldn't help but look at his hands. He never knew that he could make others just by shaking their hands. This made him complain in his heart, what kind of strange ability is this, the hand of the eagle? Moroya's breathing calmed down at this moment, and her body returned to normal. She stood up straight, but she took 2 steps back to keep herself a little further away from Lind. She looked at Lind up and down and said, our Hightower family once had a marriage relationship with the Targaryen family, so our family's bloodline also has the blood of the true dragon. As he spoke, Moroya pointed to his silver gold curly hair and purple pupils, and said, in my generation, Ellery and I are the only ones with obvious Targaryen blood characteristics. But my situation is different. Unlike Ellery, her features are just ordinary features, but my features cause some wonderful changes in my body. I can produce them just by touching something related to dragons and containing magic power. Lind listened and thought about things in his mind. He remembered that he had been in contact with Moroya in the garden of Blackstone Fortress before, but he was wearing armor at the time, so there was no reaction. Now that the armor was taken off, just now, shaking hands with Moroya immediately triggered the taboo in Moroya's body. Thinking of this, Lind took off the dragon rune necklace made of dragon crystal from his neck, handed it to Moroya, and said, try it and see if this thing can make you react. Moroya looked at the dragon rune necklace with curiosity. Although she couldn't understand what the dragon rune meant, she vaguely felt that it should be similar to the mysterious powers on the towering tower, but now this dragon rune could it is very intuitive to see, unlike the towering tower where you can only vaguely feel some tracks. With curiosity, Moroya reached out and touched the dragon rune necklace. Sure enough, the body appeared again, but compared to when he directly held Lind's hand just now, the feeling now was much weaker, and it didn't look like other magical items related to dragons that she had come into contact with also gave her a strong feeling of heat, but this one had a cooling feeling, which made her feel very calm and soothed at the same time. When Moroya was immersed in this wonderful feeling, Lind moved the dragon rune necklace away from her hand. The sudden interruption made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and she looked at it slightly dissatisfied. Lind, I think you should change your clothes now. Lind pointed to Moroya's feet. Faced with this situation, Moroya did not show shyness or uneasiness. She did not let Lind leave. Instead, she very generously took off all her clothes in front of Lind and stood naked next to Lind. In front of her, she simply wiped her body, put on a light uniform, and tied up her scattered hair with a silver rope, which made her look much more capable. Does it look good? Moroya asked Lind. Was it just now, or now? Lind asked. Just now, Moroya said. Lind said with a somewhat abrupt smile. Others are good, but the breasts are a little small. Mo Loya didn't care, but nodded in approval and said, there is no way, it's a family inheritance, and the women of the Hightower family don't have big breasts. But such big breasts are enough. My sister, your Duchess, she doesn't have big breasts, but she has given birth to 4 children. The Duchess has a wet nurse. Lind continued joking. That's right, the child can be taken care of by the wet nurse. With the appetite of the inflatable fish, Ellery's breast should be enough. Moroya showed a serious expression and said ambiguous words, but, your body is so strong, you must have a lot of food, my breasts are not enough for you to suck. As she spoke, she deliberately untied her chest and pulled the skirt of her clothes to expose her snow-white breasts. She didn't know if it was because of the compression of her clothes that her breasts, which originally looked small, became larger. A lot. In this game of whoever blushes first, whoever loses first, even with his previous life experience, Lind was still no match for Moroya. When he felt that his physical characteristics began to change, Lind decisively ended this provocative conversation. Said, if there is nothing else, I will leave temporarily. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the cabin. When he walked out of the cabin and closed the door, he only heard Moroya's proud laughter coming from the cabin. What a goblin. Lind calmed down, looked at the cabin behind him, and muttered. After returning to his cabin, Lind soothed the seasick glory while recalling the gains from this conversation with Moroya. Having Moloya, a former bachelor, as his bachelor advisor is undoubtedly the biggest reward. Moroya's value is not only reflected in her amazing knowledge, but also in her identity. From the days in Old Town, it was not difficult for Lind to see that Earl Layton loved his eldest daughter very much. Earl Layton even hinted to Lind more than once that as long as Lind married Moloya, then he immediately carved out a castle and village from his territory and made Lind the lord. So as long as Moroya is by his side, Earl Layton will more or less take care of himself economically and politically, which is equivalent to giving him a big lord's foreign aid in vain. Secondly, through Moroya's special physique, Lind has been able to determine that the dragon feasting ritual has changed him, and that it has also added some dragon blood in his body. Even if this bloodline is not the bloodline of the Targaryen family, it can still play some role when facing dragons. This made him wonder whether he should also get a dragon egg and wait for the day when the red comet appeared more than 10 years later to hatch a dragon and ride it. Chapter 90. Arriving at Sunspear. In autumn and winter, the monsoon wind of the summer sea blows from west to east, completely filling the sail. You can see the wind blowing the canvas bulging. Although the ocean current circulates from east to west, this does not have any impact on the sea. What impact did the ship have? After Villa's fleet set off from the Old Town, it was a smooth journey without encountering any obstacles. The power of the huge fleet was enough to shock all ships with ulterior motives on the sea. They passed through the Whispering Bay in just 2 days, arriving at Redwind Strait near Chingting Island. Villa's original plan was to take this opportunity to visit the Redwind family on Arbor Island and discuss the purchase of wine. However, due to a delay of a few days in Old Town, he had to modify his plan and wait until later. When Dorne comes back, he will visit the Arbor. However, Earl Paxter Redwyn of the Redwyn family of Arbor Island took a boat to meet Willis at sea when Willis's fleet passed by. This time, Victoria came with him. Rath's aunt, Mina Tyrell. A few years ago, Earl Redwyn married Mina Tyrell and became an in-law of the Tyrell family. The relationship with the Tyrell family became even closer. The Tyrell family also had a strong influence on the Redwyn family. With great trust, the security of the sea area south of the Reach was entrusted to the Redwyn family. The Earl and Countess of Redwyn also have a very good relationship. In just 1 year, they already had twin children, which also made the relationship between the two families even closer. This time, the reason why Earl Redwyn couldn't wait to meet with Velas, and even brought his wife over, was mainly to explain the attack on Old Town. It is the duty of the Redwyn family fleet to prevent pirates from attacking Old Town and other territories in the south of the Reach. However, this time Euron Greyjoy led thousands of Iron Men to attack Old Town, and the Redwynes were completely unaware of it. Even when Euron escaped, he failed to stop him. This was undoubtedly a major dereliction of duty. Although Earl Redwyn had immediately ridden to High Court to explain the situation, he still felt uneasy, so he decided to come and explain the situation to Velas in person when Velas passed through the Redwyn Strait. Let Velas speak for you. When the Iron Men attacked Old Town, the reason why Chingting Island's fleet was not able To detect it in advance was because a very large storm suddenly appeared on the sea near Qingting Island. It lasted for 5 or 6 days. Qingting Island, all the ships on board were unable to leave the port. After the storm stopped, news was received that Old Town had been attacked by the Ironborn. Vilas had no doubts about Redwin's explanation, because the news that Qingting Island encountered a huge storm had spread among the maritime merchants in Old Town in the past 2 days, and some were planning to go to Qingting Island to purchase goods. The wine merchants also stopped their plans and waited for news of the storm to subside in a few days before setting off. After Vilas said that he would report the situation on Arbor Island to the Duke after returning to the High Court, Earl Redwin felt relieved. Afterwards, he discussed with Vilas and signed a wine purchase agreement, and then left with satisfaction. However, before Earl Redwin left, he assigned 2 more warships to join Willis's fleet to escort Willis on his trip to Dornay. After experiencing the episode on Qingting Island, Willis's fleet never encountered anything worthy of attention. Every day was the same ocean. For this reason, the people on the ship had to find their own fun, such as on the ship hold a small hand-to-hand competition or something like that. Lind had the foresight to buy a few books to pass the time in Old Town. He read books in the cabin every day and practiced sword practice on the deck. From time to time, he would go to Moroya's cabin to watch her mix medicines and make the so-called magic saint. Things like things, life is very fulfilling. After Moloya learned that Glory was seasick, he made some concoction for Glory to drink. The effect was very good. Glory became alive and kicking after a few days. In this way, the fleet sailed on the sea for more than 10 days before crossing the summer sea and arriving at the waters near Sunspear City. Perhaps the merchant ships encountered on the road felt that they would not encounter pirates if they followed the large fleet, so many merchant ships followed Vilas' fleet on the road. When they arrived at Sunspear, the entire fleet, it looked like there were more than 100 large ships, completely covering the outer sea of Sunspear. Even though Willis had already notified Sunspear City through the Raven of the Lamonlindat family when he passed through Lemon Grove, the approach of such a large fleet still made Sunspear City extremely nervous. For this reason, Sunspear City sent its own fleet to block Vilas' fleet at sea, and then sent an envoy to put forward Sunspear's request. The envoy sent by Sunspear is Manfrey Martel, Prince Doran's cousin and the steward of Sunspear. His status in Sunspear is only below that of Prince Doran and Prince Oberon. Sending such a third-ranking figure in Sunspear to serve as an envoy showed that Prince Doran also attached great importance to Willis's visit. However, after Manfrey met Willis, he posed a difficult problem to Willis, that is, Prince Doran only allowed Willis to lead 200 knights and 300 soldiers to land in Dornay, and the others could only stay on board and not allowed to go ashore. What? How can you do it with only such a few people? Before Vilas could say anything, the others around him stopped. This is already the limit allowed by His Highness the Prince. If there are any more people, we will treat it as an invasion of Dornay by you from the river bend. Manfrey looked at the people beside Willis very seriously, his eyes on Lind and Glory stayed for a while, then turned to Vilas and said, Lord Vilas, the prince asked me to tell you that he can promise to guarantee your safety in Dornay. Any attack against you will be treated as a serious crime. For the attack on Sunspear. After hearing Manfrey's words, everyone fell silent and turned to look at Vilas. They all could see that Dornay would never allow so many troops to land in the Reach. In fact, on the way to Dornay, Willis had already discussed this matter with his staff. In fact, they were discussing it. They felt that Dornay's permission for 100 knights and 200 soldiers to land was already the limit. Now the number of people Dornay agreed to land was more than double the number they negotiated. This has made everyone very satisfied. Just now, it was just acting in front of Manfrey. Now that Manfrey has spoken out Prince Dolan's promise, this has given enough face to Huon, and no one can say anything else. If others in Dornay had made a promise, perhaps everyone would still have doubts, but Prince Doran's promise is as real and valid as the Lannister gold, and no one will question whether he can keep his promise. I agree. Vilas said nothing more and agreed to Manfrey's conditions. Afterwards, he discussed with Manfrey the matters after landing, such as how to arrange the ships docked here and the people on the ships, how to provide food and other items, and how to arrange the route to Shenfa city, etc. During the discussion, Manfrey told Vilas a piece of bad news, that is, the Green Blood River was dry, and the riverbed was visible in several places, making it impossible for ships to sail normally. In other words, Vilas cannot take a boat upstream from the Green Blood River to Divine Grace City. He can only disembark at Sunspear City and go to Divine Grace City by land. At this time, Manfrey suggested, Prince Oberon will also go to Divine Grace City to participate in the martial arts competition. If Lord Vilas doesn't mind, he can go with Prince Oberon. In that case, let's trouble Prince Oberon. Vilas did not reject Manfrey's kindness. Obviously, this should be the preparation made by the Martel family for Vilas' safety. After discussing various matters, Manfrey left. But before leaving, he suddenly invited Vilas, after Lord Vilas disembarks, please be sure to go to the Flowing Water Garden outside the city. Dolan the Prince has arranged a reception dinner for you. Vilas will naturally not refuse, because Prince Doran is the most important target of his trip to Dornay. Without Prince Doran's consent, even if he has reached an agreement with the Dornish lords who went to Divine Grace City to participate in the tournament, it's no use either. So even if Manfrey Martel doesn't take the initiative, he will find a way to have an informal meeting with Prince Doran. As for a formal meeting, he had not even thought about it. After all, he was only the heir of Highgarden, and his status was not far behind Prince Doran, the Lord of Dornay. He was not yet qualified to have an equal informal meeting with Prince Doran. Because he regarded Prince Doran as the main target of this trip to Dornay, Vilas also collected as much information about Prince Doran as possible, so as to understand what kind of person Prince Doran was from different people, and then formulate his own strategy to persuade Prince Doran. However, what gave him a headache was that the more news he heard about Prince Dolan, the blurry the image of Prince Dolan became in his mind. In the end, he couldn't even describe what kind of person Prince Dolan was. In the eyes of most people, Prince Doran is a pitiful man. For a long time, he grew up under the suppression of his mother, Princess Dornay. It was not until the death of Princess Dornay, not long ago, that he succeeded to the throne. However, his health is very poor and he is weak in doing things. The Dornish people seem to like his younger brother Oberon Martel, the Red Viper, more. The various lords of Dornay do not seem to obey him. They feel that he will lose the Prince of Dornay at any time. The throne was replaced by Oberon Martel. However, in the eyes of others, Prince Dolan has a different look. They have actually taken over the power from his mother, Princess Dornay, very early on, but in name he is only an heir. On the surface, the various lords of Dornay seem to be very dissatisfied with Prince Doran, and seem to be unwilling to obey Sunspear's orders, but in fact it is completely different. For example, when Princess Elia and her children were killed more than a year ago, and the entire Dornay formed an army under the call of the Red Viper, intending to go north to avenge Princess Elia, Prince Doran just relied on a piece of order to do so. He ordered all the armies gathered by the Dornish lords to disband, and the rebellious Prince Oberon was also banned from Sunspear City. It can be seen that Prince Doran's control over Dornay is comparable to Lord Tywin's control over the West. Vilas also asked the Queen of Thorns what she thought of Prince Doran, and the Queen of Thorns replied that she couldn't see clearly. The Queen of Thorns said that Prince Doran has always been hidden in the shadow of others. In the past, he was hidden in the shadow of his mother, Princess Dornay, and now he is hidden in the shadow of the Red Viper. The Prince Doran that anyone sees is just him. If someone really uses this information to study Prince Doran's character and abilities, they will only get a wrong answer in the end. The Queen of Thorns finally gave a summary to both Prince Doran and the Red Viper. She felt that the Red Viper, Prince Oberon, was like a poisonous snake that raised its head high and was ready to attack at any time. Although it might not be possible to avoid the attack of the poisonous snake, it could at least know the other party's intention. But Prince Doran is the kind of poisonous snake that buries himself completely in the sand. No one can see his existence, and when he attacks, it is definitely the most deadly and precise attack. Those attacked by him, the target may be dead without even being able to think about who attacked them. This was the first time for Willis to hear his grandmother speak so highly of a person, which also made him even more curious about Prince Doran. So while the ship was still selecting the 100 knights and 500 soldiers who would accompany Velas to the City of Divine Grace, he could not wait to lead more than 20 knights, including Lind and Gals, on the small boat and go ahead. Went to Sunspear City in one step. Sunspear City is located on the coastline on the north side of the Greenblood River. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and the land is sunken inward. It is a natural deep water port. A huge dock is located on the south side of the city. It is separated from the inner city by 3 high walls. To the west of the pier is the Shadow City. Most of the buildings here are made of adobe bricks made of mud and straw. The architectural planning is extremely chaotic. Usually, many buildings are built on top of the original buildings. It feels like it was like a child randomly stacking a pile of stones together. Due to the construction materials and building shape, the entire Shadow City looked extremely simple and old, completely unlike a subsidiary town of a country's capital. However, in fact, this simple town is as prosperous as any other city. Spices, silks and precious porcelain from the east are sold in the town market. Taverns and brothels are filled with visitors from different parts of the world. The noisy crowds filled every street in the city, and the noise continued late into the night. Due to the construction methods and other reasons, the streets of the entire Shadow City are like a maze. You never know whether what is waiting for you at the next turn is a surprise or a fright. How many dangers are hidden in it? An uninhabited island. If local people leave you, it will be difficult to walk out of this town. After Willis and the others boarded the pier, Sunspear officials who had been waiting at the pier led them directly through the Shadow City to a manor on the northwest side. This was a temporary accommodation arranged by Prince Doran for them residents. The reason why they were not arranged in the Shadow City was probably because they were worried about conflicts between the Dornish people there and the River Bend people. Under Willis. Chapter 91 Dorn's First Shot. Flowing Water Gardens is located on the beach in the southwest of Sunspear City. There is a seaside avenue leading directly from Sunspear City. This manor, built almost 100 years ago, is well preserved and looks almost new. With pools, sheds, courtyards, and gardens, as well as exquisite beams and elegant arches. With Dornish characteristics, this manor can be regarded as a collection of buildings. The culmination of various manor styles in Dorne. In the past, this manor was a summer resort for the princes and princesses of Dorne, but now it has become a health resort and nursery for the princes of Dorne. The children of nobles from all over Dorne will be sent here to be raised by Prince Doran, although they are not adopted children. But there is no difference. On the surface, Fallingwater Gardens seems to be an undefended manor, but in fact, there are 500 elite Dornish warriors in Fallingwater Gardens, and there are 2,000-man castles about 1 square meter west of Fallingwater Gardens. There is a military camp, and there are more than 20 warships in this sea area, which are enough to protect the safety of the manor. When Villas and his party arrived at the Flowing Water Garden, they were stopped by the captain of the guard, Alio Hoda, who was waiting at the door. "We were invited by Prince Doran. Are you sure you want to stop us?" Garth looked at Alio Hoda with a displeased face and said in a deep voice, "Lord Velas, I'm sorry, it's not you I'm blocking. You can go in, but he and it must stay." Alio Hoda pointed at Lind and Glory next to him in an extremely serious manner. "Why are we together?" Garth asked, dissatisfied. "Because he is too dangerous, and all of you combined are not as dangerous as him." At this time, a lazy voice was heard coming from the manor behind Alio Hoda and other Dornish guards. Immediately afterwards, Oberon, dressed in casual clothes, was seen walking out of the arch with his arms around a woman who didn't look particularly beautiful, but very charming. He passed through the guards and came to Velas and others. He just glanced at Velas, then turned to look at Lind and Glory. When he saw Glory, who had become extremely large, and Lind, who was wearing a full set of gorgeous armor, he couldn't help but have a look of surprise on his face. Said, "I thought the rumors were too exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be true. A few months ago, I saw this little guy was just an ordinary shadow lynx. Now he has grown so big. No wonder he is regarded as a monster. Have you made a fortune these past few months? How much did it cost to build such a fine set of armor?" Quote, seeing Red Viper talking to Lind as if greeting an acquaintance, everyone around them was stunned. Their eyes looked back and forth between the two people. They couldn't connect Lind with a prince far away in Dornay, especially people who know Linda's origins would never think that Lind would know the Red Viper. Only Willis understood the situation and knew that the Red Viper had appeared in Tumstone Town a few months ago and wanted to bring Nymeria Fudley, Count of Tumstone Town, to Dornay to inherit the legacy of her father, Prince Lewin. He and Lynn. It was probably at that time that I realized virtue. Faced with Red Viper's provocative way of talking, Lind responded in an extremely calm tone. "Your Majesty, have you found a suitable spear now? In that fight that day, I just got a little interested. It's a pity that it's over. I'm still waiting for you to challenge me again, Mr. Prince." As soon as these words came out, the people around them looked at the two people in shock. Although it was just a short sentence, they had already heard that Lind and Oberon had fought against each other, and the world-famous Red Viper had lost. "It's a pity that we lost just after the fight." However, Gals and others had seen Lind fight 1 against 100 before, so in their opinion, it was reasonable that Lind was better than the Red Viper, so they quickly returned to normal. On the contrary, Aliohoda and the Dornish guards behind him were shocked for a long time. Although they felt Linda's power when they saw Glory following Lind just now, they were more. It is believed that this kind of power is brought about by the giant beast of Glory. However, they knew very well how powerful the Red Viper was. All the Dornish guards present had fought against the Red Viper. They were as vulnerable to the Red Viper as children who had just learned to pick up weapons. But now Lind said that the Red Viper couldn't make him want to fight, and he lost just after the fight. This seemed like a fantasy to them. However, in the face of Linda's statement, the Red Viper did not make any refutation. It seemed that it should have acquiesced in Linda's statement. This also made the guards present understand why the Red Viper asked to stop Lind in the flowing water. He was not allowed outside the garden. Ha ha. When the surrounding atmosphere became a little weird, the woman in the arms of the Red Viper suddenly laughed wildly, and taunted the Red Viper, "No wonder you haven't been able to sleep in bed these past few months. Jin, you dance with your life with a spear every morning, but it turns out that you suffered a lot from others, which made me think that you were no longer interested in me, and started to think about finding a few more people to help you." Quote, the Red Viper showed a little embarrassment on his face, and slapped the woman next to him on the butt. Then he did not talk to Lind anymore, but turned to look at Velis and said, "Master Velis, I heard that you are very good at raising horses, raising dogs, training falcons." "Yes, your highness." Willis saluted Oberon. "Me too." Oberon raised his hand and blew a whistle. Then he heard an eagle cry from the sky, and then saw a huge eagle falling from the sky and standing firmly on a baron's arm. What a beautiful fire-feathered bald eagle. Velis's eyes lit up and he walked up to Oberon. He took a serious look at the big eagle on Oberon's arm. He praised him repeatedly and stretched out his hand towards the big eagle. The eagle touched it. "Be careful." Oberon knew very well how ferocious his fire-feathered bald eagle was, and even his lover would not allow him to touch it, so he immediately reminded Velis. However, a scene that surprised Oberon occurred. After Velis' hand touched his eagle, it was not bitten by the eagle. Although the eagle showed a little discomfort and gave way, it finally failed, accepting Varys's touch. Everyone else was surprised that Velis could tame the owned eagle so easily. Only Lind knew that this might be related to the mysterious power of Velis that could create an affinity for animals. At this time, a servant came out of the garden. After seeing everyone, he came directly to Oberon and said, Lord Oberon, just now the prince asked why the guest has not arrived yet. I understand. Oberon looked at the servant impatiently, then turned to look at Lind and said, "It's still the same as before, others can go in, but you absolutely cannot go in." Lind said in a deep voice, "Lord Oberon, if I really want to do something, do you think the people here can stop me? What's the difference between me outside and inside?" As if he was deliberately making things difficult for Lind, Oberon pointed at Glory and said, "There is a difference. At least the people inside will feel better and won't be scared by your pet." Lind said nothing more and turned to look at Velas. Velas pondered for a moment, then turned to Lind, Gals and other night guards and said, "You all stay outside, I will go in alone." "Sir." Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they wanted to persuade Velas. "Stop talking." Velas interrupted everyone's persuasion, turned around and signaled to the Dornish guards, then walked into the arch alone. Seeing Velas' performance, Oberon also had a look of surprise on his face, and couldn't help but say, "It's incredible that a wild boar can emerge from a group of domestic pigs." Everyone present knew who Oberon was referring to with these harsh words, and their faces became extremely ugly. They all stared at Oberon angrily, and Garth Hightower even put his hand on. He had the long sword on his waist, as if Oberon would draw his sword at him if he didn't apologize. Facing these angry looks, Oberon didn't care at all. Instead, he hugged his mistress extremely provocatively and looked at the knights with contempt. Naturally, the night guards were extremely angry at being ridiculed in this way, and they all expressed their intention to fight Oberon in a duel. Oberon did not look at these night guards, but turned to look at Lind, as if asking Lind, "Don't you take action?" However, Lind had no intention of intervening in this matter. Instead, he turned around and sat down in the shade of a tree. Glory also leaned close to Lind, clinging to Linda's homeless night sword and enjoying it. With the cold air transmitted from the great sword, he drove away the Dornish heat around him. Seeing that Lind had no intention of stopping, Oberon was no longer polite. Although it was not suitable to kill these knights from the Reach, it was not a big problem to teach these knights a lesson and let them know how powerful the Dornish warriors were. So, Oberon asked his mistress to stand aside, then casually took a spear from the hand of a Dornish warrior, then walked to the small square in front of the manor, and swung at Gars and others very frivolously. Wave. Although the knights were very angry and extremely disgusted with Oberon, they still retained a trace of reason and would not do such dishonorable things as besieging Oberon. So one of them came from Appleton in the Reach. The knight from home came out first, stood opposite Oberon, and challenged Oberon. This knight is also somewhat famous in the Reach. He is the heir of Baron Appleton of Appleton and is a frequent visitor to various tourneys. Although he has never won a tourney championship, he is recognized as a powerful knight. However, this powerful knight was completely incompetent in front of Oberon. Oberon easily dodged every attack of this knight as if it was a joke. Only when the knight was exhausted did he use his spear to kill him. He was knocked unconscious. After dealing with this knight, Oberon had no intention of resting and challenged the night guards again. As a result, all the night guards in the Reach, including Garth, stepped forward to fight Oberon one by one. In the end, without exception, they were all defeated by Oberon's spear. Only Garth could compete with Oberon. After several exchanges, Oberon was not knocked unconscious, but the long sword in his hand was knocked to the ground. Dueling with so many people at once, Oberon was also a little weak. He needed to wield a spear to stand firm. The Dornish warriors around him all looked at Oberon with admiration. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, they may have all chanted the name of the Red Viper. Oberon also had a proud look on his face, and turned to raise his eyebrows at his mistress, who was blushing from the battle just now, as if he was rebutting his mistress's strong rebuttal to her recent comment that he had no energy lately. But his pride quickly faded when his eyes fell on Lind, and he was quite bored with the battle just now. After all, after experiencing Linda's power, he was already fighting against these ordinary knights. I can't feel much passion for fighting anymore. However, he has not thought about challenging Lind now, because he knows very well that Linda's current strength is probably much stronger than it was in Tengshi town. Challenging Lind now will only bring back the problems he just mentioned to the Dornish warriors. Morale was knocked back. It's so boring. Oberon threw the spear in his hand back to the Dornish guard, and ordered the guard to send the knights from the reach to the manor for treatment. Then he motioned to his mistress and asked her to go back to the garden first, and he himself walked to sit next to Lind. His eyes fell on the other sword of the lost knight in Linda's hand, and he asked curiously, "Can I take a look?" Lind untied the knight's sword and handed it to the Red Viper, with an inexplicable smile on his face. He also wanted to see how the Red Viper would react after touching the homeless knight's sword. Is this a dragon bone? Red Viper could tell at a glance what the sword hilt was made of. And this sword could actually be made of dragon bone. He was even more curious about what the sword's blade looked like. With strong curiosity, the Red Viper reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. The moment his hand touched the hilt, he immediately let go and looked at Lind with a shocked expression. "What's going on?" Red Viper looked at his slightly numb fingers and asked in a deep voice. Lind could clearly feel that after the Red Viper came into contact with the homeless knight's great sword, what was touched was not the dragon rune that produced freezing power, but the dragon rune that produced thunder and lightning power. After obtaining the homeless knight's great sword, only the dragon rune of freezing power was functioning on the knight's great sword. As for the other two dragon runes, it seemed that they were still in a dormant state and had not been activated. Because of this, when he killed the Ironmen in the Starry Temple in Old Town, he did not use any of the energy accumulated by the dragon runes, because he felt that it might be necessary to wait until the energy of the dragon runes of frozen power accumulated to a certain level, and other dragons the rune will be activated. But what he didn't expect was that the dragon rune representing the power of thunder and lightning was activated the moment the Red Viper touched the knight's sword, which made him couldn't help but suspect that the Red Viper had some kind of special magical physique. "This is a magic sword." Lind told the truth without hiding anything. "Magic sword." Red Viper sneered at Lind as if he heard some joke, but seeing the seriousness on Linda's face, he couldn't help but confirm, "What you said is true. Try again." Lind handed over the knight's sword again and signaled. The Red Viper hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand to grasp the hilt of the sword again. Although his palms still felt numb, he was mentally prepared in advance and resisted the urge to let go. He pulled the knight's sword out a little, and saw that it was exposed part of the sword blade. The expression on his face became interesting. Chapter 92 Green Blood River Orphans. "What's wrong with him?" Willis asked Lind beside him. While looking towards the Dornish team, he saw the Red Viper sitting listlessly on the horse, not even interested in his mistress's teasing. It felt like it's like being castrated. There was something wrong with the Red Viper from the past 2 days, and he had a few conversations with Lind before the problem appeared. The Dornish guards did not hear the specific conversation. He just suffered a big blow. Lind replied calmly, but his answer was also vague and he couldn't tell the reason. It's no wonder that the Red Viper became like this. He wanted to obtain a Valyrian steel weapon all his life, but he didn't see any shadow of it. However, Lind actually owned 2 Valyrian swords, and these two the Great Sword also contains the power of magic, which makes him feel extremely embarrassed as a prince. What he couldn't accept even more was that Lind actually told him that he still had a piece of Valyrian steel armor that he was building. His mentality was completely broken at that moment. From that day until today when he left for the City of Divine Grace, have not recovered yet. "Lord Lind, did you compete with him that day?" Garth Hightower came over and asked expectantly. In fact, it was not just the Red Viper whose mentality was broken that day. Garth and the others who had competed with the Red Viper yesterday also had their mentality broken. Although they have all heard of the reputation of the Red Viper and know that the Red Viper is very powerful, due to certain stories and rumors, they always think that the Red Viper's strength lies in its poison. However, in fact, the Red Viper was not only extremely skilled in poisoning, but also his spear skills exceeded their expectations. As a result, they were defeated so miserably at the Hands of the Red Viper. It can be said that the Knights of the Reach were greatly embarrassed. However, they still have the last fig leaf. In their opinion, as long as Lind competes with the Red Viper and defeats the Red Viper, then the Knights of the Reach can still save their face. It's a pity that they were destined to be disappointed. Lind shook his head and said, I didn't fight against the Red Viper that day. He and I knew each other's strength well, so it didn't matter whether we fought or not. As he said that, he turned his head and looked. Looking at Garth Hightower, he said, recover your dignity by yourself, Knight Garth. Garth curled his lips and did not refute. He was already thinking that if he was lucky, he might be able to save some face from the Red Viper in the spear duel at the tournament. Lind turned his head to look at Velas, who was lost in thought again, and asked, didn't the meeting with Prince Doran go well that day? No, it went very smoothly. Prince Doran is a very. Velas wanted to describe the Prince Doran he saw, but he couldn't find the right words. The words were stuck in his throat and there was no way to say them out. Lind did not disturb him. He rode on his horse and shared vision with Glory, who was in the forest next to the team. He looked at the situation of the entire team from the perspective of a bystander so that he could correct the problem in time. After a while, Velas said slowly, I didn't know why Grandma described Prince Doran like that before, but now I understand a little bit. Snake in the sand, Lind said. Yes. Velas nodded and said, that day in the water garden, I was the one talking most of the time. Prince Doran only said 1 or 2 sentences in the middle and was the listener. The whole time, I feel that I have the control. The rhythm of the negotiation was slowed down, but after leaving the flowing water garden, I found that it was Prince Daolong who was guiding my thoughts and words from beginning to end. Every sentence he inserted in the middle was like a rope holding me. According to his, it's a terrible person to go in the direction you want. Velas showed a lingering fear, then took a flask filled with Qingding Island wine from his entourage and took a few sips to calm down the strange emotions that arose when recalling yesterday's experience. Lord Velas, you are very smart, smarter than most people of the same age, but smart people have one problem, that is, they think too much. Lind looked at Velas and said, you don't know what you are doing. You don't need to really know what kind of person Prince Doran is, you just need to know whether your idea can be recognized by Prince Doran. Did Prince Doran reject your proposal to sign a peace agreement with Dorne yesterday? No, Prince Doran agreed quickly. Willis shook his head and said, but he is not optimistic about it. He made a precondition that 1/3 of the Dornish lords must agree. Take the initiative to push this matter forward. As he spoke, he saw Lind nodded slightly and asked, Lord Lind, don't you like the peace agreement I proposed? Not optimistic. Lind expressed his thoughts very directly. Velas didn't expect Lind to be so direct. He was stunned and couldn't help asking, why aren't you optimistic about it? Does my lack of optimism have any impact on your plan? My lord, instead of worrying about why I am not optimistic about your plan, it would be better to contact those Dornish nobles, especially Prince Oberon. Linda reminded, Prince Oberon has a very high prestige in Dorne. If he is willing to help you as a lobbyist, you should be able to easily gain the support of 1/3 of the Dorne lords. After hearing this, Willis also felt that Lind was right, so he drove his horse towards the Red Viper's team. Seeing this, Lind asked Gals and John to take the guards to protect Willis, while he himself came next to a middle-aged knight in the crowd. Sir Rossos. Lind took the initiative to say hello to the middle-aged knight. The middle-aged knight was also a little surprised that Lind, the captain of Velas's bodyguard, suddenly greeted him. He hesitated for a moment, returned the greeting to Lind, and said, Lord Lind, what can I do for you? Lind asked, when I was in the Reach, I heard that there was an extremely splendid wild horse king wandering around the outskirts of Shannon City. It has not been tamed by anyone yet. Is this true? The middle-aged knight that Lind was looking for was the sworn knight of the Elian family in Divine Grace City. This time Divine Grace City held a martial arts competition. He was originally only responsible for delivering letters to Sunspear City, but due to a sudden injury, he had to stay in Sunspear City. He was resting in Spear City and had only recovered In the past 2 days, he happened to return to the City of Divine Grace with the Sunspear. City team. Lind always remembered the main purpose of coming to Divine Grace City, so after knowing that there was a knight from Divine Grace City in the team, he wanted to know something about the Mustang King from his mouth in advance. Hearing Linda's words, the knight of the Elian family suddenly untied the leather armor on his chest, and then opened the clothes underneath to expose his chest. I saw a horseshoe print on the chest of Knight Rossos that almost covered his entire chest. The area covered by the horseshoe print was slightly sunken, and some bones that were not aligned after healing could be seen on the surface. After showing his injuries, the knight rearranged his clothes and explained, "I was wearing a breastplate made of wrought iron. I was kicked by it. The breastplate was all broken and the bones in my chest were all broken. I was kicked to pieces and I thought I was dead, but my mother, Lorne, kept me going." Mother Lorne. Lind was stunned and asked, "Lord Rossos, are you an orphan of the Green Blood River?" "Yes." Knight Rossos nodded, then looked at Lind and asked, "Does Lord Lind also think we are unclean?" "No." Lind shook his head and said, "I just think it's a coincidence. When I came to Dornay's ship, I read a book about Nymeria's 1,000 ships crossing, and your group was mentioned in it. Orphans of the Greenblood River who maintain ancient Roiner traditions. The Greenblood River Orphans are a very special ethnic group in Dornay. Neither the Dornish people nor the Greenblood River Orphans consider themselves Dornish. This ethnic group is the descendant of the first group of Roiner warriors who followed the Roiner warrior Queen Nymeria across the sea. They admire their ancient traditions, believe in the Mother River Lorne, and are unwilling to integrate into the culture of Dornay. So they have always been rejected by the Dornish people. He has no fixed place to live. Until later, they made rafts on the Green Blood River and built houses on the rafts. From then on, they lived on the Green Blood River and made a living selling various goods. They call their group orphans, and the name Orphans of the Green Blood River is a contemptuous name given to them by the Dornish people, just like how gypsies were used to call Roma people in Lind's previous world. Lind asked, "I thought you had always abided by ancient traditions and wouldn't. You won't leave the raft and become a knight, right?" Knight Rossos sneered habitually, but suddenly felt a little rude, quickly recovered his expression, and said with a hint of meaning, "Meat will attract wild dogs, and weapons are the only way to deal with wild dogs." Although Knight Rossos spoke very vaguely, Lind could still understand what he meant. Although Green Blood River Orphans are almost synonymous with poverty in the eyes of the outside world, smart people know very well that Green Blood River Orphans, which account for almost 80% of the water trade in Green Blood River, have absolutely nothing to do with poverty. Under the disguise of a simple raft, these Green Blood River Orphans have mastered an astonishing wealth, which is enough to bring them disaster. The elders of the Green Blood River Orphans also know this very well, so they do not hesitate to change the tradition that has lasted for thousands of years, spend a lot of money, and send the children in the group to different knights to serve as attendants, and then become knights and join different Dornay. The Lord family thus gained a certain degree of influence and secretly protected the Green Blood River Orphans. The matter of the Green Blood River Orphans was a bit heavy. Instead of continuing the topic, Linder changed the topic back and said, "Are there many people in Shaneen City trying to capture that wild horse king?" Knight Rossos nodded and replied, "There are many people, but it's not one horse, but two." Two. Lind was stunned. "Yes, 2 horses." Rossos was silent for a moment and then asked, "Sir Lind, are you interested in the Mustang King?" "Yes," Lind admitted. Knight Rossos looked at Lind thoughtfully and said, "You may have a chance to catch them, but it will be difficult for you to take them away." "What does this mean?" Lind asked in confusion. "You'll know what's going on when you get to Divine Grace City." Knight Rossos did not explain further. The team that set off from Sunspear didn't move very fast. Rather than rushing, it felt more like traveling. They headed west along the riverside road of the Greenblood River. They didn't set off until 3 poles high in the morning, and the sun was still overhead in the afternoon. When they got there, they stopped to set up camp. The prostitutes, circus troops and various vendors who accompanied the army entered the military camp, and Some Dornish knights also ran to the raft brothel where the orphans of the Green Blood River docked on the shore to enjoy themselves. Looking at the excitement over the Dorne team, the camp here in the Reach was deserted. It wasn't that they didn't want to enjoy the same happiness as the people in Dorne, but that they didn't dare. Every day, after the team stops moving forward and sets up camp, Lind will arrange the regular defense camp and strictly implement every defense rule. Not to mention prostitutes and traders entering the camp, even if the Red Viper wants to enter the camp, Linda's approval is also required, and all knights must assume guard duties. They patrol in several groups every night to closely protect Velas. At the same time, they also use this move to clearly tell the people in Dorne, people don't believe you can protect Velas. The people of Dorne were very angry, but they had nothing to say. On the contrary, the Red Viper was not affected at all. He played and drank when he should, and even deliberately hired a circus troupe to camp in the Reach one night. There were performances outside, and some prostitutes were sent to tease the soldiers outside the camp in the middle of the night. Faced with this kind of provocation, the soldiers could not bear it. On the contrary, a knight in charge of patrol could not hold back. He found a prostitute and quickly solved it in a nearby soldiers' camp. After Lind learned about this incident, he did not immediately punish the knight. The other knights in the camp also subconsciously thought that Lind was planning to turn a blind eye. Only Jon and others who knew Lind knew that those knights had all misunderstood. Lind did not punish him immediately, which meant that the subsequent punishment would be more severe. Sure enough, the next night, Lind paid to rent all the prostitutes who followed the team, and then found the pharmacist in the orphan boathouse on the Green Blood River. However, this knight did get a good nickname, Robert Flowers, 1 against 100. There is no doubt that after this unconventional public punishment, the restless mood in the Reach team has stabilized, and Linda's notoriety has become more deeply rooted in the hearts of everyone. Not only the people in the Reach shuddered when they mentioned Lind, but even the people in Dorne couldn't help but shudder after hearing that Lind used such a weird way to punish knights who violated camp rules. After this night, Red Viper also restrained himself a lot, because he was also worried that Lind would suddenly become irrational and use this method to deal with him. After all, Lind's force was there. If he really wanted to do it, what can he and the Dornish knights around him be able to resist? The team walked like this for 13 days before arriving at Shaneen City. Chapter 93 Assassination. The City of Divine Grace is located at the intersection of the Green Blood River, the Foul River and the Vance River. The water here is abundant and the plants are luxuriant. The city is built in a large forest. It does not look like a city in Dorne at all, but rather like a city in Dorne is a town in the Reach. The entire Shaneen City is very large, at least 3 times the size of Sunspear City. There are no tall buildings here, they are all low-rise buildings. The tallest building is the main castle where the Elian family lives. Unlike other castles that use city walls to completely separate the inner city main castle from the outer city towns, the main castle of Divine Grace City and the outer towns are not blocked and completely integrated. The lack of city walls does not mean that the defense of Divine Grace City is worse than other castles. In fact, the outer towns can also play a defensive role. These low houses, combined with the surrounding trees and narrow streets, turn the town into a maze. Even if more troops enter this area, they will have to divide into small teams to pass through these narrow streets. Once the troops are divided, the Divine Grace guards hidden in this town will be able to annihilate the invaders in the streets one by one. Middle. Only when you encounter a monster like a dragon that breathes fire from its head will the defense of Divine Grace City be completely ineffective. When Rhaenys Targaryen rode her dragon Meryxes to attack Dorne, the Lord of Divine Grace City realized that his castle could not withstand the dragon's attack, so he made an extremely bold move. The decision was made to abandon the entire castle, and everyone moved and hid in the nearby Shaneen Mountains, leaving only an empty city. Therefore, this Shaneen City was one of the few that was not completely burned by the dragon flames. Castle. Although during the period of Aegon the Conqueror, the Aerean family of the City of Divine Grace was one of the few families in Dornay whose strength was well preserved, and they also occupied the fertile land where three rivers converged. This family has always been difficult to develop and grow because it was as if their family was subject to some kind of curse. Whenever the family became prosperous, the number of heirs would inexplicably decrease, and the heirs were even almost extinct several times. For example, Mrs. Delron Elian, who is now in charge of Divine Grace City, had to take on the responsibility of supporting the Elian family after all the direct male heirs of the Elian family died. In Dornay, it is not uncommon for a female of the family to take power and become a lord, because the custom here is that both men and women have the right to inherit. But when a woman holds power, the family does not have many side clan members to support her, and she has a lot of resources at hand. The dangers she faces will increase exponentially. When Countess Dellen was in charge of Divine Grace City, it was such a critical moment. She was surrounded by a pack of wolves. The nearby big lords such as Thor City and Vance City all wanted to take a bite of Divine Grace City. Her decisive choice at that time was to marry into the Martel family of Sunspear, choose a husband from the Martel family, marry into the Arian family, and use the strength of Martel to stabilize the situation. A few years later, Roger Alliant was born, the Alliant family had an heir, and the situation stabilized. When Roger Allian was 7 years old, the Martel husband of the Countess Dellen fell seriously ill and died. Some people said that the husband was poisoned by the Countess Dellen. The Countess Dellen was not hungry. But then she took a vow of chastity and never remarried until today. Countess Dellen is naturally responsible for the fact that the Elian family is able to maintain its current situation. The surrounding noble lords also respect her very much. This martial arts tournament was held in her name. When Lind and the others came to the City of Divine Grace, it was still 2 days before the official start of the tournament. Compared with other nobles in Dornay, they arrived a little late. The woods outside the City of Divine Grace are all densely packed with tents, at least 300 to 400 of them. From the flags on the tents, it can be seen that most of the noble lords of Dornay have sent people or come in person. Because she had notified them with a raven in advance, even though Lind and the others arrived a little late, Countess Dellen still set aside 2 open spaces for the Martel family and the Tyrell family. These 2 open spaces were on the banks of the Green Blood River. And together, they are flat and well-groomed grasslands, which are very suitable for camping. While setting up the camp, Villas, accompanied by the night guards such as Lind and Gars, went to the main castle of Divine Grace City to meet Countess Dellen. Because the tournament attracted knights and warriors from all over Dornay, the population of the entire City of Divine Grace increased several times, which made the originally not very wide streets even narrower. From time to time, oxcarts filled with goods passed through the streets. Walking through made the crowding situation worse. Although Gars and other night guards protected Varus in the middle and tried their best to push away the crowd, they still could not withstand the push of the surging crowd. Several night guards were pushed away by the crowd, leaving one in the protective circle, Flaw. At this time, a bullock cart that was slowly advancing in front of the road suddenly broke free of its reins as if it had been stimulated by something, and began to run away like crazy. It directly knocked away a dozen people blocking the front and rushed in the direction of Lind and the others. Come over. In order to avoid the charging mad cow, the people in front ran forward desperately, and many of the night guards protecting Velas were rushed away. Seeing this, Lind shouted to Gars and the other night guards, and then pulled Velas in. Quickly moved to a relatively dark alley nearby to avoid the mad cow. However, just as Lind and Velas entered the alley first, a group of soldiers armed with weapons suddenly rushed out of the houses on both sides of the alley and rushed towards Velas and Lind. Facing these people, Lind directly blocked Velas behind him, then drew out the 2 broad bladed hand and half swords on his back, and faced these killers. I saw that in a narrow space, he could still easily dodge attacks from all directions, and while dodging, the broad-bladed half-sword in his hand could easily kill these people. In less than a minute, more than a dozen people were killed. The killer had already had his neck cut off by Lind and fell to the ground. Behind him, guards and other night guards had also protected Velas and drew their weapons. To prepare. It seems that the Dornish people don't like your peace agreement very much. Lind turned to look at Willis and said, "Can you figure out where they are from?" Velas was not panicked by the assassination just now. He motioned to Garth to get out of the way, then walked to Lind, looked at the corpse on the ground, and asked. Lind said solemnly, "I think you should consider returning to the camp now instead of thinking about where these killers are from. The mad cow just now was probably not an accident. We don't know how many killers there are on the streets." Velas thought for a moment and said, "I still want to continue to see Countess Dellen." Lind frowned and said, "Aren't you worried that these killers were arranged by Countess Dellen?" Velas shook his head and said, "These killers are most unlikely to be sent by Countess Delron." Lind retorted, "On what basis did you make this judgment? Is there evidence to prove it? Or was it just your intuition?" Velas fell silent, unable to refute Linda's words. At this time, the scene of so many knights waiting in the alley had attracted the attention of people outside. They looked over one after another, and what they saw were corpses all over the ground. Some people immediately screamed, and some shouted loudly, "Call! He killed someone, call the garrison, call the garrison." Soon the commotion spread at the entrance of the alley. The crowd that had not calmed down due to the mad cow collision once again became chaotic because of the corpses in the alley. People ran away and hid everywhere, fearing that they would be innocently affected. While avoiding the running crowd, a little girl was knocked into the entrance of the alley, where Lind and the others were. Her head hit the corner of the wall hard, and blood came out of the little girl's forehead. The little girl also seemed to have been hit. He was unconscious and lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Velas immediately walked over to check the little girl's injuries. However, Lind grabbed Velas and then motioned directly to the knight closest to the little girl. The knight was stunned when he saw Linda's gesture, and then without much thought, he raised his weapon and struck at the little girl. The little girl who was supposed to be unconscious suddenly opened her eyes at this moment, and rolled with extremely agile movements to avoid the falling weapon. She quickly rolled on the ground a few times, then got up and headed towards the not far away place. The crowd rushed forward, trying to escape into the surrounding crowd. Although her steps were fast, they were not as fast as the weapon thrown by Lind. A broad-bladed half-sword passed through her body from the back and pinned her directly to the wall. Velas was stunned when he saw this scene. His face immediately darkened, and there was an angry look in his eyes. The reason why he was angry was not because he blamed Lind for taking action, because he already knew that the little girl should also be a killer. He was angry with himself, angry that he was too naive to be fooled like this. Lind ignored Velas, who was reflecting on himself. He signaled Gals and others to protect Velas, then walked to the pinned killer, pulled out his sword, wiped it and put it back into the scabbard, and then looked at the killer who fell on the ground. This person is not a little girl at all, but a dwarf disguised as a little girl. There is nothing suspicious about him, only a beautiful small box. Lind reached out and picked up the small box, looked at it, and was about to open it, but soon he thought of something and immediately stopped opening the box. At this time, his extraordinary hearing heard a sigh from the crowd around him, as if he was feeling sorry for something. He looked over and found that the person who sighed was an ordinary-looking hawker. So, he turned around and walked over, coming to the vendor. Seeing Lind, the vendor's eyes showed a trace of panic. Before he could say anything, Linda's fist fell on his head and knocked him unconscious. The people around him immediately fled in panic. They obviously misunderstood that Lind was trying to kill someone, and they were afraid that they would become Linda's next target. Lind ignored these people, directly lifted the hawker up, walked back to Gals and others, handed the person in his hand to a knight, and asked him to find a rope to tie him up. "Is this also a killer?" Velas looked at the vendor and asked. Lind nodded and said, "They should be together with that dwarf killer." Dwarf killer. Velas was stunned, and soon thought of something, and looked at the corpse not far away. "Let's go back to the camp," Lind ordered directly without asking Velas what he thought. At this time, Velas said nothing more. The successive assassinations had proved that his current situation was very unsafe. Even though he had absolute trust in Linda's strength, he also understood that returning to the camp was the best thing to do now. So, surrounded by many knights, Velas and others walked back from the original road. Although they encountered the Shanin city garrison who heard the noise and came from other areas on the way, facing the menacing knights, the garrison did not dare to stop them, and could only let them leave, and at the same time sent someone to notify the main castle. The Countess of Delon and Sir Roger Allian. Soon Velas and the others returned to the camp. Lind immediately raised the alert status in the camp to combat readiness. People in the camp were not allowed to have contact with outsiders. Any supplies purchased in Shanin City must be inspected before they can be purchased. Before entering, all types of food must also be inspected for poison. The changes in the Reach camp naturally attracted the attention of the Sunspear camp. Nearby, the Red Viper didn't understand why Lind suddenly became so vigilant, but he had a vague feeling that something was going on. Not long after, the news that Willis Tyrell, the heir to the Reach, was assassinated on the streets of the City of Divine Grace reached the ears of the Red Viper. His face became extremely ugly, and he immediately led people to the Reach camp. However, Red Viper was stopped when he arrived at the entrance of the camp. Following Garz and his knights, they carried the fellow assassin who was captured by Lind before, and came to the entrance of the camp. He said to Red Viper, "Master Lind asked me to ask Prince Oberon, is the promise of the Martel family as non-existent as the bitch's chastity?" Obviously the latter description should have been added intentionally by Gals. Hearing Garth's question, the Red Viper's face turned red. If the anger in his eyes could turn into real flames, it could burn Garth and his knights to ashes at this moment. However, he still suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and almost gritted his teeth and said, "This matter is my fault. I underestimated the madness of those guys. I will give you an explanation." Garth gestured to his knights and asked him to hand over the assassin associate to the Red Viper, and said, "This is an associate of the dwarf assassin. We are handing him over to you. Now, who is Oberon Martel? Whether you really want to give us an explanation or just want to find a few scapegoats is up to you." After saying that, he deliberately loudly ordered the guarding soldiers on the side in front of the Red Viper not to allow anyone with unknown intentions to enter the camp, and then turned around and left. The Red Viper was really filled with anger at this moment. He was not angry at Garth for criticizing Sang and why, but was angry at the person who planned the assassination for causing him to lose face. At this moment, he wanted to kill people, and he wanted to kill many people. Chapter 94 The Assassination Mystery. After arranging various affairs in the camp, Lind came to Moroya's camp and handed the exquisite box found from the dwarf killer to Moroya. Moroya looked at the box in Lind's hand and smiled. "Are you planning to give a gift to my lover?" Lind ignored Moroya's teasing and said, "This is what was found on the dwarf killer who assassinated Velas just now. I suspect that there is a manticore in the box." Moroya showed an interested look, without any fear, and took the box directly, put it in his hand and looked at it. "Why do you think there is a manticore here?" Moroya asked doubtfully. Lind told her, "I know that there is an ancient assassin organization called Regret on the Essos continent. They are good at using dwarfs to disguise themselves as little girls to arouse the sympathy of others, and then take the opportunity to poison them with manticores. Poison the target." Regret guessed. "I seem to have seen records about them in a book in the school city. It is a very ancient organization." Moroya asked doubtfully. Regret guessed, "Even if this organization is from the Essos continent, people may not know, but you recognize them just through one assassination. It seems that you have a lot of secrets." After saying that, he put his hand on Linda's breastplate and leaned in front of Lind. He said provocatively, "Men with secrets are the most attractive men. I like you more and more, Lind Terra." Faced with Moroya's teasing, Lind frowned and said nothing. He just took a step back and distanced himself from Moroya. Moroya curled his lips with a bored look on his face, then walked to his workbench, put the box on the table, and asked lazily, "What do you want to do when you give this to me?" Lind said solemnly, "Don't you like studying poisons? I need you to study the poison and Antidote for this manticore. No need to study anymore. Moroya shook his head, stood up and walked to the medicine cabinet aside, opened a drawer and took out 2 bottles of medicine, put them on the table, and said, "The square bottle is the antidote, the round bottle is the antidote, and the round bottle is the antidote. The bottle is poison, and the way to use poison is to apply it on the weapon. As long as the target is scratched with the weapon, even a small wound can be fatal." Quote. After saying that, she reached out and opened the exquisite box on the table, and then she saw a manticore jumping out of the box with its tail raised. There was no trace of panic or fear on Moroya's face. Instead, he reached out and touched the manticore as if he had seen a beautiful little pet. "Be careful." Although he felt that Moroya would not be in danger, he couldn't help but remind him. Moroya smiled and touched the manticore with his hand. The manticore did not attack her. Instead, it curled up as if it had encountered some kind of natural enemy and allowed Moroya to take it in his hand and play with it. "This manticore is really well raised, much better than the ones I raised in the past." Moroya held the manticore in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully, then frowned. Said, "Lind, you may have made a mistake. This manticore is not from Regret Guest." Lind asked, "How can you tell if the manticore is not a regretful guest?" "Although I have never seen Regret's manticore, the books I have read describe the form of Regret's manticore in detail." Moloa placed the manticore in his hand in front of Lind. Pointing to the carapace on the back of the manticore, he said, "Unfortunately, the manticore will use a special method to cultivate the poison of the manticore. The face is on. The carapace of the manticore cultivated through this method will look like those of ordinary manticores. The human face is clearer, and the face is seen differently under different lights. This kind of scorpion-tailed beast is also called the thousand-faced scorpion-tailed beast. It is one of the sacred beasts of the Church of the Thousand-Faced God, so some people think that Regret Guest is actually a killer organization born out of the Church of the Thousand-Faced God." Lind looked at the location pointed by Moroya, and then asked, "Can you know the origin of this manticore?" Moroya said proudly, "Of course you can. It is the most correct thing for you to send the manticore to me." After saying that, she turned around and walked to the workbench, took out a small bottle, collected some manticore poison, and then took out several liquids to prepare some unknown medicine. While mixing the medicine, she explained, "There are 13 recorded species of manticores. Each type of manticore has different toxicity due to different distribution locations and different hunting methods. In addition, feeding the methods are different, which makes these scorpion-tailed beast poisons more types, and each type of scorpion-tailed beast poison marks their origin like an identity mark." Quote. As she spoke, the medicinal solution in Moroya's hand had been mixed. She then dripped the scorpion-tailed beast venom into the medicinal solution and watched as the color of the medicinal solution gradually changed from turbid brown-gray to clear and transparent, and then again a touch more lavender. The Neptune Palace in Bravos. Moroya couldn't help but be stunned after seeing the color change, and said, "This manticore comes from the Neptune Palace in Bravos. The Sea King of Bravos." Lind also looked confused and asked, "Why did the Sea King of Bravos send people to kill the heir of Highgarden?" "How do I know?" Moloa rolled his eyes at Lind and said, "I just said that this manticore came from the Sea King's palace in Bravos. This has nothing to do with whether the killer was sent by the Sea King in Bravos. They are two different things. As far as I know, there are many manticores in the Neptune Palace in Bravos. Not only the servants can capture these manticores, but even the guards there can capture these manticores, and these manticores can be captured. The beast is not fatal, but it is very painful, and the pain lasts until death." Lind pondered. In other words, the killer's purpose is to create a pain-ridden heir to Highgarden. Eternal pain will gradually change a person's character. No matter how good Velus's current character is, he will be tortured for a long time. Next time, I'm afraid they will become twisted and crazy, just like the Mad King. Moroya also made a guess based on Lind's thoughts, saying, "At that time, he only needs to think that his pain comes from the City of Divine Grace, and that it is the eternal pain he obtained under the Martell family's promise of protection. He will hate Dorne extremely. And the conflict between the Reach and Dorne will become more intense due to his change of mind as the Lord of the Reach, and even a full-scale war will break out. Is this their purpose? Lind frowned and said to himself. Lind now discovered that the assassination of Willis had changed from a simple answer of a killer hired by the lords of Dorne who opposed the peace agreement to a mystery. Many people may have planned this assassination. For example, the Iron Throne may have planned this assassination, because although Dorne has surrendered to the Iron Throne of the Deer family, anyone who is careful will know that their rebellion has never disappeared, and they need a force to check Dorne. The Reach is the best choice. The Reach and Dorne already have a feud. Now that the heir of Highgarden has been assassinated in Dorne, life is worse than death. The Reach will definitely target Dorne with all its strength. By then the Iron Throne will be safe. Not only the Iron Throne, but also the nobles of the Reach may have planned this assassination, because Willis's peace agreement plan was opposed by many Reach nobles. From the beginning, even if Willis later convinced these Reach nobles, made them agree with his proposal, but it is unclear whether they agreed verbally or in their hearts. As long as something happens to Willis in Dorne, the peace agreement will naturally not be implemented. If there is an heir to Highgarden who is tortured and hates Dorne, then those in the Reach who oppose the peace agreement will be justified. Initiate revenge against Dorne. Similarly, the Neptune Palace in Bravos is also suspect, because as long as it provokes a war between Dorne and the River Bend, Bravos can earn huge profits from it, and what trade can be better than war wealth? Faster and more. Thinking of this, Lind turned around and left Moroya's tent and walked towards Velas' tent. Watching Lind leave, Moroya picked up the manticore on the table and put it into a bottle. Then he took out a small bottle and dropped a few drops of medicine into it, then capped the bottle mouth. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the manticore became extremely painful, its body trembled violently, and made a very sad hissing sound. It kept hitting the bottle, trying to escape, while Moroya watched excitedly. The painful manticore in the bottle had a slightly sick smile on its face. On the other side, Lind came to Velas' camp and told Velas some of the information he had obtained from Moroya and some of his guesses. After hearing this, Velas was completely stunned. He did not expect that the assassination of him would be so complicated this time, which gave him a sense of crisis that he had never experienced before. Lind said very seriously, there may be other assassinations in the future. During this period, even if you go to meet the lords and nobles of Dorne, you must be accompanied by at least 10 guards. In addition, you cannot participate in the martial arts tournament, because that would allow hiding the enemy in the dark will attack you for good reason. Okay, let's follow your arrangements, Lord Lind. Velas did not refute Linda's words this time. Lind rearranged the duty hours of the night guards so that Velas would always be protected by more than 10 knights. All food and drinks must be inspected. In short, they were strictly protected. The assassination of the Highgarden heir on his way to the main castle of Divine Grace City to meet Lord Countess Dellen has become the most discussed topic in Divine Grace City, even overshadowing the upcoming martial arts tournament. After receiving the news, Countess Dellen immediately took her son to the camp in the Reach to meet with Willis. From the look on Countess Dellen's face when she left, it was easy to see that there was no grudge between the two. After that, Willis visited the lords and nobles from various places in Dorne outside the city. He was not affected by the assassination at all. The demeanor and temperament he showed when meeting with the Dorne dignitaries made it difficult to believe that this 10-year-old man, a boy of 3 or 4 years old. However, there are still careful people who find that the protection around Willis is tighter. Especially every time Willis leaves the Reach camp, the famous bear hunter Lind will follow him, and at the same time, he will be beside him. There is also the terrifying giant beast named Glory. Unlike the lords and nobles of Dorne who attach great importance to Willis, the heir to Highgarden, the knights and warriors of Dorne pay more attention to the legendary figure Lind. The song of the bear hunter has long been spread to Dorne along with the ships from King's Landing, and the feat of killing hundreds of people in the tournament has long been known. To everyone, but just like other people who heard these rumors, the Dornish people also don't believe these rumors and think they are some exaggerations made by the bards to enhance the story. However, now the knights and warriors of Dorne are starting to believe some of these rumors, because from the corpses of the assassins who died in Lynn's hands and the descriptions of the surrounding witnesses, they discovered that a dozen powerful assassins actually died in a very short period of time. They were all slaughtered by Lind within a short period of time. According to eyewitness accounts, more than a dozen assassins died in Linda's hands in the blink of an eye. Although the Dornish people somewhat believed that Lind had the strength to complete the feat of killing 100 people, they did not believe that Lind could kill more than a dozen assassins as easily as mowing grass like those witnesses, so some people challenged Lind and wanted to proving that the warriors of Dorne are no weaker than the knights of the Reach. However, faced with this challenge, Lind had no idea of accepting the challenge. On the contrary, when the challenger heard the challenger using various provocative words to belittle Lind, saying that he was just an incompetent liar, he jumped out and took over the challenge. Linda's challenges, and directly told everyone that he was defeated by Lind. If he wanted to challenge Lind, challenge him first. Afterwards, the Red Viper frantically challenged the knights under the lords of the camps around Divine Grace City before the tournament began, and then announced his participation in the Lance tournament with a victory in the foot duel. Careful people discovered that when the Red Viper challenged the knights of all the lords, they all killed the lords in the Crimson Mountains. Basically, the knights they sent eventually died in the hands of the Red Viper, and the Red Viper gave the explanation is that those knights are very powerful, so powerful that he can't stop them. However, no one who has seen the Red Viper fight with those knights would believe that the Red Viper, who was in a playful state throughout the whole process, would really be unable to stop. There are some rumors that the Red Viper killed these knights entirely because of the assassination of Willis Tyrell. Because the Martell family had guaranteed Willis Tyrell's safety in Dorne, that assassination was not only targeting the Highgarden heir, but also the Martell family, and the Red Viper could not find the assassin, the mastermind behind the scenes, so he simply regarded all the lords and nobles in the Crimson Mountains who were extremely dissatisfied with the Velas peace agreement as suspects. The death blow to these people's knights was also a disguised warning. Divine Grace City also strengthened security patrols inside and outside the city because of the assassin incident. Not only the garrison was involved, but also the Knights of the Earl Guard were dispatched. The originally chaotic Divine Grace City became more orderly. Amidst these disturbing incidents, the Shaneen City's martial arts competition was officially held. Chapter 95 Divine Grace Mountains. When the tournament was held, Lind gave the task of protecting Willis to Gals, and also asked the Red Viper to take his Dornish knights to participate in the protection. It was undoubtedly an insult to let a prince of Dorne serve as the bodyguard of the heir to the Reach. However, because of the previous assassination, the Red Viper had not yet found out a result. He felt that he was in the wrong first, so he agreed to Linda's proposal. This is a bit too much to ask for. After arranging the night guards, he also asked Moroya to follow Velas to prevent anyone from assassinating Velas using poison or other means. Velas didn't know what his aunt was capable of. He couldn't understand Linda's arrangement at all, but he didn't reject his aunt either. The two of them had a lot of topics to chat about domesticated animals, and the Red Viper he is also a master at domesticating animals, and the three of them get along very well. However, Lind could still tell from the subtle changes in expressions and tone of voice. When Red Viper was talking to Moroya, that Red Viper knew Moroya, and the two of them were not strangers. Lind did not pursue the matter. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether they knew each other as long as it didn't affect him. You arranged for us to protect your young master, what about you? What are you going to do with Lind? Red Viper, who accepted the arrangement, asked Lind with some doubts. I want to capture your Dornish Mustang King, Lind replied. When leaving the camp, Lind did not wear armor, but wore a set of Dornish-style uniforms, rode a horse, and left the camp in the Reach with glory. The scene of Lind's departure was also seen by many interested people. In their opinion, Lin's departure undoubtedly meant that the defense of the Reach camp was weakened by half. But when they learned that the Red Viper had brought people from Sunspear to help defend the camp in the Reach, and that even the Red Viper had lowered his status and temporarily became Willis's protector, they understood that they had no chance. At this time, if you show up casually, you will probably be targeted by the Red Viper. So the attention of these interested people turned to Lind again. They were curious about what Lind was going to do when he left Velis at this time. Soon they figured out that Lind had left the camp in the Reach for their Mustang King. As soon as the news spread, many knights and horse trappers outside Divine Grace City who came for the Mustang King also came. No longer caring about participating in the martial arts competition, they all left the camp eagerly and entered the Shanine mountain range. For the lords and nobles of Dornay, the Wild Horse King in the Divine Grace Mountains is no longer just as simple as two divine horses. As many people failed to capture the Wild Horse King and returned, they were even lured to the beast by the Wild Horse King. In the group, they were bitten to death by wild beasts, or died directly under the hooves of the Mustang King. The Mustang King has become a spiritual totem in the hearts of the Dornish people. The Mustang King resisted the trappers and tamers just as the Dornish resisted the Targaryen conquests. Therefore, some lords also offered astonishing rewards, saying that if someone could capture the Mustang King alive and donate money to them, they would be directly canonized as knights, and given villages to them to become wealthy knights. If you are a knight, you will not only be given more land and villages, but you will even be given important positions in the territory. Therefore, a large number of Dornish knights, warriors, hunters, etc. all poured into the Divine Grace Mountains. As a result, let alone capturing the Mustang King, most of them did not even see the shadow of the Mustang King. Only a few were lucky. The children saw the horses of the Mustang King, but they had no way to capture them. Moreover, they discovered that the horse herd of the Mustang King was migrating toward the restricted area deeper in the Shanine Mountains. If they continued to track it, they might not be able to get out. It is precisely because the Mustang King is so difficult to capture that the Dornish people's worship of the Mustang King has become even stronger. There are even rumors that the Mustang King is the incarnation of the old god, and this statement is still very popular among the civilians in Shenig City. Now Lind said he wanted to capture the Mustang King. In the eyes of the Dornish people, this was equivalent to touching their forbidden fruit. And after seeing the glory around Lind, the Dornish people felt that if Lind really encountered the Mustang King, then he would definitely able to capture it. Therefore, knights, horse catchers, hunters, etc. under various lords were dispatched one after another. Even if they could not capture the Mustang King before Lind, they would still destroy it when Lind captured the Mustang King. The vast majority of the Dornish people thought that Lind was an outsider and that the terrain of the Divine Grace Mountains was unfamiliar to them. They could reach the forbidden area in the mountains where the Mustang King was in advance, but what they didn't know was that Lind actually had a guide by his side, and this a guide had encountered the Mustang King head-on before. This person was the knight from Divine Grace City, Rossos, whom Lind asked about the Mustang King on the road. The reason why Knight Rothos was willing to risk being hostile to the Dornish people to help Lind when Lind was looking for the Mustang King's guide was mainly because he wanted to turn to Lind and become Lind's sworn knight. As an orphan from the Green Blood River, even if Rossos became a knight, it would be difficult for him to gain real reuse from the nobles, let alone gain rights. The Elian family of Divine Grace City was already the third lord to whom he was loyal. He has been a sworn knight of Divine Grace City for 3 years, and he has always been ostracized by the local knights of Divine Grace City. For things like sending letters, he can use ravens to deliver them. Even if it's not good enough, there are dedicated messengers. But Divine Grace City's the captain of the guard asked him, who was injured at the time, to deliver a message to Sunspear, which directly caused his injury to relapse after arriving at Sunspear, and he had to rest for 10 days and a half. As a result, after he returned to Shanine City 2 days ago, he was fired by the guard captain of Shanine City for not returning in time to report the news. Rossos, who became a mercenary knight again, could only look for the next nobleman who could hire him. However, although the city of Divine Grace gathered most of the nobles in Dornay, there were very few people who wanted to hire an orphan from the Green Blood River, even if someone was willing to hire him, and the conditions offered were very harsh. In the end, he thought of Lind, so he went to Lind directly and expressed his willingness to help Lind capture the Mustang King. The condition was that he would become Linda's sworn knight. After he made great achievements in the future, he would become the Tyra family's knight. Official knight. Lind happened to be looking for a guide to take him into the Divine Grace Mountains. Rossos came to recommend himself, which solved his problem. As for Rossos's conditions, it didn't matter to him, as long as Rossos's ability reached his heart. According to the standard, it is not a problem to let him become his own family knight. Therefore, in order to misjudge the Dornish lords and nobles outside Divine Grace City, he did not let Rossos follow him. Instead, he entered a landmark valley in the Divine Grace Mountains to wait for him. Then he left the camp alone and let Rossos follow him. The men of Dornay thought he had no guide. When the Dornish people discovered that Lind's target was the Mustang King and sent people into the Divine Grace Mountains, Lind and Rossos had actually penetrated deep into the mountains and headed towards the edge of the restricted area where the Mustang King last appeared. Why the Shanine Mountains got this name is unknown, but most people think it has something to do with the old gods, because the Shanine Mountains were the settlements of the old gods and ancient races in the ancestors' era. Later, as the number of ancestors increased, they clashed with the ancient races, which eventually turned into a war. The ancient races were wiped out in large numbers, and the weirwood trees were cut down. The ancient races had to resort to the last resort in desperation. Their green prophets carried out an attack on the neck. The large-scale sacrifice awakened the underground giants, tore the earth apart, shattered the arm of Dornay connecting the continent of Essos, and completely split the connection between the two continents. Although the Divine Grace Mountains are not the only place for sacrifices, it is the core place to receive the power of sacrifices. This is the place where the underground giant sleeps, so all the power after the sacrifices falls in the Divine Grace Mountains until it is still affecting the Shanine mountain range. Dornish people all know the legend of the Divine Grace Mountains and they all believe in this legend, and the reason why they believe it is entirely because the Divine Grace Mountains themselves are so weird. You must know that the Shanine mountain range is bounded by the Dornay Sea to the north and the Green Blood River to the south. The climate is warm and humid, which is very conducive to plant growth. This can be seen from the tree-lined environment around Shanine City. Although Thor City in the north is not as lush with vegetation as Divine Grace City, the plant growth there is much better than most other places in Dornay. However, in such an environment, the Shanine Mountains are extremely barren. Except for some weeds and moss, there are no plants growing on the mountains. Moreover, there is very little rain on the Shanine Mountains, and there is not even snow, as if there is some invisible force wrapping the entire Shanine mountain range to prevent all water vapor from approaching. Some people say that this is the curse of the ancient race, while others say that this is the work of the sleeping giants under the Shanine Mountains. All in all, the depths of the Shanine Mountains have almost become a desert-like forbidden zone for humans. However, just as there are activities in the no-man's land of the desert from time to time, there is also no shortage of curious people exploring the forbidden areas deep in the Shanine Mountains, and Rossos is one of those curious people. Before Rossos was hired by the Elian family, he was a sworn knight of the Tolan family in Soul Hill. Soul Hill is located on the east side of the Divine Grace Mountains and is one of the peripheral branch mountains of the Divine Grace Mountains. He accepted the request from the Tolan family's consultant bachelor to protect the bachelor into the Shanine Mountains and conduct some research and investigation on the flora and fauna of the Shanine Mountains. That year, he and several other mercenary knights and more than a dozen hunters repeatedly entered the Shanine Mountains 6 or 7 times, and stayed in the Shanine Mountains for more than 2 months at most. Although he cannot be said to know the Shanine Mountains well, he is still better than the Shanine Mountains. The average hunter is more aware of the situation in the Divine Grace Mountains, which is why he was able to find the Mustang King before. After entering the mountain, Rossos took Lind directly towards the restricted area of the Divine Grace Mountains. Before setting off, he had inquired clearly that the Mustang King had led the horses into the depths of the restricted area. He speculated that the Mustang King should have led the horses to the lake in the center of the restricted area, where he was preparing to avoid horse trappers and hunters' harassment. The forbidden area deep in the Chenin Mountains does not contain any fatal mysterious power that makes people stay away. It is mainly because the topography here will make people who enter lose their way and eventually be trapped in this area. The topography here is all barren mountains composed of huge rocks. If you look at it, not only the slopes are covered with gravel, but the hills and mountains below the slopes are also covered with gravel. It is as if there used to be a high mountain here, and then it was affected by some kind of force. After being crushed, it turns into countless gravels scattered on the ground, and most of the gravels are very huge. People can only walk through the gaps between the gravels, and they may get lost after walking a short distance. And more importantly, there are no animals, not even plants, in this area. Once trapped here, you can only wait to die. Therefore, such an area is also regarded as a restricted area by the Dornish people. The entire Chenin Mountains have a total of 5 such no-go areas. However, this kind of entry, which is very dangerous for most people, is not very dangerous for Rossos. He is no stranger to such restricted areas. He and the consultant bachelor of Soul Hill were once there. After living in another restricted area for more than a month, the scholar taught him how to find food and drinking water in such a restricted area. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to lead Lind to find the Mustang King's horses. Lind was not worried about getting lost in this so-called restricted area. Both Rossos and Glory could take him out of this area. He was more concerned about the actual situation of this restricted area. After entering this area, Lind knew that some of the rumors about this type of restricted area in Dorne may be true. These restricted areas may contain some mysterious magic power, because after entering this restricted area, Lind obviously I feel that the dragon rune on the Homeless Knight's sword absorbs the surrounding magic much faster. It can be seen that the magic here is stronger than the magic outside. However, this intensity is only relative. Compared with the magic he saw on the towering tower in Old Town, the magic here is simply not worth mentioning. However, even though the magical power here is not worth mentioning in Linda's eyes, it has already had a considerable impact on the surrounding environment. The most direct impact is that there is no grass growing here, and no animals are willing to enter this area. Secondly, ordinary people who enter this area are surrounded by the magic here for a long time, and they will inevitably be affected by the magic. At least they will have some hallucinations, and in severe cases they may completely lose their sense of direction. This may be the reason for entering here. The main reason why normal people end up getting lost here. Linda's physique has changed due to the dragon feast ceremony, and the Homeless Knight's great sword can also absorb the surrounding magic at any time, so he will not be affected in any way. Rossos is also not affected by the magic here. The reason is that he wears a golden amulet around his neck. This amulet emits extremely weak magic power to resist the scattered magic power in the surrounding environment and approaches Rossos. He said that it was the Lorne talisman passed down by his family. This amulet was thousands of years old and was made by his ancestors when they were still in their hometown of Essos. A drop of the mother river Lorne was preserved in the amulet. River water. Lind expressed his belief in the origin of the amulet told by Rossos and asked him to keep the amulet well. This surprised Rossos, because even he himself did not believe that the origin of this amulet was as ancient as his father said. I don't know if it was because the talisman brought good luck. Not long after they entered the restricted area, they saw the excrement and other traces left by the horses on the road. And Rossos judged based on the dryness and humidity of the excrement. It shouldn't be very far from the horses. Chapter 96 Taming a Horse with a Long Sword. Every time I see this scene, I can't help but feel like I've seen a miracle. Standing on a big rock, Rossos couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene in front of him. I saw a clear and huge lake in the center of the valley surrounded by gravel mountains. The lake was surrounded by lush green grass. A herd of more than 200 wild horses played on the grass, looking peaceful. This kind of scene would not be a rare sight if it appeared in some plain areas or gentle hilly areas, but the problem is that it is at the top of a group of mountains, and there is no snow on the surrounding mountain tops. The entire mountain range has not had any for thousands of years. It had rained. Under such circumstances, such a huge lake appeared here. It is no wonder that Rossos would call it a miracle. However, there was no secret to this miracle in Lin's eyes, because he could see at a glance the reason for the formation of this lake, and why it had not rained in the Chenin Mountains for so many years. The reason is very simple. This valley is surrounded by mountains, and the surrounding mountains also contain a magic power. This magic power has a funnel effect on this area, directly gathering the sky. The water vapor was sucked down, bypassing the process of forming rain after cooling, and directly gathered together to form a lake. There are several restricted areas like this in the entire Chenin Mountains, and their location covers almost most of the Chenin Mountains. The water vapor in this area has been drained, so how can it still rain? In addition, Lind guessed that there should be an underground river in the lake, so that the excess water in the lake can be drained out through the underground river, so that the lake water will always remain the same size. Although Lind saw through the secret of this restricted area, he did not explain it to Rossos, because even if he explained it, Rossos might not be able to understand it and would only do useless work, so he focused entirely on the target of this trip was the two king horses among the horses. As Sir Rhys Rossos said, these two wild horses are indeed taller and stronger than other wild horses around them. The overall look is very similar to the Shire horses that Lind had seen in his previous life. However, unlike the Shire horses, they run very fast. It is difficult for ordinary wild horses to keep up with them, and their endurance is also very amazing. Lind stood here and watched them for almost an hour, and they never stopped. They were all running and playing, showing no signs of fatigue. Stay up there and don't move. Lind braided the prepared rope into a noose, then gave an order to Rossos, and at the same time issued an order to Glory to drive away the horses. After that, he jumped off the rock and got into the grass about half a man high. Glory also jumped off the rock, got into the grass, and lowered his body to go around the back of the horses. The moment he entered the grass, Lind also knew why grass could grow in this area. This was because the surrounding magic had returned to the same normal level as outside. This also made Lind wonder whether this phenomenon was natural. It was formed just like the legend. This was the place where the Green Seers performed sacrifices. Although Lind tried his best to hide his figure and did not get too close to the horses, he inevitably left an obvious trace in the grass when he moved. If you were at the height of an ordinary horse, it would be difficult to see such abnormal traces of grass. Even if you saw the horse's brain, you would not understand what was going on. But the Mustang King is not the same. It is not difficult to tell from various previous rumors. The Mustang King has amazing intelligence and cannot be treated as an ordinary beast. The two wild horse kings were very alert. They saw the unusual movement in the grass almost at the same time, and they let out a hoarse cry in unison. All the horses immediately stopped eating and playing, and their bodies became tense. Although Lind was low in the grass and his sight was blocked by the grass, he could still tell from the slight movements of the horses outside that he might have been exposed. However, he did not stand up, but continued to move slowly in the grass, deliberately creating traces of grass to attract the attention of the Mustang King. At the same time, Glory had moved to the rear of the horses silently. At this time, a Mustang King hooted again, and all the horses began to gather around the Mustang King, as if they had received an order, and headed towards Lind's location. Lind also saw the changes in the horses through Glory's sight, and guessed that the Mustang King wanted to lead the entire herd of horses to stampede towards him. In the eyes of the Mustang King, no matter what was under the grass, it could not withstand the horses' stampede. Seeing this, Lind immediately gave an order to Glory. Then he saw Glory lying in the grass, and immediately let out a roar, rushed towards the nearest wild horse and threw it to the ground. The sudden appearance of Glory instantly disrupted the order of the entire herd. Not every wild horse has the courage of the wild horse king. When natural enemies appear and attack them, their instincts instantly gain the upper hand and flee in panic, even if the wild horse king neighed but did not listen. On the other side, Lind saw the horses in chaos, and the Mustang King's attention was all drawn to Glory. He immediately stood up and rushed towards the slightly larger Mustang King. At the same time, the noose prepared in his hand was also thrown away while running. Linda's lasso skills came from the homeless knights. Although most of the homeless knights mainly fight on foot, they are also good at mounted combat, and they can also capture wild horses to serve as war horses. The lasso is a method of taming horses. Basic skills are of course not a problem either. With the Mustang King unprepared, Linda's noose easily caught the horse's neck, and as Lind pulled, he quickly closed it, tightening the noose to prevent it from falling off. Although Lind easily captured the neck of a Mustang King, this did not mean that he had captured the Mustang King. The horse training had just begun. The moment his neck was tied, Mustang King reacted immediately and ran with all his strength towards an open space. The force generated by Mustang King's running instantly straightened the rope and passed it to Lind's hands along the rope. Even though Lind was prepared in advance, he still couldn't resist the pulling force. His whole body was pulled up, and then he was pulled by the rope. Drag and slide forward. At the same time, the other wild horse king also rushed towards the dragged Lind with great cooperation. When he was about to reach Lind, he jumped up high and stepped hard on Linda's back with his huge horse hooves. Past. Lind inquired about many failed cases of capturing the Mustang King, including the cooperation he encountered now, and as many as a dozen horse catchers died due to this combination. However, Lind was not one of those horse catchers after all. He had already prepared a countermeasure to the coordination of the Mustang King, so when the Mustang King jumped up and attacked him, he decisively let go of the rope. At the same time, he quickly rolled his body to avoid the horse's hooves that fell from the Mustang King. When the Mustang King just fell and his body had not yet stood firm, he jumped up, turned over in the air and landed on the Mustang King's back. Feeling that he was being ridden, the Mustang King immediately jumped violently, trying to shake Lind off. However, Lind's legs were tightly clamped, and no matter how hard the Mustang King jumped, he could not throw him off. Just when the Mustang King was about to fall to the ground, roll on the spot, and use his weight to crush the person on his back, Lind took out the homeless knight sword from his waist and leaned the sword directly against the Mustang on the king's neck. The magic power contained in the Thunder Dragon rune was stimulated, and a stream of electric current was transmitted from the sword, which penetrated into the body of the Mustang King, making it quiet instantly, and the muscles all over the body were also stimulated by the electric current. He was shaking under control, unable to resist at all. This is the unique horse training method of the Homeless Knight. If he is wearing the real Homeless Knight armor, then there is no need to use the power of the dragon rune on the Homeless Knight's sword, but directly through the power of the dragon rune on the Homeless Knight's armor. He can tame it the moment he gets on the Mustang King. Lind also did not expect that the first time he used the power of the dragon rune was not to kill enemies, but to tame horses. To prevent the electric current continuously generated by the Thunder Dragon rune from causing destructive damage to the Mustang King's body, Lind resealed the dragon rune in time and removed the Homeless Knight's sword from the Mustang King's neck. However, he did not take back the sword of the Lost Knight, but was ready to attach the sword to his body at any time in case he failed to tame the Mustang King at once. However, the effect of the Homeless Knight's method of taming the horse was much better than Lind expected. After he moved the sword away, the Mustang King's body was no longer stimulated by the electric current, and after regaining control, the Mustang King no longer acted like before. He resisted fiercely, but stood there honestly. At this time, the other wild horse rushed towards Lind, opened its mouth, and bit him. However, although its movements are fast, they are not as fast as those of Glory. I saw Glory rushing out of the grass, swooping down, and throwing the Mustang King to the ground, then opened his mouth and bit the Mustang King's neck. Just when Glory was about to launch a fatal attack on Mustang King, Lind passed the order to Glory in time, and Glory immediately stopped the attack and jumped away from Mustang King. The frightened Mustang King got up from the ground. Before it could recover from the panic, Lind had jumped over from another Mustang King and sat on it. The sword stuck to its neck as expected. Everything went very smoothly. The Wild Horse King was once again obeyed by the power of the dragon rune, and he let Lind sit on his back. Lind put the homeless knight's great sword into its scabbard, jumped back on the back of the slightly smaller Mustang King, and then led the other Mustang King whose neck was caught in a noose, towards the man standing on the top of the boulder. Rossos walked away. Rossos stood on the boulder and watched the process of Lind conquering the Mustang King. His face was full of shock. He was not only shocked that Lind easily conquered two Mustang Kings that countless Dornishmen had not been able to conquer in the past. Even more shocked was Linda's method of conquering the Mustang King. Threatening a horse with a sword was an unheard of method of training a horse. Moreover, this ridiculous method of training a horse was actually successful in the end, and the effect was very good. This made him doubt his past knowledge, and he couldn't help but feel that. I was thinking, can a horse really recognize the threat of a weapon to itself? With doubts, Rossos jumped down from the stone, walked towards Lind, and soon came to Lind. At this time, he also recognized the Wild Horse King that attacked him and kicked him. Seriously, the appearance of the two Mustang Kings is very similar, with only a slight difference in size. The larger one has a prism-shaped white hair on its forehead, while the smaller one has completely black fur. The other two horses, they are both mares, and they appear to be biological sisters. To be able to give birth to such a pair of wild horses that are far larger than the same kind. The parents of this pair of wild horses are probably not simple, but they should be dead now, otherwise, it would not be the turn of the sisters to take charge of the horse herd. Rossos looked up at the Mustang King with white hair on his forehead. Although the injury on his chest was still aching, he still couldn't help but wanted to reach out and touch the Mustang King to fulfill one of his wishes. However, even though the Mustang King was tamed by Lind, he still would not get close to anyone. When he saw Rossos approaching, he rushed forward, knocking the unsuspecting Rossos to the ground, and then raised up the horse's hooves are about to trample down. However, Lind discovered Mustang King's attack in time. When Mustang King raised his hoof, he pulled hard on the rope of the lasso and pulled Mustang King's body to the other side, so that the horse's hoof did not fall on Luo Onsot's body. Rossos, are you okay? Lind looked down at Rossos lying on the ground and asked. It's okay. Sir, I'm okay. Rossos quickly got up from the ground, looked at Mustang King with lingering fear, and said, Sir, shall we go back now? As he said that, he looked at the darkening sky, said, it's better to stay here for one night and leave again at dawn tomorrow. No, let's leave now. Lind quickly made a decision and looked around with a serious expression on his face. Although this mountain lake and grassland gives people a sense of peace and tranquility, and there seems to be no danger, Lind doesn't like it very much. He always feels that there is an inexplicable sense of disharmony here. In order to avoid any extraneous things, leaving immediately is the most correct thing to do. Just as Lind was riding a wild horse and leading a wild horse toward the maze of huge gravel outside, he suddenly seemed to hear something and turned around to look behind him. The herd of wild horses that had been scared by Glory and fled in all directions gathered together again, and followed the Wild Horse King, seemingly following the tamed leader. Looking at the more than 200 wild horses, Lind couldn't help but smile. He felt that this trip to Dorne was really a good deal. He no longer needed to wait for the horses from Reese to gather together before he could form a new cavalry team. Soon, Linder rode the Mustang King and led the group of wild horses away from this peaceful grassland. Not long after they left, a wild horse ran out of nowhere. It seemed that it had been frightened and got lost in the surrounding gravel maze, and it had just escaped. It ran to the grass and did not see its companion walking around blankly. Finally, it seemed to be a little thirsty and went to the lake to drink water. However, just as it lowered its head and took a sip of water, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the lake, opened its mouth, and instantly bit the wild horse and dragged it into the lake. After a while, the lake returned to calm, and everything around it returned to its original state, still the calm grassland. Chapter 97 Marriage. The entire city of Divine Grace was in a sensation. The cause of the sensation was not the martial arts tournament that was being held, but the fact that Lind, the night bear hunter from the Reach, had tamed the 2 king wild horses in the Divine Grace Mountains, and also killed the wild horses. The king's horses were taken over. The more than 200 wild horses are all high-quality war horses, not to mention the 2 extremely powerful horse kings. Even Velas can't help but be jealous of Lind's harvest, let alone the Dornishmen. Immediately, many Dornish people gathered at the gate of the camp in the Reach, asking Lind to exchange their Dornish horses, especially the 2 Mustang kings. Faced with the rogue behavior of these people, Lind just asked the Red Viper to give a response, that is, as long as he defeated him in a duel, the winner could take away the Mustang King and the horses, but there was a prerequisite for participating in the duel. That means 100 gold dragons must be paid. Although 100 gold dragons is not a small amount, enough for ordinary people to live a wealthy life, the value of the Mustang King and the horses is even higher. Just 2 Mustang Kings cost at least thousands or even tens of thousands of gold dragons, not to mention 200 gold dragons. Many high-quality wild horses. As a result, some Dornish nobles and lords directly hired knights and warriors to challenge Lind. Even though they had heard of Linda's reputation and knew that the Red Viper had been defeated by Lind, they still wanted to try their luck. As a result, it is conceivable that these Dornish nobles and lords were all giving money to Lindbergh. In these duels, Lindbergh did not even draw his sword in many cases, and solved the battle directly with his fists. Even if he drew his sword, when he got the sword, he only pulled out a half-blade sword on his back. He didn't even use the peacemaker's two-sword swordsmanship, let alone the homeless knight's swordsmanship. At the beginning, some people wanted to set up gambling bureaus based on these duels and make a good fortune. However, after 1 or 2 competitions, everyone who opened gambling bureaus suffered heavy losses, and no one dared to set up gambling bureaus anymore. Some noble lords who set up gambling games wanted to default on their debts, but they found that except for a small number of ordinary Dornish people whose gambling debts belonged to the Red Vipers, all other gambling debts belonged to the Red Viper and they could not default on them at all. The outside world thinks that all the gambling accounts belong to Red Viper, but they don't know that the person who actually funded Red Viper is Velas. When Red Viper has money, he spends it on having fun and doesn't have much cash on him. He needs to be transferred to his fiefdom. However, it took too long to go back and forth like this. Not to mention the gambling game. Even the tournament was over, so he borrowed money from Velas to participate in the gambling game. The reason why he did not ask other Dornish lords and nobles borrowing money is to avoid being guessed about his thoughts. Velas did not refuse, and happily loaned the funds used to bribe the Dornish nobles as lobbyists to the Red Viper, and negotiated a share of the profits afterwards. As a result, after 2 gambling games, although the amount of money did not double, it increased by almost 30%, which was considered a huge profit. However, the money was still a gambling debt and had not been turned into cash. The Red Viper tried to persuade Velas to sell him the gambling debt on hand, and he would ask for it from the nobles and lords who were gambling. As for Velas, he can just take the money he has already received and return to the Reach. Of course, the price of the gambling account cannot be based on the above amount. He must at least take a commission from it. In this way, 2 of the most powerful people in the Reach and Highgarden argued in a tent over the ownership of a dozen golden dragons, citing scriptures, which was quite interesting. Because of me, you have made so much, shouldn't you share some with me? After Lind returned to the camp after defeating a challenger again, he saw that Red Viper and Velas were still calculating the value of the gambling account. He raised his eyebrows and said. Velas and Red Viper looked at Lind in unison, then said nothing, completely ignored Linda's request, and continued the argument just now. Although Velas and Red Viper have completely different personalities and have only known each other for more than 10 days, they have a very good relationship. They are like good friends who have known each other for many years and talk about everything. This good relationship, even the Red Viper's mistress Alaria Sand almost misunderstood the relationship between the two. The tournament ended quickly. The lance was definitely much more exciting than expected. Both Gars and Red Viper entered the finals. The two fought for 7 rounds and broke 3 lances. In the end, Gals was too weak to defend himself against the Red Viper's spear, and was stabbed off his horse. The Red Viper also became the champion of the lance duel as everyone expected, and he also dedicated the laurel wreath to his mistress Alaria Sand. Although the tourney is over, the duel over the ownership of the Mustang King is not over. There are still many people who are either under the employment of noble lords or knights who want to keep the Mustang King in Dornay from the bottom of their hearts, continued to challenge Lind, and even later used wheel fighting to consume Linda's physical strength. Until the 3rd day of the tourney, when Lind spent most of the day defeating more than 100 Dornish knights who challenged him continuously, no one stood up to challenge Lind again, and everyone thought that Lind became the owner of the Bronco King is well deserved. Through these duels, Lind can be said to have made a lot of money, with more than 30,000 golden dragons filling several large boxes. This also allowed Lind to obtain a very high status in Dornay reputation, even if he is a knight from the Reach, but in the face of great strength, the Dornish people will not be stingy with their praise. Similarly, Willis also used Lind's reputation, accompanied by the Red Viper, to meet and talk with almost all the lords and dignitaries from all over Dornay outside the city of Divine Grace. I don't know if it's because of Willis's own eloquence and the peace agreement he proposed is tempting enough, or because of the additional effects of the Red Viper, or the impact of Lind's suppression of the Dornish knights. In short, Willis and the Dornish lords and nobles. Our negotiations went very smoothly. Many lords had already agreed to the peace agreement, and the number soon exceeded 1/3. Although Prince Doran has always stayed in the Flowing Water Garden, he has also paid close attention to the movements of Shanin City. Almost when the number of people who agreed to the peace agreement reached 1/3, Prince Dolan's raven flew to Shanin City, handed into the hands of Velas. In the letter, Prince Doran agreed to cooperate with Willis in implementing the peace agreement to end the thousands of years of enmity between Dornay and the Reach. However, the peace agreement is not just a paper agreement, it must also have something practical. Marriage is the best foundation for peace. After Velas received the letter, he found Lind and his consultant bachelor and told them the contents of the letter. Lind smiled after hearing this and said, "So Prince Doran wants you to marry Princess Ariane Martel, and then let Prince Quentin marry Miss Marjorie. This is a good thing. I heard that this Princess Ariane is stunningly beautiful. Your trip to Dornay not only contributed to the peace between the Reach and Dornay, but you also married a Dornay princess back. I think the Duke and Lady will help you. I am very happy that the history books of the city will also record your trip to Dornay, and the title is Master Lind, please don't joke, we are talking about business now." Velas interrupted. Lind with a depressed look, sighed, and asked everyone, "What do you think we should do about this matter?" Quote, everyone looked at each other after hearing this. Among them, the consultant bachelor who came to Dornay with Willis stood up and said, "Lord Linda's words are correct. This is indeed a good thing. I think you should agree to Prince Doran's proposal." Quote, not only agree, Ormond Bulway, another member of the Bulway family, said, "You should also make an engagement with Princess Ariane as soon as possible. As for Miss Marjorie's marriage, she can wait until she returns to Gao. The court will decide later." Ormond is John's cousin. After John privately decided to follow Lind, the current Earl of Blackcrown City, Great-John Bulway, sent Ormond to replace John's position in Highgarden. On The trip to Rathdown, Ormond also offered to follow. The relationship between Almond and John didn't seem to be very good. They had basically not talked to each other for such a long time, and even when they were in the same tent now, they turned a blind eye to each other. The consultant bachelor and staff Ormond also spoke up and agreed with their opinions. After all, the conditions offered by Prince Doran can be said to be full of sincerity. Both Princess Ariane and Prince Quentin will be the future of Sunspear. The heir, that is to say, the fusion of the bloodlines of Highgarden and Sunspear, will undoubtedly play an excellent role in easing the relationship between the Reach and Dorne. Even if the peace agreement fails in the end, as long as the two parties can marry, then the fight between the two places can be calmed down a lot. I think you'd better think more clearly about this matter. While everyone was in agreement, Lind changed his joking attitude and said very seriously to Velas, "Sign a peace with Dorne. The agreement is one thing, but the marriage between the Tyrells and the Martells is another matter. Sir Willis, you have to think about this clearly. It is best not to make a decision in a hurry. Go back and discuss it with the Duke and the others. Let's make a decision later." A nobleman who had been whipped said with a displeased look on his face, "Lord Lind, how come your attitude changes so quickly, like a swamp lizard that changes color?" Lind ignored the nobleman's provocation and just looked at Velas calmly. Willis also pondered for a moment because of Linda's words, and said, "Bachelor, you wrote back to Prince Doran, saying that I cannot make the decision on the marriage myself. I need to wait until I return to the High Court to inform my parents, and then let them decide. Make the decision. In addition, I have admired Princess Ariane for a long time and hope to invite Princess Ariane to visit Highgarden." "Yes, sir." The consultant bachelor wrote down Velas's words. Velas then signaled that everyone could leave, but asked Lind to stay alone. After they were alone in the tent, Willis asked with some confusion, "Lord Lind, I don't quite understand what you said just now. Why is the marriage between the Tyrells and the Martells another time thing?" "Lord Velas, actually you have already figured it out, why bother asking me?" Lind looked at Velas and saw that he was still waiting for Linda's answer, so he sighed and said, "Hebend. The land has the richest land in Westeros, with abundant wealth and food. It is also a country of knights, with countless powerful knights. The warriors of Dorne have been famous in the world since ancient times, and the desert has created their tough character. Even if they encounter a king like Aegon the Conqueror, they dare to fight. Their only flaw is the barren land and insufficient logistics. If the Lord of the Reach and the Lord of Dorne marry, then the entire southern territory will become extremely powerful. It's not impossible to conquer the world. Then, what do you want the Iron Throne to think, and what do you want the other kingdoms to think? Master Lind, you are right, there will indeed be such disadvantages." Velas nodded and said seriously, "But have you ever thought about it? Your worries are only based on the fact that we are not strong enough. If we are strong enough that they dare not act rashly, and if a more powerful and rebellious enemy appears at this time, do we still need to worry so much?" Quote. When Velas said these words, there was a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. This was the first time that Lind saw Velas' ambition. Before that, he felt that Velas was a person with a peaceful personality and no cares. A man of fame and fortune, yet now he found that he didn't seem to know the teenager as well as he thought he did. Seeing that Lind did not respond to his words, Velas thought that Lind did not understand the meaning of his words, so he handed Lind a letter from Old Town that he had received not long ago. Lind took the letter and looked at it, with a thoughtful look on his face. This letter was specially sent by Earl Layton, who traveled day and night. The content on the letter contained information about the Iron Islands. When the Iron Islands attacked Old Town that day, Earl Layton stepped up his intelligence collection on the Iron Islands. As a result, he did not collect any information about the Iron Islands attack on Old Town. Instead, he collected other interesting information. The Iron Islands were gathering manpower, prepare for rebellion. If other people see this news, they may also doubt the authenticity of the news. After all, the strength gap between the Iron people of the Iron Islands and the Iron Throne is too far Only a madman would do this when the strength gap is so big. Rebellion. However, Lind knew very well that the Iron Islands were really in rebellion. Balin Greyjoy proclaimed himself king, and the Ironborn attacked the Westerlands. Lind guessed Willis's intention and said, "You want to use the Ironborn rebellion to attract the Iron Throne's attention, so that the Tyrell and Martell families can complete the marriage at this time, and wait until the Iron Throne resolves the Ironborn rebellion." Finally, the marriage has become a foregone conclusion. The two families have joined forces, and they can only accept the reality. Quote, Willis nodded slightly, smiled and said to Lind, "Lind, fortunately you are a knight of our Tyrell family." Lind said solemnly, "The plan is indeed very good, but have you ever thought about what would happen if the Iron Throne, after resolving the rebellion in the Iron Islands, had a great victory, united with the forces of several other kingdoms, and headed south to the river bend at all costs? Earth, how do you want to solve it?" "No, they won't." Velis gave a very positive answer, but he didn't seem to tell Lind what made him so sure. Lind did not continue to ask, but ended the topic and said, "I can only give you advice on this matter. The specific decision on what to do should be between you and the Duke. Indeed, my father and I should be the ones making the decision." Velis looked at Lind seriously and said, "However, if we want the matter to succeed, we need your help." "Me? Are you kidding, Master Velis?" Lind was stunned and looked at Velis in confusion. Although he had absolute confidence in his personal strength, he still didn't feel that he had the entire power now. The influence of evidence in Westeros. Velis shook his head and said firmly again, "No, of course I'm not joking." Chapter 98 The Changed Future. After leaving Willis's tent, Lind's face became a little gloomy and he looked worried. Jon was also confused when he saw it, and was curious about what Willis and Lind talked about in the tent. Lind did not tell Jon, but just asked Jon to pack his bags. Willis should be leaving for Highgarden in the next 2 days. After that, he did not go back to his tent immediately, but went to a horse farm temporarily opened for him by Shaneen City. He checked on the 2 wild horse kings and the wild horse herd. By the way, he also played with Glory, who was guarding there for a while. Rossos, the man responsible for taking care of the horses, did not find people from the river bend to take care of the horses, nor did he find people from Dorne. Instead, he hired some Greenblood River orphans. Although he did this somewhat selfishly, Lind didn't care as long as he took good care of the horses. Moreover, he could also see that the relationship between these Greenblood River orphans and Rossos was unusual. It seemed that Rossos was, "I want to bring these people with me to follow me." There were also many Dornish people gathered around the racecourse to watch the Mustang King. After seeing Lind, they all saluted him with great respect. Many of them were Dornish knights and knights whom Lind had defeated recently. The soldiers, although they were defeated by Lind, they still respected Lind very much, but they did not follow Lind due to their status and other reasons. Lind stayed at the horse farm for a while and then walked to his tent in the Reach camp. But, halfway there, Red Viper stopped him and suggested finding a place to talk. So, the two came to the Green Blood River, walking and talking like two friends who had known each other for many years. "It's been so many days, and I haven't thanked you for taking care of Nymeria," Red Viper said abruptly to thank Lind. Lind said indifferently, "That's what I should do." Red Viper added, "My current fief originally belonged to Uncle Lewin. If she comes back." Lind interrupted the Red Viper and said, "Lord Oberon, you should know what Nymeria is thinking." The Red Viper said solemnly, "If you have a good relationship with Nymeria, you should persuade her to let her return to Dorne to inherit her property instead of letting her stay there. Your Majesty, if what you want to tell me today is related to Nymeria, then I think there is no need to continue talking." Lind interrupted Red Viper again, and his tone changed. "You have to be a little rude." The Red Viper frowned, was silent for a moment, and said, "What do you think about the marriage between the Martell family and the Tyrell family?" Lind said calmly, "Lord Oberon, you think too highly of me. I am just one of the many knights of the Tyrell family. I am not qualified to ask about these things. You should ask Maester Baker this question. He is the consultant bachelor assigned to Lord Velas by His Excellency the Duke. You underestimate your position in the Tyrell family too much. The Red Viper looked at Lind, was silent for a moment, and said, I should go to Highgarden with Ariane this time. Lind was stunned, but there was no look of surprise on his face, because judging from Willis's performance just now, he had already sensed that Dornay also hoped to speed up the marriage with the Reach. Are you coming with us? Lind asked. Yes, Red Viper nodded, and added, but instead of taking the water route, we will take the land route, passing through the Prince's Pass. Lind immediately understood that Sunspear's move should be to show its attitude towards the Dornish lords in the Crimson Mountains. After all, among all the Dornish lords who opposed the signing of the peace agreement with the Reach, they should also be showing their attitude towards the Dornish frontier. The Stormlord of Earth casts a signal. Do you really want to marry the Tyrell family? Lind asked the Red Viper very seriously. If Sunspear really wanted to marry Highgarden, it should have done so secretly, and then made it public after everything was settled, so that the Iron Throne would be cut off Garden. It would be impossible to stop it. Obviously, if the team passes through the Prince's Pass as the Red Viper said, then King's Landing will soon know about the marriage between Highgarden and Sunspear, and it will inevitably destroy it. This is obviously not conducive to both parties. The marriage of the two. The Red Viper retaliated by using Lind's words and replied, you are just a knight of the Tyrell family, and you are not qualified to ask about this kind of thing. Lind stopped and looked at the Red Viper seriously without saying a word. Red Viper did not continue to speak and turned around to leave. Lind looked at the back of the Red Viper, his mind filled with doubts. He didn't quite understand the purpose of the Red Viper specifically asking him to tell him these things. The whole conversation highlighted an inexplicable aspect. However, even if he didn't know the purpose of the Red Viper, he still saw from some information deliberately revealed by the Red Viper that Sunspear's attitude towards this marriage was not as important as Willis thought, but more important. For example, Sunspear took the opportunity of marriage with the Reach to test the Iron Throne. If the Iron Throne steps in to stop it, then it can also be used to adjust the relationship between the Reach and the Iron Throne. If the Iron Throne doesn't stop it, they can just make a solid marriage and pull the Reach into Dornay's chariot. Compared to Sunspear's attitude, Willis seems to pay more attention to the marriage, and has even considered some problems and solutions that may arise before and after the marriage. Just now, Willis made it clear to Lind that once the marriage between the Reach and Sunspear is formalized, he would expand Lind's manpower, increase investment in Tangshi Town, and build Tangshi Town. Create a military fortress strong enough to serve as one of the important forces to restrain the northern forces. This is neither bad news nor good news for Lind. There is no doubt that if Willis's decision is followed, it will definitely disrupt his original plan, but correspondingly, the importance of the Tyrell family will also bring him greater rights. Tangshi Town will also grow rapidly with the full support of Highgarden. Has the future changed because of my joining? Lind couldn't help but murmured in his heart. In Lind's memory, Willis Tyrell has never been married to Princess Ariane Martell. It is very likely that his trip to the City of Divine Grace was due to participating in the tournament. He broke his leg and became a cripple. The heir to Highgarden became crippled, which was a heavy blow to the entire Tyrell family. The relationship between the Tyrell family and the Martell family also became increasingly bad, and the disputes between the two places continued for more than 10 years. Yes, so there is no possibility of an alliance at all. But now the situation is a little different. Even if there are some problems with Sunspear's attitude, it is undeniable that as long as there is no excessive external interference, there are basically not many problems with the marriage between Highgarden and Sunspear. The alliance with Dornay was also formed, so that the situation in the entire Westeros continent would completely deviate from the trajectory of Lind's cognition and enter an unknown direction. Is losing the advantage of the prophet good or bad for me? Lind couldn't help but have a doubt in his heart. Just when Lind felt a little headache due to the current chaotic situation, he suddenly heard a crow's call. Crows are not common in Shaneen City. Although there are ravens in Shanin City, their raven nests are not very big. Moreover, at the castle, all the ravens are usually locked in cages and will not roam freely. Release it. So when he heard the crow, Lind couldn't help but think of a person, and at the same time, he looked towards the place where the crow was. He saw 7 or 8 ravens standing on a weirwood tree not far away from him. Without exception, these ravens all had a pair of blood-red eyes like rubies, and Lind could also see these ravens. There was a trace of black mist-like magic power exuding from the body, and these black mist-like magic powers gathered on the raven's forehead, making it look like it had a third eye. Lind was already sure at this time that the three-eyed raven must be using his green seer ability to look at him through the weirwood, but he didn't know when this was the three-eyed raven, whether it was now, the future, or in the past. Was Bran Stark also around? There is no doubt that the marriage between the Tyrells and the Martells, and Willis Tyrell not becoming a cripple, these things should have a great impact on the future, otherwise it would not be possible to alert the three-eyed crow and come running over, understand situation. Lind did not show too much surprise at the appearance of the three-eyed crow, nor did he reveal that he knew about the existence of the three-eyed crow. He just looked at the ravens, then turned and left. After Lind left, the ravens crowed a few times and then flew away, and everything returned to calm. Due to the temporary change of route back to Highgarden, the team from the Reach did not return to Sunspear. Instead, they crossed the bridge directly from Divine Grace City, crossed the Greenblood River, and went south to the salt coast of the Gorgonless family. Here we are waiting for people from Sunspear City to come by boat. The Gorgonlys family can be said to be a die-hard ally of the Martell family. When Prince Doran was young, he was the attendant of the former Earl of Gorgonlys and lived here for several years. The current Earl of Gorgonlys, Tremond Gorgon, the relationship between Genlith and the Red Viper is as close as brothers, so naturally the team received the best hospitality when they came to the Salt Coast. During this time, the Red Viper also used ravens to notify the lords of some Dornish territories that they would need to pass when going to Highgarden, especially the lords near the Crimson Mountains. Willis was not idle either. He also used a raven to notify Highgarden, and also notified the lords of the territories he would pass along the way, including those from the River Bend and those from the Stormlands. For example, Nightsong City in the Stormlands is the only place to pass through the Prince's Pass. Willis wrote a special letter and ordered someone to ride a horse to Earl Byron Cullen in Nightsong City in person to show caution. After waiting at the Salt Coast for a few days, the team from Sunspear City had also arrived. In order to ensure the safety of the Red Viper and Princess Arianne, Prince Doran sent more than 2,000 knights and warriors from Sunspear, whose size was not much smaller than Willis's team. At the same time, he also issued a passage order as the Prince of Dorne, allowing Willis's team to pass through the territory of Dorne, giving the thousands of soldiers a legal basis to set foot on the land of Dorne. Willis moved all the things purchased in Dorne to the ships carrying soldiers, and let these ships from the Rose Trading Company return to Old Town along with the escort warships sent by Aldtown and Chinking Island and Linda's Glory Town. Originally, Lind also thought about sending the Mustang King and the horses to Old Town by ship, and then having someone send them from Old Town to Highgarden. However, the two Wild Horse Kings were a little attached to him, and they became extremely irritable as long as they didn't see him for a day. When they were in Shanin City, they kicked down the horse stalls several times, and then led the horses outside Shanin City. There was a lot of chaos in the village, and it was quiet until Lind arrived. So Lind finally decided to take the Mustang King and the herd with him. During the handover of personnel and materials, Princess Arianne also met with Velas under the leadership of Red Viper, which was considered the beginning of the marriage. When Willis met Prince Doran at Fallingwater Gardens, he did not see Arianne Martell, because she was living in Prince Lewin's castle with her personal playmates at the time. Arianne has a very good relationship with Prince Lewin, even better than her father, Prince Doran. She lived in Prince Lewin's castle when she was very young. After Prince Lewin became the Kingsguard, she handed over the castle to him. gave it to Ariane, who lived in that castle for a long time. Ariane originally thought that the castle would be hers after Prince Lewin's death, but in the end, Prince Doran temporarily entrusted it to the Red Viper, giving the Red Viper the opportunity to hand it over to Prince Lewin's true heir, Nymeria Fudley. This made she felt very dissatisfied. This time, Ariane was also extremely reluctant to be used by Prince Doran to marry into Highgarden, because in her view, she had the inheritance rights of Dorne and would be the Queen of Dorne in the future, but now she was married to Highgarden. Being one's wife is an unacceptable difference in status. The reason why she agreed to go to Highgarden was not only to cause trouble on the road and disturb the marriage, but more importantly, she wanted to go to Tengshi Town to meet Prince Lewin's illegitimate daughter and see what she was capable of. Qualified to inherit the castle that belongs to her. However, what was unexpected was that when she saw Willis Tyrell, she was immediately attracted to this handsome and elegant young man. It could be said that it was love at first sight. The reason may be related to something Red Viper mentioned casually when he was drunk some time ago, that is, Willis Tyrell and Prince Levine are very similar. This is why Red Viper and Willis hit it off and quickly became good friends. Reason. As for Willis, he also has a very good impression of Ariane. This is not only because Ariane has amazing beauty, but also because Ariane has a passion and initiative that is completely different from the ladies of the Reach. His character gave him an unprecedented feeling. The relationship between the two also heated up rapidly during this period. When they left the Salt Coast and arrived at the next stop, Vance City, the two had already started riding a horse together. Many people saw them kissing secretly, no matter who. It was obvious that the two of them liked each other. At this time, not only the people in the Reach, but also the people in Dorne felt that the marriage between Highgarden and Sunspear was about to succeed. Even the Red Viper was vaguely looking forward to the marriage with Highgarden, and it seemed that he would not just testing the Iron Throne. Only Lind always believed that this marriage could not succeed, because he found that there were many ravens wandering around the team all the time, and it was obvious that someone would not allow this marriage to occur. Chapter 99 Motives. The teams from Dorne and the Reach moved smoothly. After passing Vance City, Hellgate Castle and Skyreach City, they officially entered the Prince's Pass. Although the Prince's Pass is also a canyon, because the mountains on both sides are far apart, the bottom of the canyon is extremely wide. Even tens of thousands of people can easily pass through the canyon, let alone thousands of people. Because this is the main land trade route between the Reach and Dorne, there are countless caravans going south and north. They will consciously repair the roads here to make traffic smoother, which is also convenient. This team of Velis and the Red Viper. It is precisely because of the large number of caravans here that there are many bandits in the mountains on both sides of the Prince's Pass. Some lords and nobles even pretend to be bandits to rob the caravans themselves. But this time the caravan going north to the Reach was lucky. After they encountered the team of Willis and the Red Viper, they followed closely behind them and safely passed through the Prince's Pass with the power of nearly 10,000 people. The most dangerous area is within the territory of Nightsong City in the northern section of Storm Land. Although Willis had informed the Cullen family in Nightsong City in advance that his team visiting Dorne would need to pass through the Cullen family's territory, the Cullen family saw Willis's letter mentioning that the team visiting Dorne, the team was immediately frightened. An army of nearly 10,000 people, including logistics, was advancing towards Nightsong City in an overwhelming manner. There were many Dornish flags among the ranks, which made the Cullen family of Nightsong City subconsciously think that this was a Dornish force sent by them. Invasion, immediately close the city gates, and at the same time prepare ravens to deliver the news of the Dornish army's invasion to the Iron Throne. Fortunately, the envoy sent by Velis arrived at the gates of Nightsong City in time and explained the situation, so that things did not get out of control. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Velis did not stay in the territory of Nightsong City for too long, and traveled overnight, leaving the territory of Nightsong City and officially entering the Reach. After that, the team moved along the edge of the Crimson Mountains and headed directly towards High Court. At this time, High Court also sent a team to greet them. A few days later, they met up with the welcoming team at the edge of the Peak Family's territory in Star Shuttle City. A few days later, the team successfully returned to Highgarden. After returning to Highgarden, Lind found Garth Tyrell, the warden of Highgarden. He stepped down from his duties as captain of the guard and went to the manor arranged for him outside the city. He packed his bags and prepared to take the manpower he had gathered tomorrow along Rose Avenue, back to Tengshi Town. During this trip to Dornay, Lind was able to gain a lot. Not only did he get the Mustang King and the horses, he also got a lot of golden dragons, and he also recruited a lot of talents, such as Moloa Hightower. In addition to the Knight Rossos, there are also some knights who are not doing well in Dornay, and some warriors from the Essos continent have also taken the initiative to find Lind, hoping to serve under Lind. Although these people are not many in number, they still have extraordinary strength, and it should be enough to serve as the squad leader of the cavalry. While Lind was packing, Willis suddenly brought Ariane Martel and her companions to Lind's manor. "What's the matter, Lord Velas?" Lind looked at these people and asked. "Ariane, tell him yourself." Willis stepped aside and said to Princess Ariane. Princess Ariane said very directly, "I heard that you are going back to Tengshi Town tomorrow. I want to go to Tengshi Town with you." On the way from Dornay to Highgarden, Lind stood beside Willis as Willis's bodyguard. He met Ariane many times, but never talked to him. On the contrary, Ariane's partner Teresa Sand Snake, the Red Viper's illegitimate daughter, talked to him several times. However, when she met Moroya, she almost became Moroya's follower, asking him for various poison-related knowledge. After hearing Princess Ariane's request, Lind immediately understood what she wanted to do, so he said very directly, "Nymeria is not interested in Prince Lewin's inheritance. Otherwise she would have told her a few months ago. Prince Oberon has gone to Dornay. There is no need for you to go to her." Princess Ariane was a bit petite. Facing Lind, she had to raise her head and said, "I just want to see my cousin, I have no other intention." Lind looked down at Princess Ariane and said, "What can I do if I see her? Are you looking up and talking to her like this? She is much taller than me." When Princess Ariane heard Linda's words, her expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Without saying anything else, she turned around and walked out of the manor, followed by Teresa Sand Snake and others. Willis immediately asked his personal guards to arrange for some people to follow Princess Ariane to prevent accidents. However, he did not leave, but motioned to Lind to go outside for a walk. The two came to the farmland outside the manor and walked along the field path. "You shouldn't laugh at a young lady's height so harshly." Velas suddenly blamed Lind. Lind looked at Willis and said, "It seems you really like Princess Ariane. She is a very special woman." A smile appeared on Velas's face, but it was quickly replaced by a worried look. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that I probably won't be able to marry her." Lind asked, "Has something changed?" Velas smiled bitterly and said, "I was scolded. Not only my father and mother scolded me, but even my grandma scolded me for being too hasty." After that, he looked at Lind and asked, "What about you? Linda, do you also think that my decision to marry Prince Doran and the Martel family was hasty?" Lind was silent for a moment and said, "I think the Duke and Lady Olenna said that you are hasty. It does not mean that you agreed to Prince Doran's marriage proposal, but that you should not agree to allow Prince Oberon and Princess Ariane to marry. Return to Highgarden with you. You have left no room for change. The Duke has only two choices. One is to agree to the marriage and make the Reach and Dornay an ally. The other is to refuse the marriage and let Dornay become allies. Relations between the two places have become even worse." Velas was silent for a moment and said calmly, "If I say that I have considered the consequences in advance, would you believe it?" Lind was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, "Since you have expected such a result, then with your wisdom you should not, unless," as he said that, he suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something, and was slightly confused. Looking at Willis in surprise, he said, Lord Willis, are you really going to Dornay just to improve the relationship between the Reach and Dornay and sign a peace agreement? Lord Lind, I said you should be more than just a knight. Willis did not directly respond to Linda's question. Then he deviated from the general topic and said, Lord Lind, do you know our nobles in the Reach? He is the oldest noble in the entire continent of Westeros. The family inheritance of any noble lord has a history of thousands of years. Any great noble can trace back to the ancient times of the ancestors, and those passed down by the Seven Kingdoms. Most mythological stories are adapted from the stories of our ancestors. Now the civilization and religion of the Seven Kingdoms have spread from the Reach to other kingdoms, so the Lord of the Reach should be the most noble of the Seven Kingdoms. The most respected lord. Listening to Willis' words, Lind could vaguely sense the anger hidden in Willis's heart. However, my father, Lord of Highgarden, Warden of the South, and Supreme Commander of the Reach, has been treated like a clown in King's Landing for more than a year. What qualifications does Robert Baratheon have to do this? Is it just the Baratheon family that humiliates our Tyrell family? Even the Frey family in the Riverlands has more foundation and history than them. He has what qualifications do you have to humiliate my father like this? Willis unabashedly unleashed his long simmering anger, his eyes unabashedly hostile to the Iron Throne. Lind did not expect that Willis would be so angry about Duke Mace's encounter in King's Landing, but when he thought about it seriously, he was not surprised. After all, Willis's love and protection for his relatives and friends was obvious to all. The importance of love exceeds all feelings. Lind turned to look at Willis's personal guards who were following behind him. Obviously, Willis's words just now must not be spread, otherwise, there would really be no room for redemption in the Reach and the Iron Throne. Willis regained his composure and said, Don't worry, they are all my most trusted people. Just like you, Mr. Lind. Lind sighed, not at all happy because of Willis' trust. He asked very directly, Since you trust me, Lord Willis, can you tell me the real purpose of doing this? War, or something else? War. Lord Lind, why do you think I want war? Willis couldn't help but smile and said, Actually, you don't have to think too complicated. I just want to make the Iron Throne feel uncomfortable. That's all. No matter what the Iron Throne does in the future, we must consider our Highgarden's attitude and not treat us like clowns. Hearing this somewhat childish answer, Lind didn't know what to say. Although it didn't sound like the answer was true and was just made up casually, Lind could feel that this was Willis's intention. It is not difficult to understand when you think about it. No matter how mature and wise Willis appears, he is still just a boy of 13 or 14. It is normal for him to have some impulsive and childish thoughts, like Lind himself. A person who looks 15 or 16 years old but is already an old man on the inside is a real monster. However, this time, Willis was a little too emotional because the Duke of Highgarden was humiliated in King's Landing. Lind did not think that the situation was still within Willis' control as it developed until now. Lind asked very directly, Mr. Willis, have you ever considered that things will get completely out of control if you do this? Of course I have considered it. I have already made arrangements, but those arrangements may not necessarily work. Willis nodded, looked at Lind and said, however, now that you, the bear hunter Lind, you should be able to make up for it. The loopholes in my plan meant that my arrangements should eventually work. What do you want me to do? Lind asked. We should follow your original plan to suppress the bandits in Tengshi town. Willis' expression became serious and said, when you return to Tengshi town this time, High Court will give Name, Earl of Tengshi town Leah Fudley sent an appointment, appointing her as the guardian of the Mandar River, expanding her powers, and giving her some support to expand Tengshi town so that her castle and town can be built as soon as possible. Quote, Lind frowned and said, Nymeria cannot allow outside forces to enter Tengshi town, not even Highgarden. Willis dispelled Linda's concerns and said, Don't worry, the High Court will not interfere in the affairs of Tengshi town. The so-called support is just money, material and Administrative support. These will be converted into gold dragons and no interest will be paid. There is no time limit for borrowing, as long as the Earl of Tengshi Town has enough money, he can repay the principal himself. Quote, "Are you sure?" Lind looked at Velas in disbelief and said in a deep voice, "Is this something you just said casually, or has the Duke already decided?" Velas smiled, without saying anything clearly, and continued, "In addition, you will also be appointed as the commander of the Southern Bandit Suppression. Although you are actually only responsible for the bandit suppression task in the area north of Kuchao, your scope of authority covers the entire River Bend land, so that you can legitimately expand your military strength. The authority we give you to expand your military strength is 10,000 people. As for how to combine these 10,000 people, whether it is all infantry or all cavalry, it is all up to you. Of course, the High Court of Military Expenditures also you can only provide part of it, and most of it can only be solved by yourself, and you will also be allowed to build a fortress on the upper reaches of the Mandar River or the south bank of the Blackwater River, but this fortress will be under the name of Tengshi Town, I think. Based on your relationship with Count Nymeria, it doesn't matter whether this fortress belongs to her or to you. Lind thought for a while and then asked, does the mission of suppressing bandits still need to be carried out? Of course it must be implemented, but the result is not that important. If Tengshi Town is built, Tengshi Town should regularly clean up the surrounding bandits. Velas looked at the frowning Lind and said, you also don't worry about the final reward of the bandit suppression mission. You don't have to complete the bandit suppression mission. You only need to build the fortress and stay there for 3 years. Even if you complete the bandit suppression mission, the reward for completing the task may change. Quote, what has it become? A golden dragon? Lind asked with some concern. No, it's a territory. Velas gave a surprising answer, saying, it's not a manor or a village, but a real territory. Linda's breathing became a little heavier after hearing this, and then he suppressed some excitement, looked at Velas with a little doubt, and asked, if my guess is right, that territory shouldn't be very good, right? Velas gave the answer, it is indeed not very good, it can even be said to be very bad. Because it is an enclave, located on the shores of the Dornay Sea, opposite the city of Weir. Lind didn't remember where the territory was for a while. He carefully recalled the map in his mind and asked in surprise, isn't that the territory of Stormland? How come it became the territory of Highgarden? Chapter 100 Lind, the Chosen One. The Tyrell family's enclave on the shores of the Dornay Sea and on the south side of the Crimson Mountains came to be inexplicably. It was as if it was forced into someone's hands, and they were neither willing to give it up nor able to take care of it. This land is located in the corner between Weir City in Dornay, Blackport in Stormland, and Stonehelm City. It is called Red Earth Watch. Except for a piece of land near the sea, other places in this area are difficult to cultivate. Mountainous areas. This land originally belonged to the Shoddy family of the Stormlands. This was a small noble with a very ancient heritage. It perished during the time of Aegon the Conqueror. However, this territory was neither returned to the king's territory nor returned to the Stormlands. Instead, it was transferred to the Tyrell family by Aegon the Conqueror and became the fiefdom of the Tyrell family. Over the past few hundred years, the Tyrell family has tried to develop this fiefdom many times, but all failed in the end. In addition to the fact that this fiefdom is somewhat barren and does not have much development value, more importantly, this land is separated by gaps. Dornay is the most chaotic frontier in the entire Westeros continent. Not to mention the perennial disputes between Dornay and the lords of the Stormlands, the barbarian tribes entrenched in the Crimson Mountains alone are already extremely troublesome. The barbarian tribes in the Crimson Mountains are completely different from the barbarian tribes around Tengshi Town, because they have been at war with the lords and nobles of the Stormlands, the Reach and Dornay all year round. These barbarian tribes are extremely good at fighting and can fight head-on with the armies of those lords and nobles without falling behind. Moreover, the savage tribes in the Crimson Mountains seem to have established their own tribal system imitating the system of lords and nobles. These savage tribes even Elected a savage king. Although the lords and nobles of the seven kingdoms sneered at the rumors of the savage king, believing that the savages were just some brainless guys and that it was impossible to produce a savage king, a bachelor who specialized in studying the savage tribe of the Crimson Mountains recorded the election of the savage king. The process looks a lot like the legendary Iron Islands king selection. This is all the information about the enclave that Lind could find in Highgarden. It can be seen that the Tyrell family does not care about that enclave. The last time they tried to develop that enclave was more than 200 years ago. Years ago, Dornay had not yet surrendered to the Iron Throne. The current situation in the enclave is also very complicated. The city of Weir in Dornay occupies a piece of land on the other side of the Weir River, Blackport occupies a piece of mountainous land, and Stonehelm City also occupies a piece of land on the west bank of the Redguard River, and Stonehelm City. The Shiwen family also claimed that they were the owners of Hong Tuong. In short, although the Tyrell family is the owner of the enclave in name, in fact, the Tyrell family only has a small piece of land in their hands, and there is only a simple building on that piece of land, just a fishing village. Although this land is poor, for Lind, it is a land that is very suitable for him. First of all, this land is large enough. According to legal basis, the huge triangle area between the Bone Road, the Redguard River, the Weir River and the Dornay River all belongs to the Tyrell family. Such a large piece of land far exceeds that of the average Earl Collar. Although most of this land is mountainous land that cannot be farmed, there is also some land suitable for farming. For example, the Hongwei River Valley in the upper reaches of the Hongwei River is a very fertile land, just because there are a large number of savage tribes here. It just can't be developed. Secondly, the location of this land is very good. It is at the junction of Dornay and the Stormlands, not far from the river bend. There is a bone road on the northwest side that can be used as a trade route, and the side facing the Dornay Sea can also be used to build a port, develop trade and fishing industries. Finally, there is the savage tribe. To others, the savage tribe entrenched in this land is synonymous with trouble, but for Lind, these savage tribes are the best population. He believes that his own strength is enough to bring all the savage tribes in this area under his control. When the time comes, he will not need to look for immigrants from other places. The huge population of the savage tribes alone will be enough to make up for the gap in his human resources. The only thing that will cause him trouble is the encroachment of the land by Weir City, Blackport and Stonehelm City. After so many years of development, they have built villages on the occupied land, and they will definitely not be willing to use it. Spit out the fat in your mouth, and war will be inevitable. However, war may be a good thing for Lind. It will not only bring him fame, but also bring him wealth. Of course, the premise is that he can win the final victory. Lind did not stay in Highgarden any longer. After understanding the general situation of the enclave mentioned by Velas from Highgarden's collection, he left Highgarden and returned to Tengshi town according to the original plan. At this moment, everyone in Highgarden was immersed in the marriage between Dornay and the Reach. Except for a few people, no one paid much attention to Lind's departure. When they came to Highgarden, there were only two people, Lind and John. But now when they returned to Tengshi town, they had turned into a large team of more than 50 knights, hundreds of soldiers and a herd of horses. Among the team, especially the two huge Mustangs King and Glory are the most eye-catching. Everyone you met on the road, whether they knew how to recognize the family flag or not, could recognize Lind the moment they saw Glory. During this time in Dornay, the news that Aldtown was attacked by the Ironborn had spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, and this incident caused quite a stir in the Seven Kingdoms. Both the Starry Cathedral and the Academy in Old Town have a very special status in the Seven Kingdoms. Although the Ironborn did not affect the Academy this time, they attacked the Starry Cathedral. This is undoubtedly a provocation to the entire Church of the Seven Gods. Therefore, the Church of the Seven Gods took the lead and banned all believers of the Church of the Seven Gods from conducting commercial transactions with the Iron Islands. This prohibition order will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the Iron Islands. Although The Iron people of the Iron Islands are pirates. It does not mean that they only rely on pirates to support themselves. Being pirates and robbing is just a custom for them. The land in the Iron Islands is barren, and there is not much land that can be cultivated. Most of the Iron people in the Iron Islands make a living by fishing and selling fish. Wheat and other food need to be purchased from outside. Now the prohibition order of the Church of the Seven Gods has made the Iron Islands can no longer purchase enough food from outside, which will undoubtedly plunge the Iron Islands into a food shortage. Afterwards, the dukes and princes of the Seven Kingdoms also condemned the Iron people of the Iron Islands and blocked the coastline, allowing the subjects under their rule to attack the ships and Iron people of the Iron Islands without any punishment. This was even implemented in the north. This isolation order undoubtedly completely isolated the Iron Islands from the continent of Westeros. Under normal circumstances, Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands should make some excuses to the Iron Throne, find some reasons to explain, and then throw out a few scapegoats to confuse the matter and give everyone a step to go down, slowly calm down the negative impact caused by this incident. However, what is puzzling is that the Iron Islands are extremely quiet. It is as quiet as if they are not aware of the isolation order of the Seven Kingdoms and the prohibition order of the Church of the Seven Gods. This makes the dignitaries of the Seven Kingdoms feel that something is wrong. All secretly increased their attention to the Iron Islands. There is another matter that, like the Iron Islands, has attracted the attention of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Not only the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, but also the common people at the bottom are paying attention to this matter. This matter is that Lind met in Old Town. Miraculous performance during Ironborn attack. In order to protect Lord Willis Tyrell, who was performing a prayer ceremony in the Starry Temple, Lind Terra blocked the attack of more than 700 Ironborn with one person, and all the incoming enemies were killed in the Starry Temple, in the square in front of the church. When everyone heard the content of the Ironborn invasion of Old Town, they felt incredible. In their opinion, this story was a bit too fabricated and had no authenticity at all. It is an exaggeration to hold off the siege of 10 people with one person. According to rumors, Lind held off the siege of more than 700 people with one person, and even killed more than 700 people. This kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, it feels so fake that even a fool can tell it apart. They believed that the real situation should be that Lind led hundreds of soldiers and knights of the Tyrell family to withstand the siege of the Ironborn and killed more than 700 Ironborn in the square of the Starry Temple. And they felt that the reason why there were those false rumors was that the Tyrell family wanted to build momentum for the knights under their family and deliberately attributed all the records of others to Lind alone. As for White Tilly, there are different opinions on whether the family wants to build momentum for a knight, and there is no unified answer. The only thing that is certain is that it will also be good for the Tyrell family. However, this doubt about Linda's record of killing 700 Ironmen soon changed with the sealing letter announced by the Temple of Stars. In the letter of conferment, the Archbishop of the Starry Cathedral gave Lind the title of Warrior Blessed, on behalf of the Seven Gods, and wrote in detail Linda's record of killing more than 700 Ironmen in front of the Starry Cathedral. It was mentioned in the Book of Conferment that the reason why he had such miraculous achievements was entirely because his loyalty to his master won the appreciation of the warriors, who gave him blessings and gave him inhuman strength, and finally achieved this feat. A miraculous achievement. The square in front of the Starry Cathedral became a holy place because of this miracle, and the name of the square was even changed to Warrior Square. The statue of the warrior among the seven gods was placed independently in the center of the square. At the same time that the Starry Cathedral announced the Book of Sealing, Baylor Cathedral in King's Landing also recognized the Book of Sealing and recorded this miraculous event in the Book of Miracles. It would be fine if only the Church of the Seven Gods recognized Lind's record of killing more than 700 Ironborn. Immediately after the Church of the Seven Gods sealed the book, the academicians from the city also wrote about the attack on Old Town in the Seventh Church. In the Chronicles of the Great Kingdom, the authenticity of Linda's achievements was clearly recorded. The chronicle of the Seven Kingdoms in the Citadel can be said to be the most rigorous historical record in the entire continent of Westeros. The cruel Maegor threatened to destroy the Citadel and asked the Citadel to modify the content of the chronicle, but the Citadel directly refused. Later, when recording the cause of Maegor's death, the Citadel did not record it randomly. Instead, after a detailed investigation and no confirmed cause of death was found, it recorded all the causes of death rumored by the outside world and concluded that the cause of death was a mystery, rather than randomly attaching a cause of death to it. There have been countless similar things in the past, so there is a widely circulated saying in the Seven Kingdoms. The content of the saying is that everything in the Seven Kingdoms is false, and only the chronicles of the Academy are true. Nowadays, the chronicles of the Academy have recorded that Lind did kill more than 700 Ironborn with one person, so this achievement, which everyone thinks is extremely false, is actually true. Subsequently, various evidences came out, such as the duel in Old Town with 100. Garth Hightower, who participated in the duel, admitted the authenticity of the duel more than once in public. Everyone who saw it, anyone who has passed that duel, is proof of Linda's miraculous fighting power. People no longer doubted Linda's achievements, but instead worshipped Lind immensely. Among them, the mercenary knights and mercenary warriors worshipped Lind most strongly and regarded him as a spiritual idol, while the Seven Gods believers he was even called the Chosen One, thinking that he was the incarnation of the chosen warrior. Therefore, Linda's original title of Bear Hunter was gradually replaced by the Chosen One. When he was in Dorne, Lind was not very obvious because he was mixed in with the big team. Now that Lind has returned to Tengshi Town, he is leading the march alone. People on the road can easily recognize him and then show him his attitude made him feel like some big star in his previous life met his fans at the airport. Ordinary people chanted his new name enthusiastically, and even prayed to him, treating him as the incarnation of the seven gods in the world. After seeing him, the mercenary knights and mercenary warriors even took the initiative to ask to follow him. Even if he was rejected, he would not leave. In this way, they followed Linda's team, and the number of people increased. By the time they reached Kuchao, there were more than 600 mercenary knights and mercenary warriors following Lind. These original troops looked like a well-organized army, which almost made Baron Bitterbridge mistakenly think that Lind was preparing to attack him, and closed the castle gate tightly. Lind was completely happy to see these spontaneously organized followers succeed. Although he rejected these people when they took the initiative to seek refuge, he did not give up on these people because of this, otherwise, he would not have set up camp. Provide food for these people. When he arrived at Tengshi Town, he planned to ask Nymeria to recruit these people into Tengshi Town's garrison in the name of Tengshi Town. This wasn't because he wanted to take a detour on purpose, but because he didn't want to be caught. Although Villas has told him that he will soon be granted the position of commander of the Southern Bandit Suppression, and will be given higher authority and more recruitment quotas, these have not yet been implemented. If he starts to expand his manpower now, recruiting mercenary knights and mercenary warriors, then they will inevitably be accused of exceeding their authority and use this to attack them. For Lind, there is no need to rush to expand his manpower. There is already a road paved in front of him. He just needs to move steadily and make no mistakes, especially now when everyone from the Seven Kingdoms is watching. You need to be more cautious in every move you make, and don't leave anything to say to others. Therefore, until he returned to Tengshi Town, Lind did not accept the allegiance of any knight who took the initiative to join him.